Offside. By Void and Velvet Chapter 1 Match Day Enemies. Ashcombe was always first out of the tunnel. It had started as superstition when he was 19 and trying to make himself look like he belonged beside men who shaved before matches and knew how to speak to cameras without blinking. By 26, it had become expectation. Captain first. Brackenford's number 9 stepping from shadow into roar, chin level, shoulders loose, face arranged into the calm shape people mistook for fearlessness. The tunnel held the heat badly. Even before the stadium opened its throat, Ren could taste the day in the back of his mouth, rubber studs scraped against concrete, liniment oil blooming sharp and medicinal from someone's taped ankle, the damp sour warmth of bodies sealed into matched shirts too early. The fluorescent strip above him flickered once, then steadied, throwing a hard white line down the center of the corridor. On one side Brackenford blue. On the other, Dunmore green. Between them, the match officials stood like border guards. Ren rolled his left shoulder once. The captain's armband hugged his sleeve, snug enough that he could feel the seam through the fabric. Behind him, Pri was humming under her breath, tuneless and deliberate, the way she did whenever she wanted everyone to know she was not nervous enough to shut up. "Your jaw's doing that thing," she said. Ren did not turn. "What thing?" "The one where you look like you're personally disappointed in the concept of teeth." A laugh moved through two of the younger players behind them, quick and grateful. Ren let the corner of his mouth shift because they needed that from him. The illusion that the captain had spare humor lying around. "I'm concentrating," he said. "You're clenching. Useful before a derby. Brilliant. Very inspiring. Shall I put that on the team board? Clench more?" This time the laugh came easier. It loosened the line, just enough. Ren looked toward the mouth of the tunnel. Beyond it, the stadium flashed in pieces. A slice of pitch so green it looked almost artificial beneath the lights. The white hem of the center circle. A camera operator walking backward with a rig balanced against his chest. Stewards in high-vis jackets facing the stands as if 40,000 people could be held back by polyester and good intentions. Then the crowd caught sight of movement near the tunnel and rose as one animal. The sound hit Ren in the sternum. Brackenford Park had always been loud for the derby, but season openers did something strange to people. Hope had not yet been bruised. No one's table math had soured. Every fan came carrying a clean, unreasonable certainty that this year would be the year their suffering finally meant something. And Dunmore had brought their full away allocation. Ren could hear them even under the home end's wall of noise, a jagged green pocket in the corner chanting Kaito's name. Kaito Emeryson. 4 beats. Hard consonants. 10 years of syllables sharpened into a weapon. Ren kept his hands still at his sides. The cameras would be looking for them already. The broadcasters loved nothing more than a close-up before the first whistle, Ren's impassive profile, Kaito's cold one, the split-screen graphic waiting in some production van with flame effects and statistics arranged like evidence in a murder trial. Ashcombe v. Emeryson. Brackenford v. Dunmore. The rivalry of the decade. As if rivalry could be grown in a studio. As if it had not once been two boys sharing orange slices after academy training, knees muddy, boots unlaced, laughing too hard to breathe because Kaito had tried to imitate Coach Desmond's serious voice and failed so badly he'd snorted. Ren pressed the pad of his thumb against the side seam of his shorts. Once. Twice. On the third, he stopped himself. Not here. Pri's humming cut off. They're bringing them in. The Dunmore line shifted on the opposite side of the tunnel. Ren did not look. He knew Kaito's presence before he saw him. That had not changed, which was inconvenient enough to feel like insult. Some people entered a room and took up space. Kaito altered the pressure in it. A murmur went through Brackenford's back line. One of the younger defenders, Mills, breathed out something that might have been a curse or a prayer. Ren kept his eyes on the pitch. Studs clicked. Fabric whispered. Someone from Dunmore coughed into his fist. The match officials checked their watches with synchronized impatience. Then Kaito came into Ren's peripheral vision, tall enough to break the shape of the line. Green shirt. Captain's armband. Blonde hair pulled into the low match-day tie he had worn since academy days, though back then it had been shorter and always escaped by halftime. He had grown into his height with infuriating elegance, all broad shoulders and runner's economy, the kind of body commentators called commanding when they meant beautiful but were paid not to. Ren looked at the grass until the green blurred. He could feel Kaito not looking at him with the same precision. There were old habits the body kept even after the mind built walls over them. Ren knew the distance between them without measuring. He knew Kaito had cracked the second knuckle of his right hand because the sound was different from the first. He knew Kaito would be standing with his weight slightly forward, already half in motion, because waiting had always irritated him. At 17, Kaito used to bounce before matches. Barely contained, grinning, shoulder knocking into Ren's while they stood in academy lines that smelled of rain and cheap deodorant. "Stop vibrating," Ren would mutter. "Make me," Kaito would whisper back, and then grin wider when Ren elbowed him. A whistle shrilled from somewhere ahead. Ren returned to his body so abruptly his fingers twitched. The officials began to move. The mascots shuffled into place, small hands swallowed in professional ones, faces shining with terror and joy. Ren looked down at the little boy assigned to him, no more than 7, Brackenford's scarf knotted nearly to his chin. The boy peered up. "Are you going to score today?" Ren's throat eased around something like a smile. "That's the plan. My dad says Emerson's going to mark you out of the match." Behind him, Pri made a sound that she turned into a cough. Ren crouched enough to meet the boy's eyes. The stadium light turned the child's lashes gold. "Your dad know a lot about football?" He shouts at the telly. "Then he's basically staff." The boy grinned, gap-toothed and immediate. Ren stood as the line began its walk. The first step from tunnel to pitch always changed the air. Inside, everything pressed close, sweat, concrete, electricity humming overhead. Outside, the world blew open. Cold evening air slid under Ren's collar, lifting the damp hair at his nape. The pitch light struck hard enough to make the stands briefly disappear, and then his eyes adjusted and the people returned in tiers, blue and green and waving, mouths open around songs that collided and tore at each other. Brackenford Park did not cheer him so much as claim him. Ren Ashcombe, their captain. Their boy bought from nowhere, built into something lethal. Their proof that Dunmore could be beaten at their own academy game. Their 9. Their quiet executioner. He raised one hand. The home end answered with a sound that traveled through the bones of his wrist. Commentators' voices floated faintly from the gantry speakers, swallowed by the anthem beginning overhead. The league's glossy season-opening package had spared no expense. Fire jets burst near the corner flags, heat blooming across the grass. The mascots flinched and laughed. Camera drones hummed like insects above the halfway line. Ren took his place in the handshake formation and fixed his face. This was the part the media loved most. Not the tackles. Not even the goals. The handshake line. Every year they cut it into promos, Ren and Kaito approaching each other with captain's armbands bright on opposing sleeves, hands meeting for less than a second, either smiling. Slow motion. Darkened edges. Headlines stitched underneath. Bad blood. Unfinished business. Former friends turned enemies. Ren flexed his fingers once and let them fall open. The referees came first. Firm grip. Nods. Professional murmurs. Good luck. Good match. The Dunmore goalkeeper followed, Tomas Brandale, who had the warm, disarming face of a man who knew exactly how much chaos he could get away with because people liked him too much to stop him. Ashcombe, Tomas said, clasping Ren's hand. Try not to make me work too hard, yeah? Ren gave him the polite half-smile he used when press cameras were close. No promises. Cruel man. Pri beside him snorted. Another Dunmore player. Another hand. Another. Skin warm, grips dry or damp, eyes meeting and sliding away. Ren registered none of them fully. The line moved with the inevitability of a tide. Kaito was 3 players away. Ren could hear the change in the crowd before the cameras adjusted. A rising pitch. anticipation tasting blood. 2 players. Ren's pulse did not speed. That would have been too simple. Instead, it seemed to grow heavier, each beat dropping through him with enough weight to bruise. 1 player. The Dunmore midfielder in front of him muttered, "Good luck," and moved on. Then Kaito Emeryson stood before him. For 1 suspended second, the stadium vanished so completely Rin could hear the small mechanical click of a camera shutter somewhere to his left. Kaito's eyes were paler than Rin remembered, and exactly as he remembered. That was the worst of it. Time had altered the frame around them, sharper cheekbones, faint stubble, the controlled stillness of a man who had learned to let nothing spill, but the eyes were the same. Cool gray-blue, ringed darker at the edge. The kind of eyes that once found Rin across crowded academy dining halls, across rain-blurred training pitches, across trouble. Rin put out his hand. Kaito took it. Their palms met. Heat. Callous. Pressure. Not hard enough for cameras to call aggression. Not soft enough to be nothing. Ren's thumb brushed the base of Kaito's by accident, or memory. A small, catastrophic touch. Kaito's grip tightened by a fraction, so slight no one else would see it, but Rin felt it travel up his arm and lodge beneath his ribs. Their hands had known each other before they had known what wanting was. Kaito's mouth was a flat line. His face gave the world nothing. But his pupils shifted, widening just enough to betray the body's slower loyalties. 1 second too long. Ren knew it because the line behind Kaito hesitated. Because a cameraman stepped closer. Because Pri's shoulder, at Ren's back, went very still. Because Kaito looked at him, not through him. For that 1 second, there was no Brackenford. No Dunmore. No decade of headlines arranged over a silence. There was only a locker room that smelled of wet socks and grass, and Kaito at 17, reading something Ren had written because Ren had not been brave enough to stay and say it. "I'm sorry. I have to." Kaito's hand left his. The air rushed back with violence. Ren turned to the next Dunmore player before his face could do something unforgivable. He clasped another hand, said the appropriate words, heard his own voice come from somewhere clean and distant. "Good luck. Good match." By the time the line broke, Kaito was already walking away. Ren watched only the back of him. The green shirt pulled tight across his shoulders. The captain's band bright against his sleeve. His hair tied neat at the nape, not one strand loose. At the center circle, both teams gathered for the coin toss. Ren stood close enough to smell Kaito's matchday soap under the grass and smoke from the pre-match flames. Something cedar sharp. Something clean. Nothing like the cheap citrus body spray Kaito had drowned himself in at 16 because an older academy player told him girls liked it. Ren had hated that spray. Ren had kept borrowing his hoodie anyway. The referee held up the coin. "Call?" "Kaito," said the official, because Dunmore were technically the away side. Kaito's eyes stayed on the coin. "Tails." His voice was lower now. Of course it was. Ren had heard it in interviews, clipped and careful, but never this close without a microphone flattening it. The sound crossed a narrow space and found an old place in him with embarrassing ease. The coin flashed. "Tails." "We'll attack the south end," Kaito said. No glance. No wasted syllable. The referee nodded. "Brackenford kickoff." Ren accepted the small advantage with a dip of his chin. As they walked away, Pri fell into step beside him. She kept her face toward the stands, smile bright enough for any lens that found her. "Subtle," she said. Ren adjusted his armband. "What?" "That handshake had a plot. Focus on your mark." "My mark didn't just have a silent 3-act structure with the enemy captain." Ren cut her a look. Pri smiled wider for the cameras. "There he is." He did not answer. There were some things denial could not survive, and Pri Fernsby's attention was one of them. At the halfway line, Ren bent to adjust his socks, though they needed no adjusting. The grass was cool under his fingers, clipped short and damp from evening watering. A bead of moisture clung to his knuckle. He wiped it against his shorts and rose. Across the pitch, Kaito stood with his hands on his hips, listening to something Tomas said in his ear. Tomas was smiling. Kaito was not, but the line of his shoulders had eased by the smallest measurable degree. Then his gaze lifted. Found Ren. This time Kaito looked away first. The crowd caught the moment anyway. A swell rose from both ends, half boo, half cheer, the sound of thousands of people mistaking a flinch for challenge. Ren set his boots on the white line. Left foot first. Always. The whistle had not blown yet, but the match had already begun in every way that mattered. Beside him, Brackenford's young winger bounced once on his toes. Captain? Ren looked at the ball. White panels. Black seams. A scuff from warm-ups. Ordinary thing, absurdly small, to hold so much history. You ready? The winger asked. Ren could still feel Kaito's hand in his. He tapped his left knuckles against his thigh. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then he smiled without showing teeth. Let's play. Chapter 2. The story everyone knows. By the time Ren reached the press room, the sweat had dried cold beneath his collar. Someone from media had handed him a towel in the corridor. He had no memory of taking it, only of looking down halfway through the walk and finding it clenched in his right hand, twisted hard enough that the Brackenford crest had warped beneath his fingers. The match had ended 1-1. Not a loss. Not enough of a win. A draw gave everyone permission to keep talking. Outside the interview suite, the corridor smelled of wet grass tracked in on boots, cheap coffee, and the metallic tang of camera equipment heating under too many lights. Staff moved around him with clipboard urgency. A Brackenford media officer murmured something about staying calm, about leading with team performance, about not giving them a headline. Ren nodded at the appropriate pauses. His thigh ached where a Dunmore centre-back had clipped him late in the second half. His right shoulder pulsed from a collision he had seen coming and taken anyway because Kaito had been open on the overlap and Ren had needed, for 1 clean second, to stop the pass more than he had needed to keep his own body intact. The foul had drawn a roar. The replay would look like commitment. Derby grit. Captain's sacrifice. No one watching would know that Ren had recognized the angle of Kaito's run before Kaito made it. No one would know he had spent a decade learning other men's patterns and still carried Kaito's like a native language. Run? He looked up. Pri stood with one shoulder against the wall, still in her warm-up jacket, hair damp and curling loose around her temples. She had a protein bar in one hand and the expression of a woman deciding whether to use it as food or weaponry. You good? She asked. Fine. Convincing. Terrifyingly detailed. The media officer glanced between them and chose, wisely, to study his clipboard. Ren folded the towel once. Then again. It was a draw. It was a derby. A draw still gets them fed for a week. They can eat. Pri's mouth softened at one edge, but she did not make the mistake of calling it concern. Solberg's in there. Ren's fingers stopped on the towel. Obviously, Pri added. Because God looked at this fixture and thought, yes, what it needs is a woman with cheekbones and a recording device. Ren breathed through his nose. Ingrid Solberg had built an entire career out of asking the question underneath the question. She wrote match analysis like autopsies. She could turn a pause into a column. She asked Kaito anything yet? Ren said. Pri's eyes flicked over his face. There. Too much. Ren looked away first. Dunmore's doing separate media, she said. He's next room over, I think. Or before you. Or after. They've got everyone stacked like luggage. The wall between rooms seemed suddenly thin. Ren could picture Kaito somewhere on the other side of the corridor, stripped from match shirt into club polo, hair still wet at the nape, face arranged into that beautiful absence he gave cameras whenever Ren's name came up. He would sit straight. He would put his hands flat on the table, or fold them out of sight so no one saw him crack his knuckles one by one. He would say nothing that could bleed. Captain, the media officer said gently. They're ready. Ren handed the towel back without looking at it. The press room was too bright. That was always the first assault. The white slap of LED panels, the black mouths of cameras, the low crowded rustle of journalists rearranging notebooks and phones and private expectations. Brackenford's manager sat already at the table with a bottle of water unopened before him. Wren took the chair to his right. The nameplate read Ren Ashcombe Brackenford FC. As if he might forget. The first questions were easy. Tactical shape. Mischances? Whether the early yellow card changed their pressing. Whether he felt Brackenford should have had a penalty when Dunmore's right back caught his heel in the box. Wren answered in clean, measured lines. We created enough to win. We'll look at the footage. The referee had a difficult angle. But performance gives us something to build on. Words laid like tiles. Flat. Useful. Hard to trip over. His manager took the longer questions. Wren drank water when he needed somewhere to put his hands. Cameras blinked red. The room warmed. Then Ingrid Solberg raised her hand. She sat second row center, exactly where she could be seen without appearing eager. Dark blazer, pale hair cut blunt at her jaw, recorder angled toward the table. Not smiling. Ingrid never smiled before the blade went in. Ren, she said. You and Kaito Emeryson shared a rather intense handshake before kickoff. The broadcast has already clipped it, naturally. Did today feel different from previous derbies? His manager shifted half an inch. Ren set the water bottle down quietly. On the table, a bead of condensation slid from the plastic and gathered at the base. Season opener always feels different, Ren said. There's more noise around it. Ingrid's pen did not move. I meant personally. There it was. Not a question. A door held open. Ren looked at her. In the old days, before either of them learned what silence could cost, Kaito had accused Ren of answering questions like a man negotiating a hostage release. Just say yes or no, Ashcombe. Depends who's hostage. Me, usually. Ren pressed his tongue once against the back of his teeth. Personally, I wanted 3 points. A few reporters chuckled. Not because it was funny. Because it gave them permission to breathe. Ingrid waited half a beat longer than was comfortable. The public narrative has always been that there's history between you two. There's history between both clubs. And between both captains? Ren's manager leaned forward. I think what Ren's saying is... It's fine, Ren said. The room sharpened. He should not have said that. He felt Pre's absence like a hand gripping the back of his shirt. Ren let his face settle into something almost amused, almost bored. The expression had taken years to perfect. We came through the same academy circuit. We've played against each other a long time. People like stories. They do, Ingrid said. Especially when either subject corrects them. The silence after that had weight. Ren could hear a camera adjusting focus. Somewhere in the back, a journalist's phone buzzed against the table and was silenced in a panic. His manager's knee bounced once under the cloth. Ren pictured Kaito watching this later. Not live, maybe? Kaito claimed not to watch Ren's press. That was the kind of lie a man told when he knew no one loved him enough in the room to call him on it. Ren's palm remembered heat. Callous. A grip tightening by a fraction. He leaned toward the microphone. I'm here to talk about the match. Ingrid's eyes stayed on him, cool and unreadable. Of course. Another reporter jumped in too quickly with a question about Brackenford's second-half substitutions. The room let itself move on, grateful and disappointed. Ren answered. He did not look at the wall. He did not wonder whether Kaito was on the other side. He did not think, even once, about 17-year-old Kaito alone in a locker room with a note Ren had folded badly because his hands had not stopped shaking. He did not. Afterward, in the corridor, Pri was waiting with her arms crossed. Ren walked past her. She fell into step. That was nearly a confession. That was media training. That was a man stepping on a landmine and calling it pitch maintenance. Pri. What? He stopped by the vending machine because the corridor ahead was full of staff and cameras and escape would require patience. The vending machine hummed with bored indifference. Behind its scratched plastic, Rows of crisps and chocolate bars waited under fluorescent light. Ren looked at his reflection in the glass. Damp hair. Pale mouth. Hazel eyes giving away nothing useful. Pri's voice lowered. You looked like you were going to say something. I wasn't. You were. He reached into his pocket for coins he did not have. Pri watched the useless motion and said nothing. Ren let his hand drop. It's their job to make things look bigger than football. And yours? He turned his head. Pri's face had gone very still. Not teasing now. Not pushing for sport. The old scar near her knee, hidden under tracksuit fabric, seemed present anyway, the way old injuries change the air around certain conversations. What's your job, Ron? A door opened down the corridor before he could answer. Dunmore's staff spilled out first, then a camera assistant, then Tomas Brandeo laughing at something over his shoulder. Then Kaito. Ren forgot the vending machine. Forgot Pri. Forgot the corridor had other people in it. Kaito had changed into a dark green Dunmore polo that made the color of his eyes look colder. His hair was wet and combed back, a few strands already loosening near his temple. There was a faint red mark high on his cheekbone from a challenge in the first half. Ren knew because Ren had seen it happen, had watched Kaito rise from the grass with murder in the line of his mouth, and still somehow not touch his face to check if he was bleeding. Kaito saw him. The corridor narrowed to the distance between their bodies. Tomas's laughter died by degrees. Pri shifted beside Ren, subtle as a blade being drawn. For a second, no one performed. Kaito's gaze dropped to Ren's shoulder, where the collision had left stiffness Ren had been hiding. His jaw moved once, like words had risen and found his teeth closed. Ren almost said, "You all right?" A stupid question. A devastating one. Kaito's eyes came back to his. Whatever had been there shut. Good match, Kaito said. It landed perfectly. Polite. Empty. Professional enough to pass any camera test. Ren's ribs tightened around the old shape of his name in Kaito's mouth. Not Ren. Not Ash. Not anything that had belonged to them. He nodded. You too. Kaito moved past him without brushing his sleeve. The absence of contact was worse than contact. Tomas followed, glancing once at Ren with something too knowing to be casual. Pri waited until Dunmore's group had turned the corner. Well, she said softly. That was hideous. Ren stared at the empty corridor. On the vending machine glass, his reflection stood alone. Across the stadium, in Dunmore's press room, Kaito Emeryson sat before a line of microphones and placed both hands under the table. Not because they were shaking. They were not shaking. He hooked his right thumb over his left knuckle and pressed until the urge to crack it passed. The Dunmore media officer gave him the look that meant stay gracious. His manager had already answered 3 questions about defensive transitions, and one about the draw being a fair result. Kaito had contributed exactly enough to avoid seeming hostile. He could still smell Ren. Not smell. That was ridiculous. They had been on a pitch with 22 players, fire smoke, watered grass, and 40,000 sweating people. Whatever had caught in Kaito's throat during the handshake had not been Ren. Except it had been clean sweat. Grass. The faint cedar of whatever Brackenford stocked in their changing rooms now. Beneath that, something skin-warm and old enough to make Kaito's stomach clench with recognition before his mind could refuse it. He kept his face still. The reporters had started circling. Strong individual performance today, Kaito. Would you say Brackenford sat deeper than expected? How important was it not to lose this opener? He gave them the lines. Not happily, not warmly, but correctly. We always come to win. They're disciplined defensively. It's one match in a long season. Then Ingrid Solberg lifted her recorder. Kaito had known she would. The knowledge did not stop his pulse from finding the bruise in his cheek and beating there. Ren Ashcombe was asked about your history earlier, Ingrid said. He said people like stories. Kaito's mouth did not move. His manager turned slightly toward him, a warning in the angle. Kaito looked at Ingrid. Sounds like Ren. A small stir moved through the room. Ingrid's brow lifted. Barely. Care to elaborate? No. Someone laughed once, too sharply. Kaito reached for his water and took a sip he did not want. The plastic crackled under his grip. He set it down before it could betray him further. Ingrid leaned forward. You've both been asked about the rivalry for years. Neither of you ever says much. Is that because the story is exaggerated, or because it's accurate? Kaito thought of Rin in the corridor. Rin by the vending machine, still wearing the match in his shoulders. Ren's hair cropped short, darker damp. Ren's eyes catching on the red mark across Kaito's cheek like he had a right to inventory damage. You all right? Kaito had heard the question though Ren had not spoken it. That was the problem. His body kept translating silence in Ren's voice. There's no story, Kaito said. The room held itself very carefully. Ingrid did not blink. No story at all? We grew up, Kaito said. We grew apart. His manager's shoulders eased. The line was an old one. Smooth from use. Pressed flat by repetition until it had no fingerprints left on it. Kaito had said it at 19, 20, 22. He had said it after losses, after wins, after Rin scored against him in stoppage time and celebrated by standing absolutely still while Brackenford buried him in blue shirts. We grew up, we grew apart. As if growing apart were weather. As if no one had packed a bag. As if no one had left a note instead of a goodbye. Ingrid's pen moved now. That sounds very clean. It was a long time ago. Clean things usually are. Kaito felt Tomas somewhere behind the press row. He did not need to see him to know Tomas had stopped leaning against the wall. Kaito smiled. It was not a nice smile, but cameras did not require nice. Only visible. You'll have to forgive me, he said. I'm not sure what answer you're trying to get. The truthful one, ideally. There's your problem. Ingrid's eyes sharpened. Kaito's manager cut in. I think we've covered that. Next question. For a second, Kaito thought Ingrid would push. He almost wanted her to. There was a violence in him after matches, usually clean and useful, burned off through sprinting, through challenges, through the simple math of ball and body and space. Tonight it had nowhere to go. It sat under his skin, looking for an opening. But Ingrid only lowered her recorder a fraction. Of course. The next question went to the manager. Kaito stared at the table. There was a scratch near the edge of the black cloth, a small white line where some previous player had dragged a boot stud or a chair leg. Kaito fixed on it until the room softened at the edges. A long time ago. He had been 17. Ren had been 17. Ren's handwriting had been terrible when he rushed. Letters crowded together like they were trying to get away from themselves. I'm sorry. I have to. Kaito pressed his thumbnail into the side of his finger until the memory folded itself back into the dark. When the press conference ended, he stood too fast. Tomas met him in the corridor with 2 paper cups of coffee, one already extended. You look like you're about to bite someone, Tomas said. Kaito took the cup. Wrong sport. Still. Bad optics. The coffee burned through the paper into his palm. He welcomed it. You watch Ren's? I was nearby. That's not what I asked? Tomas sipped his own coffee and made a face. This tastes like regret and printer ink. Tomas. He didn't say anything. Kaito looked down the corridor toward the turn that led past the vending machines and the Brackenford exit. Empty now. Of course. Tomas followed his gaze and sighed without making it a sigh. The restraint was almost insulting. What? Kaito said. Nothing. You have a very loud nothing. I contain multitudes. Kaito started walking. Tomas matched him step for step. The stadium noise still leaked through the concrete, muffled now, supporters spilling into night with songs hoarse from use. Somewhere outside, a police horse snorted. Somewhere closer, boots clattered into kit crates. You know, Tomas said carefully, when journalists ask me about rival players, I simply say they are talented and annoying. Take 6 seconds. No one looks like they've been stabbed. I wasn't stabbed. No. You did the stabbing face. Kaito stopped. Tomas stopped with him. The humor slid off his expression so quickly it left something bare beneath. Sorry. Kaito gripped the coffee cup. The lid flexed under his thumb. Don't what? Make it into something. Tomas's eyes softened, which was worse than teasing. I'm not the one who did that. Kaito's throat worked once. For a wild, stupid moment, he almost said it. Not the whole thing. There was no whole thing, only fragments with edges. He almost said that Ren had looked at him in the handshake line like 10 years had not happened in order. He almost said that for 1 second he had been 17 again, and furious in a way that still had room under it for hope. He almost said he hated Ren for leaving and hated him more for still knowing exactly how to stand close enough to ruin Kaito's balance. Instead he lifted the coffee. It had gone too hot to drink and too bitter to want. We grew up, Kaito said. Tomas did not move. Kaito looked at him until Tomas gave him the mercy of looking away. We grew apart, Kaito finished. The words sounded different in the corridor than they had under the lights. Smaller. Less true. Tomas nodded once, but not like he agreed. Like he had heard the answer Kaito was capable of surviving tonight. Come on, Captain, he said. Bus leaves in 10. Kaito followed him toward the exit. At the far end of the corridor, a television mounted high in the corner replayed the pre-match handshake on mute. Kaito saw it before he could stop himself. Ren's hand reaching. His own taking it. The pause. The cameras had caught everything and nothing. On screen, two captains stared at each other beneath stadium lights while a headline crawled along the bottom of the broadcast in bright, hungry letters. Ashcombe and Emeryson, bad blood boils over? Kaito stood beneath it until the clip cut away. Then he turned his back on the story everyone knew and walked out into the night. Chapter 3 Boots from Another Life. Ren did not turn the lights on when he got home. The flat knew how to hold him in the dark. There was enough city glow slipping between the curtains to shape the furniture, the low back of the sofa, the square of the coffee table, the narrow bookcase he kept meaning to anchor properly to the wall. A street lamp outside threw a thin amber stripe across the wooden floorboards, cutting the room in half. His gear bag hit the floor by the door with a soft, exhausted thud. For 3 seconds he stood over it. Then he bent, lined it up parallel to the wall, and nudged it with the side of his foot until the strap lay flat. There. Not better. Just arranged. The match still lived in his body. Not pain, exactly. Football pain was too familiar to earn that name unless something tore or snapped or refused to take weight. This was the ordinary after-match inventory: calf tightness, shoulder bruise, grass burn at the hip, the deep grainy ache in his lungs from 90 minutes of sprinting, stopping, starting again. Beneath all of it, Kaito's hand. Ren flexed his fingers once. Nothing. Skin, tendon, the faint red compression mark from athletic tape he had pulled off too fast in the changing room. Still. Heat. Callus. Pressure. He crossed to the kitchen before memory could get comfortable. The motion sensor under the cabinet blinked awake, throwing pale light over a sink with one mug in it, a clean plate drying on the rack, a bowl of oranges his mother had insisted he take from her last visit because, apparently, professional football clubs did not understand vitamin C as well as Delphine Ashcombe did. Ren opened the fridge. Inside, cooked chicken, rice, spinach, 3 identical containers labeled with dates in his own handwriting. A carton of oat milk. 2 bottles of electrolyte drink. A single slice of lemon wrapped in cling film. He stared until the cold air raised the hair on his forearms. Then he closed it. Hunger required interest. He had none. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out because not taking it out would become a bigger act than looking. Mom saw the highlights. You look tired. Come for dinner tomorrow if training allows. I made stew. Real food, not your sad little boxes. A second message 30 seconds later. Mom, you played well. I'm proud of you. Ren set the phone face down on the counter. The kitchen light hummed. He should answer. A good son would answer before showering, before sleep, before letting the night gather mold in the corners of his head. Something easy. Thanks, Mum. Training at 10. I'll let you know. Love you? His thumb hovered over the screen. He put the phone down again. There were nights when his mother's love arrived warm and simple and landed like a hand over a bruise she did not know existed. There were nights when proud of you felt like a verdict he had cheated his way into. Wren went back to the hall. The gear bag waited by the door, obedient and ugly, Brackenford crest bright even in the dimness. He unzipped it with more force than necessary. Damp air breathed out, mud, sweat, synthetic fabric, the mineral smell of grass ground into studs. He emptied it the way he always did. Matched shirt into laundry. Shorts. Socks peeled apart and dropped with a wet slap. Compression top. Shin pads wiped down and placed on the rack by the radiator. Boots last, always. Tonight's boots were white and blue, custom fit, his initials stitched near the heel in silver so discreet it was almost tasteful. They had cost more than his father's first delivery van. Wren carried them to the bathroom and rinsed the studs under the tap. Mud spiraled into the sink, thin brown ribbons against porcelain. He scrubbed with the old toothbrush he kept in the drawer. Around each stud. Along the sole plate. Under the lip where grass liked to cling. The ritual steadied him, or at least gave his hands something to do while the rest of him refused to quiet. On his left boot, near the toe, there was a green streak. Dunmore paint from the advertising boards, maybe. Grass stain under stadium lighting. Nothing meaningful. Wren rubbed harder. The streak stayed. He set the boot down. Water dripped from the sole into the sink at slow, irregular intervals. He saw again the corridor after the press conference. Kaito's cheekbone marked red. His eyes dropping to Wren's shoulder before he remembered not to care. Good match, spoken so evenly it could have been handed to a stranger. Wren gripped the edge of the sink. The bathroom mirror gave him back in pieces, damp hair curling slightly despite the cut, a bruise beginning near his collarbone, the pale scar through one eyebrow silvered by overhead light. Kaito had given him that scar. Not on purpose, though Kaito had apologized like he had murdered him. They had been 12, maybe 13, both too fast for the five-side cage behind the academy and too stupid to slow down. A loose ball, a simultaneous lunge, Kaito's forehead catching Wren's brow with a crack that made every adult within 50 meters shout at once. Blood had run into Wren's eye. Kaito had gone gray. Wren had laughed. He remembered that more clearly than the pain. Kaito kneeling in the mud beside him, hands hovering uselessly, saying, don't laugh, Ash, there's blood, stop being weird. You look scared, Wren had said. You look dead. Do I? Shut up. Please shut up. The scar itched sometimes before rain. Tonight it felt like a fingerprint. Wren dried the boots. Placed them on the mat. Wiped the sink. Rinsed the toothbrush. Straightened the towel. There. The flat returned to silence. He showered because muscle memory moved him there, hot water, shampoo, soap, forehead resting against tile while steam crowded the small room. He stayed under the spray until his skin flushed and the bruise at his shoulder became a dull purple bloom. When he stepped out, the mirror had fogged completely. For a moment he disappeared. Wren dressed in loose joggers and an old gray t-shirt with the collar warped from too many washes. Not club-issued. Not branded. Soft enough to have no opinion of him. He padded barefoot to the bedroom, carrying tonight's boots by their heels. His bedroom was tidy because untidiness asked questions. Bed made with military corners. Laundry hamper closed. 2 books stacked on the bedside table, bookmark exactly halfway through one of them, though he had read the same page 4 nights running. Curtains drawn. Closet door shut. He opened the closet. The smell changed. Clean cotton. Leather. Cedar blocks his mother had put there years ago because moths were, in her words, sneaky little bastards with wings. The bottom shelf held his boots from the current season and last, arranged by use. Match boots. Training boots. Wet weather boots. A spare pair still in the box. Behind the boxes, pushed back where no one would see unless they already knew to look, was the old Academy pair. Ren did not mean to touch them. He had made rules about that. Practical rules. Mature rules. The kind a man made when he did not trust himself with an object that had outlived the life it belonged to. He reached past the current boots anyway. His fingers found cracked leather. The Academy boots came out stiff with age, black once, though now the color had faded into something softer at the creases. The laces were not original. One had snapped in their last year and Kaito had replaced both with red ones he claimed would make Ren look faster and therefore be faster, which had made no sense then and less now. Ren sat on the edge of the bed with the boots in his lap. They looked impossibly small. He had been 17 the last time he wore them. Same bones, smaller grief. His feet had not grown much after that, but the boots still looked like they belonged to a boy who had not yet learned how many ways a person could leave a room. There was dried mud caught in a seam near the left toe. Ren had cleaned them before storing them. He knew he had. He could picture himself at 17, sitting on the floor of a rented room that smelled of old carpet and his mother's lavender detergent, scrubbing until the leather darkened. He had packed them because leaving without them had felt like leaving a body unburied. And yet there was mud. Maybe Academy pitch mud did not come out completely. Maybe some ground held on. He pressed his thumb against the seam. The bedroom shifted. Not dramatically. Life did not do him the courtesy of theatrical flashbacks. There was no fade, no music. Only the faint give of old leather beneath his thumb, and suddenly he was standing in a different kind of cold. The Academy changing room had always been colder than the coaches admitted. The radiators clanked like they were considering work rather than performing it. Rain ticked against the high narrow windows, the glass filmed with condensation and old fingerprints. The room smelled of damp socks, deodorant, orange squash, and the rubber mats that never dried properly no matter how many times the cleaning staff threatened them. 17-year-old Ren sat on the bench beneath the third hook from the showers, the one that wobbled if anyone hung a winter coat on it. His knees were sharp under white shorts. His hair had grown too long again, curling over his forehead, and he kept blowing it out of his eyes rather than admitting he needed a cut. Across from him, Kaito had one foot up on the bench and a lace between his teeth. "You're going to choke," Ren said. Kaito looked up without removing the lace. "MMPH. Powerful argument." Kaito pulled the lace free. "I said you worry too much. You had a string in your mouth. It's called efficiency. It's called natural selection." Kaito grinned, quick and bright, and the whole wretched room became warmer for it. He was all elbows then, not yet broad, though height had already started happening to him with alarming speed. His blonde hair was tied back badly, half of it escaping near his ears. There was a smear of mud on his cheek from warm-ups because Kaito attracted dirt the way other people attracted luck. Ren looked away before he got caught looking too long. They were supposed to be getting ready for five-side. Nothing important. Just Academy boys under bad lights with one coach watching from the doorway and pretending not to take notes. Still, Kaito approached every match like someone had hidden the meaning of life in the final score. "You're doing the laces wrong," Kaito said. Ren glanced down. "I have been tying my shoes since I was 4. And yet tragedy persists. There's nothing wrong with them. You always leave them loose at the top, then complain your foot slides." "I don't complain." Kaito laughed so hard he had to put both feet on the floor. "You complain silently. It's worse. You do this tiny martyr face. I don't have a martyr face. You have several. Seasonal collection." Ren shoved him with one hand. Kaito caught his wrist. It was nothing. Boys grabbed each other all the time. On pitches, in corridors, during stupid arguments over who had stolen whose towel. Nothing. His fingers circled Ren's wrist, warm from the changing room, thumb pressed just below the bone. Ren forgot what he had meant to say. Kaito looked down at their hands as if he had surprised himself too. Then he cleared his throat and dropped to one knee in front of Ren with exaggerated ceremony. For the love of football and everyone forced to witness your suffering, Kaito said. Give me the boot. Ren stared at him. You're unbearable. And yet beloved. You're tolerated. By cowards, maybe. Ren held out his foot. Kaito took it by the heel and set it on his thigh. The position was absurd. Too careful to be a joke, too ridiculous to be serious. Ren's sock was grass-stained at the ankle. Kaito's hands moved quickly, undoing the laces Ren had already tied, loosening the tongue, tightening from the bottom with sharp little tugs. Ren watched the top of his head. There was a freckle near Kaito's hairline he had never noticed before. That felt dangerous, noticing. There, Kaito said, tying the knot with a flourish so aggressive it almost slapped Ren's shin. Improved. Faster already. Possibly unstoppable. Ren tested the fit and hated that it was better. You're still not touching the other one. Kaito looked up at him through loose strands of hair. You sure? The room noise thinned. Someone laughed near the showers. A locker slammed. Rain kept tapping at the window, patient as fingers. Ren's heart did one strange, hard thing. Then Coach Desmond called from the doorway. Emeryson, if you're done proposing to his boot, get on the pitch. The room exploded. Kaito's face went scarlet so fast even the tips of his ears changed color. Ren yanked his foot back, bent over his laces, and laughed until his stomach hurt because it was laugh or combust. Shut up, Kaito muttered, but he was laughing too, bright and helpless, one hand over his face. Ren had never wanted anything as much as he wanted that moment to keep happening. The memory loosened. The bedroom returned. Ren sat very still with the old boots in his lap and his thumb pressed into the cracked leather so hard it hurt. Outside, a car passed on the wet road. Its headlights moved across the curtains and vanished. The flat settled around him, adult and quiet and paid for by goals, by discipline, by leaving every room before anyone could ask him to stay. His phone buzzed again from the kitchen. Probably his mother. Maybe Pri. No one else messaged after Derby night unless they wanted a quote, a favor, or proof of life. Ren did not move. The old red laces lay tangled over his knee. At 17, Kaito had tied one of those knots. Ren could see it now, faint difference in the pull, Kaito's left-handed loop sitting slightly uneven. He had never noticed. Or he had noticed and packed the knowledge so deep it had taken 10 years and one handshake to unearth it. He bent over the boots. The leather smelled of dust and cedar, and beneath both, something that was not really there anymore. Wet grass. Rubber mats. Orange squash. Kaito laughing with mud on his cheek. Ren pressed the heel of his hand against his sternum. The ache did not sharpen. It widened. He had told himself, for years, that keeping the boots was penance. Evidence. A private exhibit in the museum of things he had ruined. He had deserved the small cruelty of seeing them whenever he reached too far into the closet, deserved the way they could drag a younger version of him into the room without warning. But tonight, with the stadium still somewhere in his bones and Kaito's rehearsed nothing still fresh in his ears, the boots did not feel like punishment. They felt like proof. Once, Kaito had known how Ren tied his laces. Once, Ren had let him. The phone buzzed a third time. Ren wiped his face with the back of his wrist, though there was nothing there he would have named. He stood and carried the boots to the closet. For a second, he held them above their hiding place. Then he put them on the front of the shelf. Not displayed. Not exactly. But visible. Beside the polished matched boots with silver initials and clean modern lines, the old academy pair looked battered and stubborn and embarrassingly alive. Ren closed the closet door before he could change his mind. In the kitchen, his phone screen glowed with 2 messages. Pri, you alive? Pri, answer or I'm coming over and judging your fridge. Ren leaned against the counter. His thumb hovered over the keyboard. Fine, he typed. He looked at the word. Deleted it. Alive, he wrote instead. The reply came almost instantly. Pri, low bar, Captain. Ren's mouth shifted despite the heaviness in his chest. Another bubble appeared. Pre-sleep. Tomorrow you can go back to pretending you don't own human emotions. Ren set the phone down. He turned off the kitchen light and let the flat return to its amber-edged dark. In the bedroom, behind the closet door, the boots waited where he could find them. For the first time in 10 years, Ren did not bury them deeper. Chapter 4: The Vice Captain Knows. Training 2 days after a derby always sounded like punishment. Not the dramatic kind. No shouting managers, no players vomiting into the grass, no motivational speeches about character delivered beneath rain clouds. Just cones slapped down in straight lines, whistles cutting the morning apart, boots dragging half a second slower than pride allowed. The ordinary cruelty of asking bodies to behave as if 90 minutes of war had not happened 48 hours earlier. Ren arrived first. Of course he did. The training ground gates had barely opened, the sky still pale and undecided above the far stand, when he let himself onto pitch 3 with a bag of balls over one shoulder and the sleeve of his tracksuit pulled down over his knuckles. The grass was damp enough to darken the toes of his boots. Somewhere near the equipment shed, a groundskeeper's radio played an old pop song through static. Ren set the ball bag by the halfway line. Then he moved the cones 3 inches to the left. The line had been straight before. Now it was straighter. He stood back and looked at it. Deeply normal behavior, Pri said behind him. Ren did not startle. He had heard the gate, the crunch of gravel under her trainers, the little irritated sound she made when her coffee lid refused to cooperate. He still disliked that she had caught him with a cone in hand, as if the evidence of his personality were lying right there on the grass. "You're early," he said. "You're rearranging plastic at 7:30 in the morning." It was off. It was a cone, Ren. Not a load-bearing wall. He placed it down with care. "Morning." Pri took a long drink from her coffee and squinted at him over the rim. Her hair was twisted into a knot on top of her head, already threatening escape. She wore her training jacket unzipped despite the cold, black gloves shoved halfway into one pocket. "You sleep?" "Yes." "How many hours?" "Some. Some is not a number. It is when I say it with confidence. Captaincy has gone to your head." Ren nudged a ball with the inside of his boot, sending it into a slow roll toward the nearest cone. He followed it because movement was easier than letting Pri stand close enough to read the fine print of his face. She walked with him. That was the thing about Pri. Other people waited at the edge of a room and hoped you would invite them in. Pri picked the lock, kicked the door open, and complained about the draft. "You've been weird since Saturday," she said. Ren stopped the ball under his sole. "We drew the opener. Try again. We should have won. Closer. Still not the thing." He looked toward the main building. The rest of the squad would be arriving soon, laughter in the changing room, taped ankles, physios calling names from clipboards, Mills pretending he was not nervous every time the coaches set up finishing drills. Normal noise. He needed normal noise. Pri stepped in front of him. She did not touch him. Somehow that made it harder to ignore her. "You saw him," she said. Ren's foot shifted on the ball. The grass squeaked faintly beneath the studs. "I see him every derby," he said. "No." Pri's voice softened in a way he did not trust. "You saw him." Wind moved across the pitch, dragging the cold up from the turf. Ren tucked his hands into the sleeves of his tracksuit. In the distance, the first team building reflected the sky in its glass walls. Brackenford had renovated the facility 3 years ago, all clean angles and sponsor-approved surfaces. The old academy changing rooms of his childhood had smelled of damp wool and overboiled tea. This place smelled like money, disinfectant, and ambition. Ren had once thought places like this were the prize. "Pri, what happened with you two?" The question landed without decoration. Ren had known it was coming. Pri had been circling it for months, maybe longer. She never pressed after matches when adrenaline made men stupid. She waited. She watched. She let him think silence was a choice instead of a borrowed minute. Now the morning held them alone in the middle of the pitch, nothing between them but a ball under Ren's boot and a line of cones too straight to be natural. We played in the same academy circuit, he said. If you give me the press conference answer, I'm going to throw this coffee at you. It's hot. Then it'll make an impact. He almost smiled. It came and went too quickly to count. Bree saw it anyway. Her eyes caught everything. That was how she had survived the injury year, by noticing every tiny betrayal of her own body before anyone else did. The hitch in her stride. The swelling that came back if she pushed too hard. The difference between pain that meant work and pain that meant stop before your career snaps clean in half. Now she noticed him with the same ruthless care. You don't have to tell me, she said. Ren glanced at her. Bree rolled her eyes. Don't look so grateful. I'm still going to be annoying. I'm just establishing consent before I start digging. That's very modern of you. I contain multitudes. Unfortunately for you, one of them is emotional intelligence. Ren bent and picked up the ball. It was damp, cold against his palms. He turned it slowly, following the seams with his thumb. Bree waited. That was worse than the questions. I knew him, Ren said at last. Her expression did not change, but her attention tightened. He swallowed. The word had been too small. Knew was what you said about a former teammate whose birthday you vaguely remembered because social media reminded you every year. Knew was not sitting beside someone on a freezing bench with your knees pressed together under one towel because either of you had remembered coats. Knew was not a red lace tied wrong by someone else's hand and kept for 10 years. He tried again. We were close. Bree's coffee cup lowered. How close? Ren set the ball down. Academy close. Ren. He dragged his boot backward through the grass, leaving a dark line. Best friends. The words came out plain enough. Nearly harmless. Bree's face shifted, not into surprise exactly, but confirmation. As if a door she had suspected existed had opened 2 inches. Best friends, she repeated. Don't make it sound like that. Like what? Like it means something. Her brows rose. Ren looked away. The sun had begun to burn through the cloud cover, laying weak silver across the far goal. A maintenance cart moved slowly along the adjacent pitch. Somewhere behind the building, a delivery truck reversed with 3 shrill beeps. Bree said, Did it? His body answered before he could stop it, his left hand closing into a fist inside his sleeve, knuckles pressing against fabric. Once. Twice. He stopped before the third. Bree's gaze dropped. Damn her. Ren turned sharply and collected another ball from the bag. We were kids. Kids can love people. The ball slipped from his hand and bounced once. Either of them moved. Bree's mouth parted slightly, as if even she had not meant to say it that cleanly. The word sat between them, impossible to disguise as anything else. Love. Ren could hear Kaito laughing at 17. Could see the mud on his cheek. Could see the note in his own hand, folded once, twice, left on a bench because courage had failed to arrive with the train ticket. His chest tightened. He crouched for the ball. Took too long picking it up. Ren, Bree said, quieter now. I left. The words scraped on the way out. Bree went still. Ren kept his eyes on the ball. That's what happened. You left the academy? He nodded. Dunmore? Dunmore's you set up, yes. For Brackenford. Yes. When? Ren's fingers dug into the ball's slick surface. Week before a youth cup final. Bree breathed out through her nose. Not judgment. He knew judgment. He had carried enough imagined versions of it to recognize the real thing. This was calculation. Bree putting dates and behaviors and headlines into order. Bree seeing the shape under the sheet. And he didn't know you were going? The silence answered. Jesus, Ren. He flinched. Bree caught it and softened immediately. No. Sorry. I didn't mean. You did. I meant it at the situation, not at you. Convenient distinction. Accurate one. Ren set the ball down, then picked it up again because his hands had nowhere else to be. The groundskeeper's radio had moved into another song. Something bright and stupidly cheerful. It carried over the grass and broke in pieces. Pri folded her arms. Why didn't you tell him? There. The pitch seemed to widen around him. Ren looked past her, toward the white frame of the goal at the far end. At 16, he and Kaito had stayed late after training until the floodlights clicked off one by one, taking penalties in near darkness because Kaito claimed real strikers should be able to score by instinct. Ren had missed 3 in a row because he was laughing too hard to see. Kaito had celebrated each miss like a personal victory, arms up, shirt soaked through, shouting, Emeryson's psychological warfare claims another victim. Ren had wanted to tell him everything then. Not the leaving. That came later. But everything else. How bad things were getting at home. How his mother pretended the restaurant invoices were menus when she thought Ren walked past too quickly to notice. How his father had started going quiet at dinner in a way that made the whole flat feel like it was holding its breath. How Ren had begun counting coins at night because numbers seemed less frightening when lined up. He had not told Kaito any of it. Kaito's family had owned their house. Kaito's father coached. Kaito's kitchen always had too much food and the kind of casual noise that came from people who believed the lights would stay on because lights did. Ren had loved that kitchen. He had hated needing it. Ren, Pri said. His name brought him back hard enough that his grip slipped on the ball. He caught it against his stomach. I couldn't, he said. Pri waited for more. He had the shape of it on his tongue. Money. Shame. Dad's restaurant. Mum crying in the bathroom with the tap running. Brackenford's offer letter on the kitchen table, full scholarship, accommodation, travel covered, kit covered, everything covered except the cost of walking away from the one person he wanted to stay for. The words gathered behind his teeth. For one terrible second, he wanted to let them out. Pri would understand. Worse, she would understand and not make it smaller. She would hold the whole ugly truth in both hands and look at him exactly as she was looking now, not like he was foolish, not like he was cruel, but like he had been 17. That was the danger. If Pri could look at him that way, Kaito might have too. Ren turned from her and struck the ball. It flew too hard, too high, clearing the portable goal by a full foot and hammering into the empty advertising board beyond with a crack that made 2 pigeons lift from the stand roof. Pri did not comment on the shot. The ball rolled back slowly across the grass. Ren's breathing had changed. He hated that she would hear it. I couldn't, he said again, and this time the words closed rather than opened. Pri stepped closer. That's not a reason. It's the one I had. You were 17. I was old enough. To what? Handle it perfectly? Make the noble speech? Draw up a communication strategy for devastating your best friend? His jaw tightened. Pri's voice sharpened. No. Don't do that. Don't go marble statue on me. I'm not. You are. You do this thing where you punish yourself so efficiently no one else gets a turn. Ren looked at her then. The morning had brightened enough to show the fine lines of tiredness under her eyes, the stubborn set of her mouth. Pri had spent 18 months clawing her way back from an injury people whispered would end her career. She knew something about being trapped in a body that had become a public question. But she did not know this. No one knew this. That sounds like a luxury, he said. Pri's face changed. Ren regretted it before the silence finished forming. That was cheap, she said. Yes. And impressive, honestly, for someone who uses 7 words a week. I'm sorry. Don't apologize to dodge the point. He dragged a hand over his face. A car door slammed in the staff lot. Voices approached, distant but growing. The squad was arriving. The morning would fill with witnesses. Pri heard it too. Her eyes flicked toward the building, then back to him. Whatever she saw there made her decision for her. She stepped close enough that he had to look at her. You don't owe me the story, she said. But you should ask yourself why a man who supposedly just grew apart from you can still make you look like someone took the floor out from under your feet. Ren's throat worked. Pri's voice dropped. And maybe ask yourself how long you're planning to keep paying for something alone when there's another person still trapped in it with you. The words struck with a softness that made them worse. Behind Pri, Mills and two of the younger players came through the gate, laughing too loudly about something on someone's phone. The sound bounced across the pitch, careless and alive. Wren looked down at the cones. Still straight. Still useless. "I'm fine," he said. Pri closed her eyes for half a second, an expression of theatrical suffering returning like armor. "You do realize that every time you say that, a therapist gets a migraine. Training starts in 10. Look at you. Saved by employment." He picked up the ball bag. Pri reached for the other handle and took half the weight without asking. Their shoulders brushed as they turned toward the equipment area. "Just so we're clear," she said, voice back to its usual dry edge. "This conversation is not over." "I assumed." "Good. I hate repeating myself unless I'm being paid to yell at defenders." "You yell at defenders for free." "Because I'm generous." Mills jogged toward them, all long limbs and anxious energy. "Morning, Captain." "Pri. Are we doing finishing drills first?" Pri glanced at Wren. "A private look." A held thread. Then she grinned at Mills. "We are, because apparently some people think hitting the advertising boards counts as accuracy." Wren gave her the flat look the team expected from him. Mills laughed, relieved to be included in a joke he did not understand. The pitch filled after that. Boots, voices, the slap of passes, coaches calling tempo. Normality arrived in layers until the earlier quiet seemed almost imagined. Almost. During warm-ups, Wren moved through ladders and cones with mechanical precision. 1-2 step. Pivot. Sprint. Check shoulder. Receive. Lay off. Again. Across the drill, Pri watched him when she thought he would not notice. He noticed every time. By the end of training, his legs burned cleanly and his mind had shut most doors. Sweat cooled on his back as the squad drifted toward the changing rooms, arguments already beginning about lunch, recovery baths, fantasy league points. Wren stayed behind to collect cones. Pri stayed too. Either of them mentioned it. At the halfway line, she handed him the last stack. "You coming in?" "In a minute." She studied him. Then, mercifully nodded. "Wren." He looked up. Pri stood with the sun behind her, face partly shadowed, arms folded over her jacket. "For what it's worth," she said. "Best friends don't look at each other like that unless something survived." Then she turned and walked toward the building before he could answer. Wren stood alone on the training pitch, cones pressed against his chest, the grass bright and wet under his boots. Something survived. He looked down at his left hand. Slowly, before he could stop himself, he tapped his knuckles against his thigh. Once. Twice. 3 times. The old rhythm landed in his bones like a question he had spent 10 years refusing to hear. Chapter 5. 10 years ago. The restaurant closed on a Tuesday. Not officially. Not with a sign in the window or chairs stacked on tables or his father standing beneath the faded blue awning and saying, "That's it," then, like endings in films, knew how to behave. At 7 in the morning, the kitchen still smelled of onions, fryer oil, lemon cleaner, and yesterday's bread. The radio above the prep station played traffic reports through a crackle of static. Rain tapped the pavement outside in a thin, needling rhythm. Wren stood by the back door in his academy tracksuit with his boot bag over one shoulder and watched his father count the till. Again. Coins first. Then notes. Then the handwritten ledger. Then the coins again. His father's hands were broad and brown and nicked at the knuckles from years of knives, pans, delivery crates, everything a small restaurant took from a body one piece at a time. Those hands had taught Wren how to peel potatoes without wasting half of them. How to hold a hot plate with a towel. How to shake someone's hand like you meant what came after. This morning, they shook over the coins. Wren looked away. His mother was at the espresso machine, polishing the same spotless steel wand with a cloth. Her hair was pinned up badly, dark curls escaping at her neck. She wore lipstick because she always wore lipstick when things were dire, as if color could be an act of defiance. The shade had bled slightly into the fine lines around her mouth. Go, she said without turning. You'll miss the bus. I've got time. You always say that when you do not. He shifted the strap of his boot bag higher on his shoulder. The weight of it was familiar. Boots, spare socks, water bottle, tape, a banana bruising in the side pocket. The whole life he understood, packed in one place. His father closed the ledger. The sound was soft. Wren heard it anyway. Delphine's hand stopped on the espresso wand. For a second, the restaurant held its breath. Then his father said, "Training first. We'll talk tonight." Wren's stomach tightened around the shape of the thing not said. He looked at the dining room beyond the kitchen pass. 8 tables. 26 chairs. 3 framed photos on the wall from the year they opened, his father younger and heavier in the face, Delphine laughing with her head tipped back, Wren at 7 holding a chalkboard menu upside down. The morning light made the empty glasses on the tables shine like small, useless promises. "What happened?" Wren asked. His mother turned too quickly. "Nothing happened." "Ma. Do not ma me in that voice." "What happened?" His father rubbed both hands over his face. When he lowered them, he looked older than he had before the gesture, as if the skin had not settled back in the same place. "The landlord came by yesterday," he said. Delphine's cloth twisted once in her hand. Wren waited. His father did not look at him. "Rent's going up in April." "How much?" "Wren," his mother said. "How much?" His father opened the ledger again, not because he needed to see the number. Because looking at paper was easier than looking at his son. Wren saw it upside down. Saw the columns. The red pen. The terrible, neat subtraction of hope. His mouth went dry. "That can't be right," he said. No one answered. Outside, a bus hissed at the stop on the corner. Brakes sighing. Doors opening. People stepping on with umbrellas, bags, sleep still on their faces. The city kept moving with obscene indifference. His father closed the ledger a second time. "You'll miss training," he said. Training. The word should have moved Wren. It always did. Training was the clean place, the solvable place. If a touch was poor, repeat it. If the shot went wide, adjust the angle. If his lungs burned, run anyway. Football rewarded suffering with improvement, which made it almost kind. This room did not care how hard he worked. "I can skip," Wren said. His mother set the cloth down very carefully. "You will not. It's one session. It is never one session. I can help here." His father's face tightened. Wren regretted the words as soon as they landed. Help here, as if his father had not been arriving before dawn and leaving after midnight for months. Help here, as if Wren could stack enough chairs or wash enough pans to stop the numbers bleeding out. Delphine came around the counter and took his face between her hands. Her palms were cold. "My beautiful boy," she said, and the French in her voice thickened the way it did when fear got too close. "You are going to training." "I don't want to." "That has never stopped you before." He tried to smile because she wanted him to. It pulled wrong at his mouth. Her thumbs brushed once beneath his eyes. "You listen to me. Whatever happens with this place, you do not make yourself smaller to fit inside it." His father made a sound then. Not quite a laugh. Not quite anything. Wren looked over her shoulder. His father was staring at the ledger again. Something inside Wren folded. He nodded because staying would make his mother cry, and leaving would let her wait until he was gone. At the back door, Delphine called his name. He turned. She held up the banana from the side pocket of his bag. "You forgot breakfast." He took it. Her fingers squeezed his for 1 second too long. Outside, the rain smelled like petrol and old stone. Wren ran for the bus with his boot bag slamming against his hip, the banana clenched in one hand, his mother's cold palms still printed on his face. At the academy, Kaito was waiting by the changing room door with 2 cartons of chocolate milk and a scowl so theatrical it made Wren's throat ache. "You're late," Kaito said. "I'm not. You're later than me. Spiritual lateness. That's not a thing." It is when I suffer. Kaito shoved one carton into Ren's chest. His blonde hair was damp from rain, curling loose from the elastic at the back. He had mud on one calf already, somehow, though training had not started. He smelled like wet fabric and the citrus body spray he had begun using too much of. Ren took the chocolate milk. You're disgusting. I brought you breakfast. It's sugar in a box. Say thank you, Ashcombe. Ren looked at the carton. His stomach twisted. He had forgotten the banana on the bus. Thanks, he said. Kaito's scowl shifted. The performance cracked at the corner. You all right? Ren stabbed the carton with the straw. Too hard. Milk welled up around the puncture and spilled over his fingers. Kaito reached automatically for the carton. Careful, you absolute disaster. I've got it. Their hands bumped. Ren pulled back so fast chocolate milk dripped onto the floor between them. Kaito blinked. The changing room noise moved around them. Lockers banging. Someone swearing because he had forgotten shin pads. Coach Desmond's voice down the corridor, calm and carrying. All the ordinary pieces of Ren's life clicking into place while the floor beneath it changed shape. Kaito's voice lowered. What happened? Nothing, Ren should have said. My dad looked like a man drowning in coins. My mum wore lipstick like armor. The restaurant is dying and I don't know how to save it, and I think I'm supposed to be at training, but all I can think about is rent. Ren wiped his fingers on his shorts. Nothing. Kaito did not believe him. That was one of the dangerous things about being known. He stepped closer, blocking Ren from the room with his body as if privacy could be built from shoulders. Ash. The nickname touched the wrong place. Ren smiled. It was an ugly little thing. He felt it happen and could not stop it. I said nothing. Kaito's face closed by half an inch. Not anger. Not yet. Confusion, mostly. Hurt, maybe, but Ren was already turning away before he had to see it settle. Training was bad. Not visibly. Visibly, Ren completed every sprint, struck clean through finishing drills, tracked back when the coaches demanded defensive work from the forwards. He answered instructions. He adjusted. He performed. Inside, the morning stayed in the kitchen. His father's thumb pressing columns into the ledger. His mother's lipstick. The rent number upside down in red pen. During possession work, Kaito fed him a pass at exactly the right weight through two defenders. Ren's first touch got away from him. The ball rolled out. A few lads groaned. Kaito stared at him from across the grid. Ren jogged after the ball without looking back. After training, he showered quickly enough to leave soap in the hollow of one ear. He was stuffing damp kit into his bag when Coach Desmond appeared in the doorway. Ashcombe. Ren straightened. Coach. Desmond Emeryson had the kind of presence that made boys stop flicking towels without being asked. Tall, broad, his beard trimmed close, voice usually measured enough to lower the temperature in any room. He had coached Kaito before anyone else had dared to, which meant he knew when softness was useful and when to sharpen it. Today, his expression was unreadable. Office, he said. Ren's grip tightened on his bag strap. Across the room, Kaito looked up. Desmond caught it. Not you. Kaito's mouth opened. Kaito, Desmond said. A warning. Gentle, but still a wall. Kaito shut his mouth. Ren followed Desmond down the corridor past trophy cabinets and framed academy photos. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. His wet hair dripped down the back of his neck. In Desmond's office, another man waited. Suit. Club lanyard. Brackenford crest on a folder lying across his knee. Ren stopped just inside the door. Desmond did not sit. The man stood and smiled with all his teeth. Ren. Good to meet you properly. Martin Vale, Brackenford Academy recruitment. The room seemed to tilt toward the folder. Ren shook his hand because he had been raised correctly. Martin Vale's palm was dry. Soft, except for the hard ridge of a pen callus. We've been watching you a long time, Martin said. Ren looked at Desmond. Desmond's jaw worked once. Martin opened the folder. I won't waste your time. We know your current scholarship arrangement here isn't full coverage. Wren's skin went cold beneath his tracksuit. Brackenford can offer full academy placement, Martin continued. Training, accommodation, travel costs, full kit provision, meal plan, educational support. Immediate transfer, if accepted. We would want you integrated before the Youth Cup final. The words entered the room one by one and took furniture with them. Full accommodation, travel, meal plan, immediate. Before the Youth Cup final. Wren stared at the Brackenford crest until the lines blurred. Desmond said, Wren. There was something in his voice Wren had never heard there before. Regret, maybe? Or warning? Or the simple discomfort of a good man being present, while a boy was offered an exit shaped like betrayal. Martin slid a document across the desk. Take it home. Talk it over. But we'll need an answer quickly. Wren did not touch the paper. His father's ledger appeared behind his eyes. The red subtraction. His mother's hands cold against his cheeks. You do not make yourself smaller to fit inside it. The folder sat on Desmond's desk like a loaded thing. Kaito was in the corridor when Wren came out. Of course he was. Leaning against the trophy cabinet with his arms folded, one ankle crossed over the other, pretending he had not been waiting with every line of his body. He pushed off as soon as he saw Wren. What was that? Wren tucked the folder under his arm so the crest faced inward. Nothing. Kaito's eyes dropped to the folder. Wren hated him, for one hot second, for noticing. That's a Brackenford folder, Kaito said. They scout everyone. Not in my dad's office after training. Wren started walking. Kaito followed. Ash. Don't what? Do this here. Kaito stepped in front of him near the exit doors. Rain streaked the glass behind him, turning the car park into a gray smear. Do what? Ask why you look like you're about to be sick? I'm fine. You're really committed to being terrible at lying today. Wren looked over Kaito's shoulder. Beyond the doors, the world outside waited wet and ordinary. Buses, parents' cars, the thin line of trees along the fence. Somewhere out there, the restaurant sat with its 8 tables and 26 chairs and a Wren number that did not care about best friends. Kaito's voice changed. Is this about this morning? Wren's grip tightened around the folder. What happened? Kaito asked. Just tell me. Just tell me. The kindness of it nearly broke him. Wren could see it, Kaito listening, Kaito's face shifting from concern to horror to that fierce, immediate loyalty that had no idea how heavy it was. Kaito saying, we'll figure it out. Kaito meaning it. Kaito taking Wren's shame into both hands like it was something they could pass back and forth until it weighed less. And then? Kaito telling Desmond. Desmond telling someone because adults always thought in solutions. The academy looking at Wren differently. His mother learning that her son had carried their failing restaurant into the changing room. His father knowing that boys with comfortable kitchens were hearing about the ledger. No. Wren could be poor in private. He could not survive being pitted in public. It's nothing, he said. Kaito's face went very still. The rain moved behind him in silver threads. You keep saying that. Because you keep asking. Usually when someone looks like hell, yeah? Wren's cheeks burned. Maybe stop looking. Kaito flinched. Not much. A small recoil around the eyes, like a door closing softly. Wren wanted to swallow the words back so badly his throat hurt. But Kaito's hurt was easier to stand than his concern. Kaito stepped aside. Wren moved past him. He made it 3 steps before Kaito spoke again. We've got the final next week. Wren stopped. Kaito's voice stayed level, which made it worse. Whatever that is, whatever Brackenford want, it can wait until after. Right. Wren looked down at the folder under his arm. Full academy placement. Immediate transfer. We'll need an answer quickly. His thumb found the edge of the paper and pressed hard enough to bend it. Right. Kaito said again. Wren turned. Kaito stood by the doors with rain light on his face and trust still there, bruised but present. He was 17. They both were. Old enough to be scouted, old enough to be hurt, not old enough to understand that some choices arrived already carrying the wreckage. Ren opened his mouth. The truth rose. My family's broke. I might have to leave. I don't want to. Please don't hate me for surviving. A group of younger academy players burst through the corridor behind him, laughing, shoving, one of them shouting for someone to hurry up. The moment cracked. Noise flooded in. Ren closed his mouth. I don't know, he said. Kaito stared at him. What does that mean? Ren took one step backward. Then another. It means I don't know. He left before Kaito could ask again. On the bus home, the Brackenford folder lay on his lap beneath both hands. Rain blurred the windows. His reflection floated over the city, pale and strange in the glass. At the restaurant, the blue awning had been rolled and though it was still afternoon. Ren entered through the back. His parents sat at one of the dining tables instead of the kitchen. That was how he knew. Bad news belonged at tables. Kitchens required movement. His father had the ledger open. His mother had no lipstick left. Ren placed the folder on the table between them. No one touched it at first. Then Delphine reached out and turned it so she could see the crest. Her hand went to her mouth. His father shut his eyes. Ren stood in his damp academy tracksuit with grass still dried on one shin and felt, horribly, the shape of the answer forming before anyone said it. The restaurant had closed on a Tuesday. By Friday, Ren understood that some doors opened because another one had already burned behind you. Chapter 6. The night he left. Kaito knew something was wrong because Ren stopped being early. That was the first thing. Not the folder. Not the pale, sick look Ren had worn when he came out of Desmond's office. Not the way he had flinched at ordinary questions like Kaito's concern had sharp edges. The lateness. Ren Ashcombe did not arrive late. He arrived before the coaches, before the floodlights warmed, before the first kettle boiled in the staff room. He sat on the same bench beneath the third hook from the showers and taped his right ankle with the grim concentration of a surgeon. If Kaito arrived first by some act of God or public transport miracle, Ren looked personally offended by the breach in order. On Wednesday, Ren came in 2 minutes before training. On Thursday, 1. On Friday, he did not come at all. The changing room carried on without him, which Kaito found insulting. Lockers slammed. Someone argued about shin pads. One of the U18s laughed so hard he choked on orange squash. Boots knocked against tile. Coach Harrow shouted for everyone to be on the pitch in 30 seconds unless they wanted to run until their grandchildren developed hamstring issues. All of it kept happening. Ren's hook stayed empty. Kaito sat beneath his own, one boot tied, one lace hanging loose between his fingers. The place beside him had Ren-shaped silence in it. Emeryson, Harrow barked from the doorway. Move! Kaito looked at the empty hook. Where's Ren? The room thinned by half a degree. Not enough for anyone else to call it silence. Enough for Kaito to feel heads turn away too quickly. Harrow's mouth compressed. Training. Now. Is he ill? Now. Kaito stood because disobeying in front of the younger lads would only make Ren furious when he came back. He jammed his foot into the half-tied boot, and followed the squad outside with the lace slapping wetly against the tunnel floor. The February air cut through his training top. Rain had come and gone all morning, leaving the pitch dark and slick. The balls skipped fast off the grass. The coaches split them into small-sided drills, 6 versus 6 in the central grid, high intensity, 2-touch max. Kaito should have loved it. He usually did. The body enjoyed being given problems it could solve before the mind complicated them. Today, every pass arrived wrong. Not technically. He received cleanly. Turned well. Finished once across the keeper and once near post, both sharp enough that Harrow clapped from the sideline. But the angles in the grid were off. His first look kept going to a space Ren was not filling. Through the inside left channel. Shoulder open. One hand down, palm asking. Always there half a beat before Kaito needed him. No, Rin. Kaito overhit a pass so badly it skidded past 2 players and into the fence. Emeryson, Hero called. I know. Then do it. Kaito bit the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste blood. After training, he showered fast and badly, leaving shampoo near his ear. He checked his phone 3 times. Nothing. He had messaged Rin the night before. You coming tomorrow? Then, because the first message looked too much like worry. Need someone to make me look good in finishing. Then, 20 minutes later, because Rin had not answered and Kaito had started pacing his bedroom in a way that made his father look up from match footage. Ash? The messages sat delivered. Not read. Kaito hated that more than nose signal. Delivered meant Ren's phone had received them. Delivered meant the words were waiting somewhere with Ren choosing not to touch them. He found his father in the equipment office, sorting bibs into color-coded piles. Desmond Emeryson did not believe in chaotic bib storage. He believed disorganization was where lazy football went to breed. Dad? Desmond did not look up. If this is about the Youth Cup final squad, no, I'm not telling you. It's not. Good. It's Ren. Now Desmond looked up. There it was again. That tiny change. A door closing behind his eyes. Kaito stepped into the office. It smelled of damp fabric, ball leather, and the peppermint tea his father drank from a dented metal flask. Where is he? Desmond placed a stack of orange bibs on the shelf. Too carefully. That isn't my information to give. Cold moved through Kaito's stomach. What does that mean? It means exactly what I said. He missed training. I'm aware. He doesn't miss training. Desmond's jaw worked once beneath his close-trimmed beard. Kaito. The way he said it was not coach voice. It was father voice, which meant Kaito was supposed to trust him without being given the actual thing trust required. No, Kaito said. Don't do that. Do what? Say my name like that. Desmond leaned back against the desk. He suddenly looked tired, and Kaito hated that too because tired adults got sympathy when they withheld information. Ren has decisions to make. Kaito heard the Brackenford folder before he saw it again. A crest turned inward. Ren's fingers bending the edge of the paper. Whatever Brackenford want, it can wait until after. Right. I don't know. Kaito's hand closed around the doorframe. What decisions? His father's face softened. That was the worst possible answer. Ask him, Desmond said. He isn't answering me. Then give him time. Time until what? Desmond looked away. Kaito's pulse rose into his throat. Dad? The office door behind him swung wider. Coach Harrow glanced in, saw father and son, and made the tactical decision to vanish immediately. Desmond rubbed his thumb along the edge of the bib shelf. Sometimes people step away before they know how to explain why. Kaito stared at him. The sentence did not fit anywhere. Ren did not step away. Ren stayed after training to take extra shots when his calf cramped. Ren walked Kaito home in pouring rain because Kaito had sprained his wrist and couldn't carry both their bags. Ren answered every stupid message with fewer words than were emotionally satisfying but enough to prove he was there. Ren did not step away. Is he leaving? Kaito asked. Desmond closed his eyes. Kaito's body understood before his mind agreed. The air went thin. No, he said. Desmond opened his eyes. No. Kaito. He wouldn't. The words came out childish. He heard it, and could not stop. He was 17. He was tall enough to look over most men's heads, old enough for scouts to discuss his body like investment property, old enough to be told he had a future if he stayed disciplined and lucky and hungry. Not old enough for this. Desmond stepped toward him. Kaito backed out of reach. He wouldn't leave before the final, Kaito said. His father said nothing. He wouldn't leave without telling me. Silence again. Something hot and humiliating rose behind Kaito's eyes. He turned before his father could see it, and strode down the corridor so fast his wet trainers squeaked against the floor. Kaito, Desmond called. He did not stop. Ren's locker was closed. That meant nothing. Ren always closed it. Ren could be actively using a locker and still somehow make it look tidier than anyone else's abandoned one. Kaito stood in front of it and stared at the small metal door. Ashcombe R. written on a white label in someone's neat staff handwriting. The locker next to it still had a dent from last autumn when Kaito had missed a header, fallen backward, and kicked it in by accident. Ren had laughed for 3 minutes straight. Not loudly. Ren almost never laughed loudly. He had folded forward on the bench with one hand over his mouth, shoulders shaking, eyes bright and helpless, while Kaito sat on the floor with his pride in pieces. Kaito had wanted to bottle the sound. Now the room was empty except for the drip of showers and distant voices from the gym. He reached for the locker handle. Stopped. Ren would hate that. Kaito withdrew his hand and curled it into a fist instead. One by one, he cracked his knuckles. The sound snapped through the room. When the last one went, he grabbed his coat and left. Ren's phone still did not answer. By 6, Kaito had called twice and hung up before voicemail. By 7, he had put his trainers on, taken them off, put them on again. By 7:30, his father told him not to go to Ren's flat. "You don't know where he is," Desmond said from the kitchen doorway. Kaito stood in the hall with his jacket half-zipped. "Exactly. Chasing someone who doesn't want to answer won't make them ready." Kaito looked at him. His father's kitchen glowed behind him, warm and ordinary. Steam fogged the window above the sink. A pot simmered on the hob. The radio played low. His father had always made their house feel safe by sheer force of presence, as if nothing truly bad could cross a threshold Desmond Emeryson guarded. Tonight, Kaito could see the limits of it. "You know something," Kaito said. Desmond's face tightened. "And you're not telling me. It isn't my story. It's my best friend." His father flinched. For 1 second, Kaito thought he might say it. Whatever Run had not. Whatever sat in that Brackenford folder and made adults speak in half-sentences. Desmond only said, "Give him dignity." Kaito's laugh came out cracked. "What? If Rin is leaving, and he hasn't found a way to say it yet, don't make him do it with his back against a wall." "If?" Desmond said nothing. The word had slipped. Kaito felt it lodge. "If Rin is leaving. Not maybe. Not decisions. Leaving." His hand found the zipper of his jacket and pulled it up so hard the metal caught at his throat. "Kaito!" He opened the door. Rain entered the hall in a cold gust. "Let him come to you," Desmond said. Kaito paused with one foot over the threshold. Outside, the street shone black under lamps. Water ran along the curb. Somewhere a car passed too fast through a puddle, spray hissing against parked tires. "Let him come to you." Kaito wanted to believe Rin would. That was the cruelty. Even then, with dread climbing his ribs and his father's silence pressing behind him, he could picture it. Rin at the door, soaked through because he would forget an umbrella if his head was bad enough. Ren's mouth set tight. Rin saying, "I'm sorry. Something happened. I should have told you." Kaito would be furious for approximately 7 seconds. Then he would let him in. He closed the door without leaving. The next morning, Ren's locker was empty. Not messy empty. Not training day empty. Empty. The spare tape gone from the top shelf. The second pair of boots gone from the bottom. The black hoodie Kaito had called hideous and borrowed anyway gone from its hook. Only the name label remained. Ashcombe R. Kaito stood in the changing room doorway while boys moved around him in stunned little bursts. Someone whispered Brackenford. Someone else said transfer like it was gossip and not a blade. Coach Harrow came in and told everyone to settle down. No one settled. Kaito walked to the locker. The metal door was slightly ajar. Inside, on the bench beneath it, lay a folded piece of paper. His name was written on the outside. Kaito. Not Emeryson. Not Kai, which Rin only used when he was tired or laughing or trying to get Kaito to stop doing something stupid near traffic. Just Kaito, in Ren's cramped, hurried handwriting. The room tilted. A few players went quiet when he picked it up. He wanted to take it somewhere else. Somewhere private. Somewhere the walls did not smell like damp socks and teenage panic. But his fingers had already unfolded it. 8 words. I'm sorry. I have to. That was all. Kaito read it once. Then again. The letters did not rearrange into anything kinder. I'm sorry. I have to. No because. No goodbye. No trust. His thumb pressed into the paper. The crease cut against his skin. Someone behind him said, "Mate." Kaito turned. He did not know what his face looked like, but the boy who had spoken took a step back. Good. Let them step back. Let everyone step back. Coach Desmond appeared in the doorway. His father's eyes went first to the empty locker, then the note in Kaito's hand. There was pain on his face. Kaito hated him for it. "Did you know?" Kaito asked. The whole room froze. Desmond did not answer quickly enough. Kaito laughed once. It was an ugly sound. He barely recognized it as his. "Kai," Desmond said. "Did you know? I knew Brackenford had made an offer. And?" Desmond's voice lowered. "I didn't know when he would decide." "When he would decide," Kaito repeated. "Not if. When." The note crumpled in his hand. He looked down at it, startled by his own fingers. The paper had collapsed into ridges, Ren's apology folded into something small and brutal. His father stepped closer. "Son!" Kaito lifted his head. "Do not cry," his body commanded him. "Not here. Not in front of them. Not where Rin used to sit and tape his ankle like the world could be managed if you started early enough." The command almost worked. Heat stung behind his eyes anyway. He pressed the heel of his hand there once, hard, pretending sweat, pretending anything. "He left," someone whispered. Kaito dropped his hand. The room went very still again. "Yes," he said. His voice came out calm. That frightened him more than shouting would have. He smoothed the crumpled note with both hands, but the damage stayed. Lines cut through the words now. Sorry broken at the middle. Have bent through the spine. Kaito folded it once. Then again. He put it in the pocket of his jacket. Coach Harrow cleared his throat like a man desperate to return to football because football did not require anyone to know what to do with a boy whose best friend had vanished. "Training in 5, Harrow said. Kaito sat on the bench. He pulled his boots from his bag. The left lace had frayed at the end. Ren had told him for 2 weeks to replace it. Kaito threaded it through the eyelets anyway. His fingers moved cleanly. Efficiently. No shaking. Across from him, the third hook from the showers stayed empty. Kaito tied the knot. Too tight. His foot throbbed. He did the other one. When he stood, his father was still in the doorway. "Kaito," Desmond said quietly. "You don't have to train today." Every head in the room pretended not to listen. Kaito looked at the empty locker. He thought of Ren's hand knocking into his over a spilled carton of chocolate milk. Ren saying nothing. Ren walking away. Ren choosing a rival crest and leaving him 8 words where a decade should have been. Then he looked at his father. "Yes," Kaito said. "I do." On the pitch, rain began again before warm-ups ended. It slicked Kaito's hair to his face, ran cold down the back of his neck, filled the hollow beneath his collarbones. He ran harder than the drill required. Pressed too aggressively. Finished every chance as if the ball had personally wronged him. When Harrow shouted for restraint, Kaito did not hear him. When a defender clipped his ankle late, Kaito got up smiling. Not because it was funny. Because something inside him had gone quiet enough to become useful. At the end of training, he stayed on the pitch after everyone else went in. The Youth Cup final was 6 days away. Brackenford would be there now. Ren would be there now. Wearing their kit. Learning their patterns. Letting someone else stand beside him in lines and drills and rooms Kaito could not enter. The thought opened something raw. Kaito placed the ball on the penalty spot. Rain hit the back of his hands. He took 3 steps back. Rain used to tap his left knuckles against his thigh before penalties. Once, twice, 3 times. Kaito had invented it during a match when Ren was 14 and pretending he was not terrified of missing. 3 taps, Kaito had told him. 1 for me, 1 for you, 1 for the keeper being unlucky. Ren had rolled his eyes. He had done it anyway. Kaito stared at the ball. His own hand twitched. No. He ran up and struck through it. The ball slammed into the top corner hard enough to shake water from the net. Again. Another ball. Another strike. Another. By the time Desmond came out to fetch him, the floodlights had clicked on and the pitch had emptied into evening. Kai! His father called from the touchline. Kaito gathered the last ball from the net. His socks were soaked. His lungs burned. His pocket held the softened weight of Ren's note, damp now from rain or sweat or the heat of his own body. He walked past his father without looking at him. In the changing room, beneath the 3rd hook, water dripped from the edge of the empty bench to the floor. Kaito took the note from his pocket. For 1 second, he almost unfolded it again. Instead, he held it in his fist until the paper crushed small enough to fit entirely in his palm. I'm sorry. I have to. Kaito leaned back against the locker and closed his eyes. The grief arrived first. The anger saved him from it. Chapter 7 Present Day, Dunmore Training Ground. Kaito paused the footage at 8:17. Ren Ashcombe stood frozen mid-sprint on the analysis screen, one boot barely touching grass, body angled toward open space only he appeared to have seen. The Brackenford kit made a sharp blue slash across the darkened video room. Around him, defenders had become artifacts of poor decisions, one half-turned, one a step late, one already dead and not yet aware of it. Kaito leaned forward, elbows on his knees. There. That was the moment. Not the pass. Not the shot. Commentators loved shots because shots were simple. The body striking the ball, the net moving, the crowd answering with noise. Anyone with eyes could watch a finish and call it brilliance. This was quieter. Ren had checked his left shoulder before the midfielder even received possession. One glance. Barely a flicker. Then he had slowed, just enough to convince the center-back he was holding shape, just enough to make the space behind him look temporarily safe. Then he moved. By the time the pass came, Ren had already stolen the future. Kaito rewound 10 seconds. The video scrubbed backward in a series of tiny, obedient jumps. Ren retreated into his starting position. The defenders unmade their mistakes. The ball flew from boot to boot in reverse. Kaito pressed play. Watched the shoulder check. The deceleration. The lie. The run. He stopped it again at 8:17. Behind him, someone groaned from the doorway. Tell me that is not Brackenford again. Kaito did not turn. It's useful. It's obsessive. It's pattern analysis. It is 7 in the morning and you are alone in the dark watching Ren Ashcombe turn a fullback into soup. Kaito clicked back 5 seconds. The fullback overcommit. The fullback probably sensed your attention and panicked retroactively. Tomas Brandeo came into the room carrying 2 coffees and a paper bag tucked under one arm. His training hair was still damp from the shower, despite training not starting for another hour, because Tomas believed in arriving early enough to seem responsible but late enough to avoid becoming Kaito. He set one coffee beside Kaito's laptop. Kaito looked at it. I didn't ask for that. You also did not ask me to save you from becoming a cave creature, but here I am. I'm fine. Yes, obviously. That's why the staff are going to find you mummified in here one day beneath a pile of Brackenford clips, whispering, pressing trigger with your last breath. Kaito pressed play. Ren moved again. Tomas sighed and dropped into the seat 2 rows behind him. The chair creaked under his goalkeeper's build. How many times have you watched this? This clip? No, Kaito, the entire cinematic universe of your suffering. Kaito took the coffee despite himself. It was too hot through the cup. Good. Enough. Enough for the match next month? We play them in 6 weeks. Exactly. A normal amount of time to be watching every touch Ashcombe has taken since puberty. Kaito paused the footage. The room settled around the two of them. Dunmore's analysis suite had no windows and too much technology. 3 wall-mounted screens. 2 rows of padded seats. A whiteboard at the front covered in magnets, formation shapes, and abbreviations from yesterday's staff meeting. The air smelled faintly of old carpet, coffee, and the lemon disinfectant the cleaners used with missionary zeal. On the center screen, Ren's frozen figure stood larger than life. Kaito hated that the room had become brighter for holding him. He reached for the paper bag. "What's this?" Tomas slapped his hand away. "Mine! You brought 2 coffees. For generosity. And 1 pastry? For boundaries." Kaito looked at him. Tomas held the bag to his chest. "Do not try Captain Eyes on me. I face penalty takers for a living. You face them badly when they go left. That was one time. 3. Your statistical cruelty is why people leave you alone in video rooms." Kaito turned back to the screen before the conversation could become something it was not. "His first movement hasn't changed." Tomas went quiet. Kaito realized too late what he had said. On screen, Ren waited in digital stillness, young only in the way match footage flattened years out of a man. The Ren in the clip was 26, captain's armband snug over Brackenford blue, jaw set, hair cropped short enough to obey him. Nothing like the boy with overgrown curls and red laces and a laugh he tried to hide behind his hand. And yet, his first movement had not changed. Kaito knew it in his body. Ren fainted with restraint. Others sold a run with shoulders, arms, theater. Ren sold it by withholding. By making stillness look honest. At 17, he had done the same thing in 5-side cages, on rain-slick academy pitches, between cones while Desmond barked instructions from the touchline. Kaito had learned to read the tiny false pause before everyone else because Ren trusted him with the second after it. Kaito closed the laptop. The screen went black. Tomas watched him over the rim of his coffee. "You sure this is about football?" The question was half a joke. That was Tomas's gift, wrapping a blade in bubble wrap and pretending he had brought a present. Kaito stood. Too fast. The chair legs scraped against the floor. "Yes." Tomas blinked once. Kaito picked up the remote and pointed it toward the wall screens, though nothing needed turning off. "He's Brackenford's primary attacking threat. We conceded against them in the opener because our right side collapsed late and nobody tracked his inside run. We conceded because you were upfield trying to personally win a war. I was pressing. You were chasing." Kaito's thumb tightened around the remote. Tomas's voice softened. "See? Different words. Important difference." Kaito turned to the whiteboard and began moving magnets. Dunmore's back 4. Brackenford's front 3. Ren as the red magnet because the Brackenford blue magnets had all gone missing last season and no one had replaced them, probably because football clubs could spend millions on recovery equipment and still fail at basic stationery. He placed Ren between center back and full back. "He likes this channel," Kaito said. Tomas did not answer. Kaito moved the right back magnet. "If we hold the line here and force him wide, he'll cut back onto his right. He prefers hitting across goal from the left half space, but if we close the angle, Kaito, we can delay long enough for midfield recovery." "Kaito." "What?" Tomas leaned back in his chair. The teasing had left his face entirely now, which made Kaito want it back. Teasing could be parried. Care had no clean tackle. "I asked one question? You implied something. I implied you have watched more footage of one man than our entire coaching department watches of opposing squads. Because he's dangerous." "Yes," Tomas said. "He is." The words hung there, doing too much. Kaito turned back to the board. "Glad we agree." The remote cracked faintly in his grip. Tomas's gaze dropped to it. Kaito set it down. A knock came at the open door before either of them could say anything worse. Assistant coach Meade stepped in, tablet under one arm, eyebrows raised at the screen and whiteboard, and Kaito's jacket still zipped to his throat. You two starting without us? Tactical initiative, Tomas said. Concerning phrase before 8 a.m. Meade looked at the whiteboard. Ashcombe channel work? Kaito's spine straightened. Yes. Meade nodded, as if this were normal, which it was. It was normal. Analysts analyzed. Captains prepared. Strikers studied defenders and other strikers because football at the top level was detail sharpened into advantage. There was nothing strange about understanding an opponent. Nothing strange about knowing when touched the knuckle of his left hand before penalties. Nothing strange about noticing he had stopped doing it in public except when pressure made the old habit slip. Nothing strange about remembering where the habit came from. Good, Meade said. Bring it into the attacking transition meeting after warm-ups. I will. Meade glanced at Tomas. Keeper union meeting is on pitch too. Tomas lifted his coffee. The union acknowledges your message. When Meade left, the room felt more exposed, not less. Kaito gathered his laptop, analysis tablet, and notebook. The notebook was black, elastic band worn loose from use. Inside were formations, set-piece diagrams, opposition notes, recovery stats. And on 3 separate pages, Ren's tendencies. Ren checks left shoulder before false hold. Ren delays second run if midfield under pressure. Ren will take contact if pass lane to winger opens. Ren hates shooting blind across a keeper unless forced. Ren still favors far post when angry. Kaito had written the last note after a cup match 2 years ago, and had not crossed it out. Tomas stood more slowly. You know, when I study a striker, my notes are usually don't let him shoot and maybe annoying hair. Which explains your save percentage. My save percentage is excellent. For someone with such unserious hair. Tomas smiled, but it did not quite land. There he is. Almost human. Kaito shoved the notebook into his bag. Training starts in 40. Plenty of time to eat. I'm not hungry. You never are before you've decided whether to be angry. Kaito looked at him. Tomas held up both hands. Observation. Goalkeepers see the whole pitch. Maybe focus on crosses. Cruel again. They left the analysis room together, stepping into the brighter corridor that led toward the changing rooms. Dunmore's training ground had grown around Old Bones, a renovated main building grafted onto the academy block Kaito had known as a boy. Fresh paint, glass walls, sponsor panels, biometric scanners at doors. But certain corners still betrayed the past. The scuffed skirting near the boot room. The radiator outside the laundry that clanked in winter. The hallway bend where Kaito had once waited for Ren after Desmond's office, not knowing he was rehearsing a goodbye no one would say. Kaito walked faster. Tomas lengthened his stride to match. In the changing room, the squad was gathering in pieces. Music from someone's speaker. The thump of a boot hitting the floor. Steam drifting from the shower area where one of the defenders had apparently decided pre-training showering was a personality choice. Laughter rose near the physio table. Kaito's locker sat at the end of the captain's row. He opened it. Everything was where it should be. Boots aligned. Tape in the top tray. Spare training shirt folded. A photo strip from last season's cup celebration tucked behind his hydration schedule because Tomas had put it there and Kaito had pretended not to notice for 6 months. At the bottom of the locker, behind his recovery sliders, was a small tin of spare laces. Black. White. Green. No red. He had thrown the red ones out years ago. Probably. His hand hovered. Kaito, Tomas called from 2 lockers down. Do not start communing with your footwear. We have company. Kaito withdrew his hand and shut the locker harder than necessary. The room looked over. He gave them captain face. The room looked away. Tomas's mouth twitched. Training began under a clean, cold sky. Dunmore's pitches sat on the edge of the city, where office blocks thinned into warehouses and the wind came across flat ground with no manners. Kaito liked it that way. No romance. No soft edges. Just grass, lines, bodies, work? They started with rondos. 1 touch. 2 in the middle. Quick feet, quicker decisions. Kaito's first pass snapped perfectly into the inside of the circle. His second disguised through 3 bodies and found Tomas, who had joined against all goalkeeper stereotypes and immediately tried to nutmeg a 19-year-old midfielder. The midfielder shrieked. Tomas bowed. Focus, Kaito said. You focus enough for the entire postcode, Tomas said, then yelped when Kaito clipped the next pass at his shin. The squad laughed. That was useful too. Let them see him normal. Let them see Captain as something brisk and demanding and alive. Not the man in the dark before dawn watching Ashcombe slow down before a sprint. They moved into transition work. The drill opened, turnover in midfield, 3 passes maximum to goal. Kaito received with his back to goal, felt the defender behind him, rolled left, laid off, spun into space. The pass came back half a step late. He adjusted. Finished anyway. Near post. Clean. The coach whistled. Again. 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 Body over thought. Grass under studs. Breath in the cold. Every movement had purpose, every purpose had a measurable outcome. Kaito could trust this. The ball never pretended to be anything other than what it was. If it left you, it was because someone kicked it. Halfway through the drill, Meade called the attacking unit over to the tactics board at pitch side. Kaito wiped sweat from his jaw with the back of his wrist. Meade tapped the board. Brackenford shape for the review session later. Emeryson picked out something useful this morning. Tomas, standing behind the group, made a soft doomed noise. Meade continued. Ashcombe's first movement in transition. A few players glanced at Kaito. Not mockery. Interest. Respect even. Kaito was captain. His preparation fed them all. They trusted him because he cared enough to notice details that won matches. They did not know care could rot if left too long in the wrong place. Kaito stepped toward the board. He delays here. His voice came out level. He moved the magnet. When their midfielder receives under pressure, run will show short first. Don't bite. If you step, he spins behind. Hold him. Force him to receive to feet. Make him play with back to goal. One of the center-backs nodded. He's stronger than he looks. I know. The words were too immediate. Tomas shifted his weight behind him. Kaito kept his eyes on the board. So don't wrestle. Angle him. Meade gave an approving nod. Good. Run it live. The drill reset with the Academy reserves wearing Brackenford bib colors. A young forward with dark hair was assigned to mimic Ren's movement. He looked pleased with himself until Kaito marked him so tightly on the first rep that the boy lost the ball under his boot and nearly tripped over his own feet. Again, Kaito said. The next rep, the boy tried to delay and spin. Kaito took the lane first. Again. 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 By the 5th, the forward's confidence had wilted. Tomas shouted from goal. Let the child breathe, Captain. Kaito ignored him. On the 6th rep, the forward checked his left shoulder. The motion was wrong. Too wide. Too obvious. A boy performing a habit he had been told to imitate but did not understand. Ren's was smaller. Kaito's body reacted before his mind approved. He stepped into the channel, shoulder to shoulder, and took the ball cleanly with a tackle that would have brought Brackenford Park to its feet if the shirt beside him had been blue and the man inside it had been Ren. The reserve hit the grass with a grunt. Whistle. Easy, Meade called. Kaito stopped over the boy, chest heaving. The entire pitch had gone quiet. The reserve looked up at him, startled more than hurt. Kaito held out a hand. The boy took it. Kaito pulled him up. You all right? Yeah, Captain. Good. His throat felt tight. Your shoulder check is too big. Sell less. The boy blinked. Right. Tomas appeared at Kaito's side as the drill reset around them. You tackled a teenager because his impression of your ex-best friend was inaccurate. Kaito glanced at him. Lower your voice. Interesting. Not denial. Goalkeepers talk too much. Strikers repress too much. Kaito walked toward the touchline for water. Tomas followed, because apparently he had chosen death before breakfast. You know what worries me? No. That you know the difference. Kaito squeezed water into his mouth, then over the back of his neck. Cold slid under his collar. Tomas leaned beside the cooler, voice pitched low enough not to carry. You watch him like a scout. You talk about him like a rival. But when the kid got the movement wrong, you looked offended. Kaito capped the bottle. His fingers slipped once on the plastic. I want us prepared. I believe you. Then stop. I also believe you could draw Ren Ashcombe's heat map from memory using only emotional damage and a whiteboard pen. Kaito's laugh came out once, dry and empty. You're enjoying yourself? No, Tomas said. The honesty landed harder than any joke. Kaito looked at him. Tomas's face was open in the way that had always made Kaito suspicious. People that easy with warmth seemed either careless or brave. Tomas had proved, annoyingly, to be the second. I'm your friend, Tomas said. I can enjoy mocking you and still be worried. Kaito looked away first. Across the pitch, the reserve forward was practicing smaller shoulder checks by himself, determined and ridiculous. The sight should have eased something. Instead, it made Kaito think of Ren at 17, accepting correction with a flat look and then doing the thing perfectly on the next try, because Ren would rather chew glass than let anyone believe he could not learn. The wind picked up. Kaito's damp shirt cooled against his spine. There's nothing to be worried about, he said. Tomas exhaled through his nose. That line work on anyone? It usually ends the conversation. With people who don't love you, maybe. The words slipped out of Tomas casually, and maybe that was why Kaito did not flinch until after it was already in the air. Love. Not romantic. Not that. Tomas meant friendship, brotherhood, the messy found family nonsense he had dragged into Dunmore and somehow made everyone tolerate. Still, the word cracked open the wrong door. Kaito saw Ren's handwriting. I'm sorry. I have to. He crushed the memory shut. Training, Kaito said. Tomas watched him for 1 second longer. Then he nodded. Training. They returned to the drill. Kaito finished the session cleanly. No more reckless tackles. No visible lapses. He praised the reserve forward when the movement improved. He buried 3 shots in the top corner during finishing. He stayed after for free kicks because staying after was acceptable as long as everyone else called it dedication. By the time he entered the changing room, most of the squad had gone to lunch. His locker waited. He sat on the bench and loosened his boots. The left knot had pulled too tight, bitten down by movement and damp. He worked at it with 2 fingers until it gave. For a moment, the lace lay across his palm like a question. Read once? He curled his hand. Tomas appeared at the end of the row, towel over one shoulder. He did not say anything. Kaito appreciated it. Then Tomas ruined the appreciation by speaking. You know you can just say you miss him. Kaito's head snapped up. The room was empty except for them and the hum of the ventilation system. Tomas did not look away. The lace in Kaito's hand tightened between his fingers. He could have laughed. Could have thrown a towel. Could have said something cutting enough to make Tomas retreat, and then spent the afternoon feeling justified and foul. Instead, for one dangerous second, Kaito imagined saying yes. Yes, I miss him. Not the Brackenford captain. Not the rival. Not the man on the screen with a movement pattern Kaito knew better than his own sleep. The boy who brought an extra scarf in winter because Ren never admitted he was cold. The boy who once tied Ren's boot and blushed until his ears went red when Desmond joked about proposals. The boy Kaito had been before the note taught him love could leave without looking back. Kaito bent over his boot. The knot had already come loose. He pretended it had not. This is about football, he said. Tomas was quiet long enough for the lie to show its seams. Then he said gently, Sure. Kaito pulled the lace free. In his fist, the black cord left a thin red line across his palm. Chapter 8 Charity Match. The league called it Football for Futures, because no one in marketing had ever met an alliteration they could leave unmurdered. Ren stood in front of a backdrop printed with sponsor logos, charity branding, and a large photograph of smiling children in mismatched boots, while a photographer crouched at his feet and said, "Lovely, Captain. Just a bit warmer." Ren looked at him. The photographer lowered the camera slightly. "Or exactly that. That's also strong." Beside him, Pri made a sound that did not quite become a laugh. "He's very warm internally." "Shut up." "Molten, really?" The photographer seized on the fractional movement of Ren's mouth and snapped 3 photos in rapid succession. "Perfect." Ren returned his face to neutral. The event had taken over Northbridge Community Stadium, a smaller ground halfway between Brackenford and Dunmore territory, chosen for its charitable neutrality and presumably because no one had considered how impossible it was to make 2 rival squads share one hospitality suite without incident. The concourse smelled of popcorn, raincoats, floor polish, and the oversweet cupcakes arranged on branded tables by volunteers who looked thrilled and terrified to be asking professional footballers to sign napkins. Everywhere Rin turned, there were cameras. Documentary cameras. Club cameras. League media cameras. Teenagers' phones lifted under chins, recording every accidental glance with investigative purpose. The charity match itself was supposed to be light. Mixed teams, shortened halves, youth players invited onto the pitch, captains making speeches about access and opportunity. A wholesome afternoon. A beautiful cause. A logistical nightmare wearing a ribbon. Ren signed a boot for a boy who looked too awed to breathe, then knelt to sign the cast on his sister's arm. Purple plaster. Silver pen. The girl peered at him with the ruthless evaluation of someone under 10. "My brother says you're better than Emeryson," she said. Her brother went crimson. Pri, standing close enough to hear, muttered, "Bold child." Ren capped the pen. "Your brother has excellent judgment." The girl considered this. "My dad says Emerson's taller." "Your dad is also correct. Could you beat him in a race?" Ren's hand paused over the cast. Across the suite, beyond a cluster of volunteers in navy shirts, Kaito Emeryson bent to listen to an elderly man in a Dunmore scarf. He had dressed in the event polo like everyone else, green collar open at the throat, sleeves snug around his arms. His hair was tied back, though one strand had escaped near his temple. A little girl on crutches leaned against his side while he signed her program, her face tilted up toward him like he had hung the lights. Kaito smiled at something the elderly man said. Not the press smile. Not the polite matchday line. A real one, quick and crooked at the corner before he caught it and softened it for public use. Ren's chest moved once, badly. The girl with the cast waved her arm. "Could you?" Ren dragged his attention back. "Depends how much of a head start he gets." Her brother gasped. "You need the head start." "Questionable." Pri leaned down. "I'm faster than both of them." The girl's eyes widened with immediate allegiance. "Really?" "Absolutely. Men are dramatic. It slows them down." Ren handed the pen back to the volunteer while both children stared at Pri as if she had delivered scripture. "Come on," Pri said as they stepped away. "You can thank me later for rescuing you from the tiny interrogator. I had it under control. You were staring at Emeryson like he'd personally invented gravity." Ren adjusted the sleeve of his polo. "We're in the same room." "Yes. I noticed because the air became emotionally unbreathable." "Pri." She stopped walking. The warning in his voice had not been sharp, exactly. He did not do sharp often. He went quiet instead, which made teammates check whether the ceiling had developed structural issues. Pri's expression cooled into something more careful. "I'm on your side," she said. "I know. Do you?" He looked away first. That was the problem with being known by someone who had earned the privilege. They did not let you hide behind manners. Before Pri could say anything else, a league coordinator with a headset and haunted eyes appeared, clutching a clipboard like a flotation device. Captains? She said. We need captains for the youth clinic photo. Mixed group on the indoor pitch in 5. Pri pointed at Rin. Captain? The coordinator blinked. Yes, sorry, both club captains. The corridor behind her seemed to lengthen. Ren did not look across the room. He did not need to. The air had already changed. Of course, he said. Kaito arrived at the indoor pitch 1 minute after him. Ren noticed because Ren was a fool and because Kaito's presence still moved through a room ahead of his body. The indoor facility smelled of artificial turf, rubber pellets, and the faint sugary residue of sports drinks spilled by children with poor grip strength. Youth players in event shirts clustered near the small-sided nets, buzzing with energy. Some wore Brackenford scarves. Some wore Dunmore. A few wore both, which Rin privately considered suspicious but admirable. Kaito stood by the sideline while the coordinator arranged everyone. Ren on the left, Kaito on the right, children in front. Yes, perfect. Can we get the two of you a little closer? No. Ren took half a step. Kaito took half a step. The space between them reduced to something measurable only by damage. The children filled the gap in front of them, mercifully loud. One boy kept turning around to stare at Kaito's height. Another asked Ren if professional footballers got free boots forever. A girl with a Brackenford headband asked if she could nutmeg him after the picture. Only if you accept consequences, Ren said. She grinned. I'm not scared. You should be, Kaito said. The girl turned toward him, delighted by the betrayal. You're Dunmore. I'm observant. Old Rhythm moved before Rin could stop it. First time for everything. The words left his mouth too easily. Kaito's head turned. For 1 second, his face opened. Not much. Kaito was too practiced for much. But something in his eyes caught, bright and startled, like a match struck in a dark room. Ren felt the smile begin before he remembered where they were. A camera clicked. Kaito looked away. The expression vanished so completely Ren could have invented it. The coordinator clapped. Brilliant! Lovely! Big smiles, everyone! Ren smiled with the children. It felt like holding a glass shard between his teeth. After the photo, the clinic began. The two of them were split onto opposite drill stations, which should have helped. It did not. Ren taught finishing to a line of 12-year-olds while Kaito ran first touch exercises 20 meters away. Every few minutes, a child's pass went astray, or laughter rose, or a coach called Kaito's name, and Ren's focus bent toward him like light through water. Plant foot beside the ball, Ren told a boy in orange boots. Head steady. Don't rush the strike. The boy nodded gravely and then toe-poked the ball directly into the mini-goal's side netting. Ren stared. The boy grimaced. That was bad. That was honest. Is honest good? Not always, but it's a start. The boy seemed to find this profound enough to repeat to the child behind him. At Kaito's station, a girl miscontrolled the ball, swore under her breath, then clapped both hands over her mouth. Kaito crouched in front of her, shoulders shaking once. Ren heard none of the words, but he knew the shape of Kaito's restraint. Trying not to laugh. Trying not to make the child feel mocked. Kaito had always been soft with younger players when he thought no one was looking. Fierce with his own standards, impossibly gentle with anyone still growing into theirs. The memory arrived uninvited. Kaito at 16, tying a 10-year-old academy kid's boot while pretending he was only doing it because the knot was an offense to engineering. The kid had followed him around for a week afterward. Ren's next demonstration shot hit the post. Pri, coaching the agility station nearby, called, "Beautiful work, Captain! Very educational." The children laughed. Ren retrieved the ball and did not look at Kaito. The event blurred into interviews, photographs, handshakes, sponsor obligations, and a shortened exhibition match where mixed squads wore neutral white bibs over club colors. Ren and Kaito were deliberately placed on opposite teams because whoever had organized the afternoon understood ratings better than mercy. They did not tackle hard. Not exactly. Kaito challenged shoulder to shoulder once near midfield, clean and controlled. Ren kept his balance by instinct, felt Kaito's body beside his, warm and solid and gone too fast. The crowd made an indecent amount of noise for a charity match. Tomas, keeping goal in the first half, shouted, "This is for children, you lunatics!" Pri, stealing the ball from a retired defender with unnecessary elegance, yelled back, "Children deserve quality!" By the final whistle, the score was meaningless and the cameras had plenty. Ren had grass pellets stuck to his socks and a headache forming behind his right eye. He accepted a bottle of water from a volunteer, drank half, and let the rest sit cold against his wrist. The league coordinator reappeared with her headset askew. "Captain, sorry, one more thing. We need both squads in hospitality for the donor, thank you." Pri materialized beside Ren. "She says sorry like she's about to commit a crime." "She is." The donor thank you involved lukewarm tea, tiny sandwiches, and rich people explaining football to footballers. Ren endured 20 minutes of it before slipping into the hallway under the honorable pretext of finding a toilet and the less honorable truth of needing 4 walls that did not contain Kaito Emeryson. The hallway behind hospitality was narrower than the public concourse, painted institutional cream with scuffed baseboards and arrows taped to the wall for event traffic. The crowd noise dimmed to a murmur. Somewhere overhead, pipes clanked. A cleaning trolley sat abandoned near a fire door, smelling of bleach and wet mop. Ren leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. One breath. Then another. He should go back. Captain stayed visible. Captain shook hands with donors and smiled at children and did not hide in corridors because the person they had once loved had said one almost familiar sentence within earshot. A door opened around the corner. Ren opened his eyes. Kaito stopped dead 3 meters away. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Kaito held an unopened packet of biscuits in one hand. Ren looked at it before he could stop himself. "Contraband?" Kaito glanced down, as if surprised to find he had brought evidence. "Emergency ration. You're stealing from children now?" They were on the donor table. "Worse. Stealing from rich people." Kaito's mouth twitched. It was small. Almost nothing. It hit Ren hard enough that he had to look at the floor. The biscuits were the cheap kind wrapped in clear plastic, 2 pale digestives sandwiched together with too much cream. Academy vending machines used to sell them for 50 pence. Kaito used to buy 2 packets and insist they counted as recovery nutrition because sugar was a carbohydrate and carbohydrates were science. Ren heard himself say, "Those are still disgusting." Kaito's eyes lifted. The hallway seemed to hold its breath. "You used to eat half of mine," Kaito said. "You used to shove them at me. You said you needed protein? That was a joke. You were bad at jokes." Ren's laugh escaped before he could catch it. "Not much." A breath with sound in it. But it was real enough that Kaito stared. The 10 years between them thinned so abruptly Ren could see the boy beneath the man, Kaito on a bench, hair falling loose, biscuit packet balanced on his knee, saying, "If I collapse from low blood sugar, remember me kindly," and Ren replying, "I'll tell everyone you died doing what you loved." Being dramatic. Kaito's fingers tightened around the packet. The plastic crackled. Ren's smile died. There it was. The edge. The point where oldies became too dangerous to survive contact with what came after. Kaito looked away first, jaw working once. "How's your shoulder?" he asked. The question was quiet. Ren's body did not know what to do with it. His shoulder, the one Kaito had noticed in the corridor after the derby. The one bruise from the challenge Ren had taken to cut off Kaito's pass. The ache had mostly faded into yellow-purple tenderness near the collarbone. "Fine," Ren said. Kaito's mouth hardened. Wrong answer. Ren knew it the second the word left him. Fine had been the brick he used to build every wall. Fine at 17, with a folder under his arm. Fine in press rooms. Fine when Pri saw through him and he punished her with silence because it was easier than letting anyone near the center. Kaito looked at him like he remembered every version. "Right," Kaito said. Ren's hand curled at his side. "It's bruised. Nothing serious. The correction landed too late and too soft. Still, Kaito's eyes flicked back to him. Good. The word was almost inaudible. Ren swallowed. The hallway lights hummed overhead. Far away, someone laughed in hospitality. A woman called for more tea. A child's voice rose, bright and impatient. Ren should have left. Instead he said, Your cheek? Kaito touched the mark near his cheekbone, though it had already faded to faint shadow. Also fine. Ren gave him a look. Kaito's brows shifted. Bruised. Nothing serious. It was not a smile. It was worse. A mirror held between them. For one fragile second, the space did not hurt as much. Then a camera operator appeared at the end of the hall. Both men saw him at once. The camera was lowered, not filming yet, but recognition moved across his face with professional hunger. Ren could almost see the headline assembling behind his eyes. Rival captains alone, private exchange, charity of intention. Kaito stepped back. Ren straightened from the wall. Whatever had almost lived between them dropped hard to the floor. Ashcombe, Kaito said. No warmth. No biscuit jokes. No careful question about his shoulder. Ren nodded once. Emeryson. The camera operator slowed, uncertain whether he had missed something valuable. Kaito moved past Ren toward the main corridor, leaving enough space between their bodies that not even fabric threatened to touch. The biscuit packet remained unopened in his hand. Ren stood still until Kaito rounded the corner. Then he pressed the heel of his hand against his thigh. Once. Twice. He stopped before the third and returned to hospitality. Pri caught him before he reached the tea table. Her eyes took in his face, the hallway behind him, the absence arriving with him like a second shadow. What happened? Nothing. She stared at him. Ren picked up a tiny cucumber sandwich from the nearest tray and looked at it with manufactured interest. Pri took it out of his hand and ate it in one bite. Liar, she said. Across the room, Kaito re-entered through another door. Tomas looked up from a conversation with two youth players and clocked him immediately. His smile stayed in place, but his eyes sharpened. Kaito slipped the biscuit packet into his pocket without opening it. Ren watched him do it. Then Kaito turned toward a donor, shook the man's hand, and arranged his face into the polished absence the world knew how to photograph. The afternoon moved on. Speeches were made. A giant check was presented. Children cheered. Cameras flashed. The league got its heartwarming content. Ren stood beside Pri and clapped when cued. 20 minutes later, as both squads lined up near the exit for one final group photo, Kaito ended up 3 people away from him. Not close. Not far. The old geometry of almost. A child in front dropped a program. Ren and Kaito both bent at the same time. Their hands reached. Stopped. Kaito picked it up. Ren straightened first. The child thanked them both, oblivious. When the photographer called for smiles, Ren faced forward. Beside him, Pri murmured, You know the camera can see when a man is haunted. Smile, Ren said. I am. This is my delighted face. The flash went off. For half a second afterward, light burned behind Ren's eyes. In that white afterimage, the hallway returned, cheap biscuits, almost laughter, Kaito asking how's your shoulder like care had survived somewhere under all that ash. Then the image cleared. Kaito was already walking away. Chapter 9 Old Habits. Ren ordered the drink without looking at the menu. That was the problem. Not the charity match, though that had left its fingerprints all over the inside of his skull. Not the hallway. Not the packet of cheap biscuits in Kaito's hand or the way Kaito had said, You used to eat half of mine, as if memory had slipped out before pride could tackle it from behind. The problem was the coffee. The problem was that Ren stood at the counter of the corner flag on Tuesday morning after recovery gym, half listening to Pri argue with the barista about whether oat milk counted as an ethical choice or a textural punishment, and said, Flat white extra shot. No sugar. And an iced vanilla latte, no whipped cream. The barista tapped the order into the till. Pri stopped mid-sentence. Ren felt it happen before he understood it. A change in the air beside him. Pre's attention turning, precise as a blade. "What?" he said. Pre's eyes flicked from his face to the till screen. The barista, unaware that she had become a witness to a crime, asked, "Anything else?" Ren looked at the screen. Flat white, extra shot. Iced vanilla latte, no whip. His pulse gave one hard, stupid kick. The cafe noise rushed in too loudly. Steam shrieking from the espresso machine. Cups clinking. A chair scraping against old floorboards. Someone laughing near the front window where Brackenford scarves hung above framed photos of old promotion squads. Rain tapped at the glass in small impatient bursts. Ren reached for his wallet. "No. That's it." Pre's brows rose. The barista gave the total. Ren paid. Pre said nothing. That was how he knew he was in trouble. They waited at the end of the counter beneath a chalkboard advertising soup of the day in handwriting so elaborate it required faith. The corner flag sat 3 streets from Brackenford's training ground and pretended not to be a football cafe while naming every sandwich after a club legend. The tables were scarred wood, the windows always fogged in cold weather, and half the staff knew the first team by order if not by name. Ren liked it because no one there made a fuss unless Brackenford lost. Today, the cafe was crowded with post-training bodies, 2 physios in club jackets, an assistant coach reading on his phone, a pair of academy kids pretending not to stare at Ren while sharing a plate of chips at 10 in the morning. Pre stood beside him with her arms folded. Ren watched the barista steam milk. "It's for no one," he said. "I haven't asked?" "You were about to." "I was actually enjoying the silence. Rare delicacy around you, obviously, but this one has flavor." "I misordered." People do that. People accidentally order 2 coffees. They don't accidentally order a very specific iced vanilla latte with no whipped cream in November." Ren looked out the window. A bus hissed to a stop at the curb. Its windows were blurred with condensation, passengers rendered into ghosts behind the glass. A boy in a Brackenford beanie pressed his face to the window, saw Ren, and lifted his hand in a shy wave. Ren lifted his back. The boy grinned as the bus pulled away. Pre followed his gaze and softened for half a second. Then, because she was Pre, she ruined it. "That his order?" Ren did not ask whose. The barista slid the flat white across first. "Ren." He took it. Then the iced latte, plastic cups sweating cold beneath a domed lid. Pale coffee, ice shifting, a straw lay beside it in a paper sleeve. Ren stared at it. He had not seen Kaito drink one in years. For all he knew, Kaito had developed taste. For all he knew, he drank black coffee now, or those green powders nutritionists inflicted on athletes who had too much money and not enough fear. But 17-year-old Kaito had loved iced vanilla lattes with a devotion bordering on moral failure. No whipped cream because whipped cream was, apparently, dessert cosplay. Extra ice if he had been training badly. 2 straws if he wanted Ren to pretend he was not going to steal half. Ren's hand closed around the cup. Cold bit into his palm. Pre watched the movement. "Sit," she said. "I've got analysis at 11. It's 10:16. I need to get back. You need to sit down before you start looking at that coffee like it's a cursed relic." Ren's jaw tightened. Pre took the iced latte from his hand and walked toward the back table. For a second, Ren considered leaving. Then she looked over her shoulder with the expression she used on defenders who had chosen the wrong day to test her patience. He followed. The back table had a view of the alley, which meant no one would stare unless they tried very hard. Pre sat facing the room. She always did that. Injury had taught her exits, lines of sight, the small calculations of safety disguised as preference. Ren sat opposite her. She placed the iced latte between them. The cup looked absurd on the table. Too pale. Too sweet. Too young. Pre wrapped both hands around her own coffee. "I'm going to ask you something." "No. You don't know what it is." I recognize tone. "Good. Then you can brace." Ren took the lid off his flat white, watched steam unwind from the surface, and wished football allowed substitutions in conversations. Pri leaned forward. Are you still in love with him? The cafe did not stop. That was almost offensive. The espresso machine hissed. The academy kids laughed too loudly at something on one of their phones. Rain ticked at the window. Somewhere behind the counter, a spoon hit tile and someone swore softly. Ren's body went very still. Pri did not soften the question. She did not reach for a joke and tuck it around the blade. She only looked at him, steady and unsparing, her coffee cooling between her hands. He could have said no. The words sat ready, familiar, professionally trained. No. Of course not. It was 10 years ago. We were kids. We grew up, we grew apart. Pick a line. There were plenty available. Kaito had one polish smooth enough to cut glass. Ren's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Pri's face changed by the smallest amount. Not triumph. Never triumph. She looked, if anything, sorry to be right. Ren looked at the iced latte. Ice shifted in the cup with a tiny crack. Still. That was the first answer. I don't know what that means, he said. Pri's laugh was quiet and without humor. Rin. No, I mean it. I know you mean it. That's part of the issue. His fingers tightened around his flat white. He pressed through the cardboard sleeve into his palm. He welcomed the burn. Love is a big word. Conveniently vague objection. It's been 10 years. And yet the latte survived. He looked up sharply. Pri held his gaze. The old defensive machinery inside him began assembling itself. Jokes first, then silence, then withdrawal disguised as responsibility. He could stand. He could say analysis again. He could walk back to the training ground, watch footage until Ashcombe became angles and expected goals and pressure maps. He could become useful before anyone mistook him for honest. But the iced latte sat between them with its no whipped cream and its ridiculous paper straw. Evidence. Not of love, maybe. Maybe love required something cleaner than this. Something braver. Something that did not leave notes and collect old boots and order drinks for ghosts. But evidence of not gone. Ren rubbed his thumb along the seam of the coffee sleeve. At the charity event he had biscuits. Pri blinked. Ren nearly laughed at her expression, except the sound would have broken wrong. Cheap ones, he continued. Cream in the middle. Academy vending machine used to sell them. He called them recovery nutrition. Pri stayed very still, as if sudden movement might scare him back into silence. I told him they were disgusting, Ren said. Yesterday. In the hallway. Without thinking. The memory opened again, Kaito's mouth twitching, the plastic crackling in his hand, that brief bright strike in his eyes. You used to eat half of mine. Ren swallowed. For a second it was... He stopped. What? He looked down. The flat white had gone untouched. Steam no longer rose from it. For a second, I knew what to say to him. Pri's voice dropped. And then? And then I remembered what I'd done. The words landed harder aloud than they ever had in his head. Pri sat back slowly. Rin. I left him. You were 17. I left him. You had reasons. He didn't know them. Because you didn't tell him. The statement should have cut. It did. Cleanly. But Pri said it without cruelty, and that somehow made the wound more exact. Ren looked at her. Yes. Her jaw shifted. Okay. Okay? Yes. Okay. That's true. You left and he didn't know why. His chest tightened. Pri leaned forward again. It's also true that 17-year-old boys are not famously equipped to process family collapse, poverty, shame, academy contracts, and first love with mature communication strategies. The word struck harder the second time. First love. Ren looked away. Rain blurred the alley window. A delivery driver hurried past with his hood up, carrying a crate of oranges against his hip. You don't know that, Ren said. Which part? That it was love. Pri's eyes softened. Did you want him to be happy? Yes. Even when it hurt you? Ren's mouth pressed shut. Did you want to tell him everything first? He stared at the table. The wood grain had a dark line running through it, a healed split filled with resin. Someone had carved initials near the edge years ago, and the cafe had sanded them down, but the ghosts of the letters remained. Ren. Yes, he said. Pri waited. He could hear his own heartbeat now. Not fast. Heavy. Did he make the worse rooms easier to stand in? She asked. The academy changing room rose around him, cold radiators, damp socks, Kaito's laugh, red laces looped through black boots. Kaito's shoulder pressed to his on a bus after an away match, both pretending to sleep because admitting comfort was too much at 16. Kaito's kitchen warm on winter nights, Desmond telling them to take their boots off before Delphine would have called the police on the mud. Ren closed his eyes. Yes. And after you left? He saw the Brackenford dormitory ceiling. White paint. A smoke alarm blinking red every 45 seconds. His first night there with a duffel bag on the floor and the old academy boots tucked beneath the bed like contraband. His phone in his hand. Kaito's messages delivered. His thumb hovering over a reply he never sent because every possible word was either too small or too late. Pri's voice was gentle enough to hurt. Did anyone else ever take his place? Ren opened his eyes. The iced latte had begun to sweat onto the table, a ring of water forming beneath it. No, he said. There it was. Not the whole answer. Not enough to fix anything. But more truth than he had given the air in 10 years. Pri breathed out slowly. Ren's throat tightened around something he refused to name. Then maybe you know what it means, she said. He pushed his chair back an inch. Pri lifted one hand. Don't run. I'm not asking you to do anything with it today. I'm not running. You moved the chair like a man preparing to flee a hostage situation. I have analysis. You have avoidance scheduled. He dragged both hands over his face. The cafe chair creaked under him when he settled back. Pri took the iced latte, turned it slowly on the table, and read the label stuck to the side. No whipped cream. He hated whipped cream. Hated present tense, or hated 17-year-old tense? Ren's answer arrived too quickly. He hated it at 17. Pri smiled faintly. Growth. He gave her a tired look. What? She said. I celebrate milestones. Ren took his flat white at last. It had cooled to the unpleasant temperature between drink and regret. He swallowed anyway. Across the cafe, the academy kids had finished their chips and were pretending not to debate whether to come over. One nudged the other. The smaller one shoved him back. Their heads bent together, conspiratorial, fearless in the way young players were before the world taught them contracts, injuries, leaving. Ren watched them and felt something old shift under his ribs. When we were at the academy, he said, surprising himself, he used to sit with the younger kids after cuts. Pri stopped turning the cup. Trial weeks, Ren continued. When the coaches posted lists. Some of the boys would try not to cry because their dads were in the car park waiting, and Kaito would pretend he needed help sorting cones or carrying bibs. Gave them something to do with their hands. A memory, clear and merciless. Kaito at 15 beside a boy whose name Ren had forgotten, both of them stacking cones in color order while the boy's face crumpled and Kaito talked nonsense about how orange cones were structurally inferior to blue ones. He never told anyone that, Ren said. Pri's voice was quiet. You noticed. I noticed everything. The confession came too bare. Pri did not pounce on it. For a while, either of them spoke. The barista called another order. A delivery van backed into the alley with a high mechanical beep. Someone at the next table complained about hamstrings. Ordinary life pressed around them, politely indifferent to the fact that Ren was sitting in a cafe with an unwanted iced latte, and the ruin of his own defenses on the table. Pri picked up her coffee. I'm going to say one more thing, then I'll stop for today. That sounds unlikely. For today, I said. I'm not promising personality change. Ren's mouth shifted. She waited until he looked at her. You keep talking like loving him and hurting him cancel each other out. Like if one is true, the other can't be. But people are horrible and scared and loving all at the same time. It's basically the species. Ren stared at her. Pri shrugged, but her eyes were serious. You were a kid who made a terrible, lonely choice. He was a kid who got left with no explanation. Both can be true. His fingers tightened around the cup. And, Pri added, both being true means either of you has to keep pretending this is only football. The bell over the cafe door jingled. Cold air swept in, carrying the scent of wet pavement. Ren looked at the iced latte again. For years, he had imagined the truth as a single locked room. Open it and everything would flood out, shame, apology, anger, Kaito's face closing in disgust or pity. He had never considered that the truth might be scattered through smaller rooms he entered every day without noticing. Old boots. Cheap biscuits. A drink order surviving 10 years in his mouth. He reached for the iced latte. Pri's eyebrows rose. I'm throwing it away, he said. No, you're not. He paused. She nodded toward the cup. You're going to drink at least one sip and admit it's disgusting. That's absurd. That's healing. That's not what healing is, says the emotionally constipated striker with ghost coffee. Ren looked at her. Then, because exhaustion had made him reckless, because Pri's face was too open and the cup was already there and maybe some rituals deserved to be ridiculous before they became unbearable, he took the straw from its paper sleeve. He pierced the lid. The sound was small. He took one sip. Sweetness hit first. Cold milk, vanilla syrup, coffee buried beneath sugar and shame. His face must have betrayed him because Pri laughed so loudly the academy kids turned. Disgusting? She asked. Ren swallowed. His throat ached. Yes. Pri's smile softened. Still? He set the cup down. The eyes shifted again. Still, he said. This time, the word did not sound like denial. Pri reached across the table and squeezed his wrist once. Not long. Not enough for him to pull away. Just pressure, warm and certain, then gone. Okay, she said. Ren looked out the window. Rain dragged silver lines down the glass, turning the street beyond into something blurred but still moving. His reflection floated over it, older than 17, younger than regret, sitting across from the one teammate who had finally asked the question directly enough that he had run out of clean lies. Are you still in love with him? Ren did not say yes. But he did not say no. On the table between them, Kaito's old drink sweated into a widening ring, impossible to pretend he had not ordered. Chapter 10 Kaito's father's advice. Desmond Emeryson still lived 10 minutes from the old academy. Not because he could not afford to move. Not because the house was perfect. The kitchen tap complained in winter, the back fence leaned no matter how many times someone repaired it, and the upstairs bathroom window stuck whenever the weather turned wet. He stayed because routine had weight. That was what he always said anyway. Kaito parked outside the red brick terrace just after 6, engine ticking softly as it cooled. Rain had darkened the pavement to black glass. In the front window, warm light gathered behind the curtains, and for one suspended second he was 17 again, sitting in his father's passenger seat after late training, boots muddy in a plastic bag, pretending not to wait for Ren's name to light up his phone. Nothing came. Nothing had come then, either. Kaito turned off the headlights. In the passenger seat lay a paper bag from the bakery 3 streets over. Desmond's favorite currant buns, still warm when Kaito bought them, now probably cooling into obligation. He picked them up and got out before he could decide this had been a mistake. The house smelled exactly the same. That irritated him. No place had the right to keep so much when people had to keep changing around it. The hallway held old polish, rain-damp coats, and the faint spice of whatever Desmond had on the stove. Kaito stepped inside and kicked off his trainers by the door without being told, because some rules went deeper than adulthood. In here, Desmond called from the kitchen. Kaito hung his jacket on the peg that had been his since he was tall enough to reach it. There was still a scuff in the skirting board below from the year he and Rin had come in shoving each other after training, and Rin had tripped over Kaito's boots, caught himself on the wall, and then accused the house of poor spatial awareness. Kaito looked away from the mark. The kitchen was warm enough to fog the window above the sink. A pot simmered on the hob, sending up the rich, peppery smell of stew. Desmond stood at the counter chopping parsley with the same precise economy he had once used to demonstrate passing angles. His beard was more silver now than black, his shoulders a little less broad under the navy jumper, but his hands were still steady. He looked up. "You brought buns?" "You asked?" "I mentioned. You mentioned 3 times. Desmond smiled. "Effective coaching." Kaito set the bag on the table. "Manipulation. Also effective coaching." The exchange should have settled him. Usually it did. Desmond's kitchen had a way of lowering the volume on the rest of the world. No microphones, no tactical boards, no strangers asking questions they intended to turn into headlines. Just steam on the windows, the old radio low by the bread tin, and his father moving around a room he knew blind. Tonight, Kaito could still see the analysis screen when he blinked. Rin frozen mid-run. Rin in the charity hallway with his shoulder against the cream-painted wall, making a joke about stolen biscuits like the last 10 years were something they could set down for a minute and pick back up when it hurt less. "How's your shoulder?" "Bruised. Nothing serious." He had asked because the question had climbed out before he could kill it. Desmond stirred the pot. "You're quiet." "I'm tired." "You're always tired during season." "There you go. But usually you come in pretending you're not." Kaito pulled out a chair and sat. The kitchen table bore a faded ring near his elbow from a mug Ren had once put down without a coaster. Desmond had scolded them both, and Ren, mortified, had offered to sand the entire table as penance. Kaito had laughed until Desmond threatened to make him sand it instead. The mark was still there. Kaito placed his hand over it. Desmond noticed. Of course he did. His chopping slowed. Either of them said Ren's name. That had become one of the house rules too, though no one had written it down. Desmond ladled stew into 2 bowls and set one in front of Kaito. Chickpeas, lamb, carrots cut thick, steam carrying cumin and black pepper up into his face. Food from childhood, from academy winters, from nights when Ren had stayed for dinner and eaten carefully at first, as if too much hunger might reveal something he had not meant to show. Kaito picked up his spoon. Desmond sat opposite him. "Good turnout at the charity event." Kaito's fingers paused around the spoon. There it was. Not Ren, not directly. But the field around the name, the safer edge of it. "Yes. Saw some clips." "Of course you did. I'm retired, not dead." Kaito tasted the stew. Too hot. It burned the roof of his mouth, and he was grateful for the pain's simplicity. Desmond broke a bun in half. "You looked good with the kids." "So did everyone." "You always did." Kaito looked at him. Desmond buttered the bun with unnecessary attention. "Even when you were one yourself. You thought I didn't see you hanging back after cuts." Kaito swallowed. The stew turned heavy in his mouth. "I wasn't doing anything. You were giving boys something to carry so they didn't have to carry their disappointment empty-handed." Desmond's voice stayed even. "That is not nothing." Kaito set his spoon down. The compliment should have landed kindly. It did not. It landed in a room already too full of old things, the table ring, the hallway scuff, the unspoken name, his father's knowing face. Ren had noticed that too. Kaito knew he had. He had felt Ren watching from across academy rooms with that quiet, dangerous attention, filing away pieces of Kaito no one else bothered to keep. Back then, being seen by Ren had felt like warmth. Now it felt like evidence mishandled. Desmond leaned back. "Something happened." "No. Kaito." He hated father voice. It did not push. It simply stood there, patient, confident the truth would eventually tire itself out and sit down. Kaito took another spoonful. "Nothing happened." What? That line has never fit you well. It fits fine. It fits like a borrowed coat. Kaito almost smiled. Did not. Desmond's eyes softened, and Kaito braced. Was Ashcombe there? There. The name entered the kitchen and changed the pressure. Kaito set the spoon down again, carefully this time. Metal against ceramic. One small sound, cleaner than the pulse starting in his jaw. It was a league charity event, he said. Both squads were there. You spoke? Kaito looked at the table ring beneath his hand. A cream biscuit packet crackling in his grip. Ren saying, "You're stealing from children now?" That laugh leaving Ren before either of them had permission for it. The instant afterward, when silence remembered itself. Briefly. Desmond waited. Kaito pushed the bowl a fraction away. He asked about my cheek? His father's brows drew together. Your cheek? From the derby. It was nothing. You had a mark? Barely. Desmond's expression did something complicated. Concern first, then curiosity, then the careful blankness of a man trying not to show the order in which he had thought things. Kaito saw it. The old irritation flared hot. Don't. I haven't said anything. You were about to. I was about to ask if you were all right. I'm 26. And therefore immune to bruises? It was a match. Desmond nodded slowly. And Ashcombe noticed. Kaito stood so fast the chair legs scraped against tile. Steam rose from the abandoned bowl. Outside, rain tapped the kitchen window, steady as fingernails. Desmond did not move. Kaito turned toward the sink, gripped the counter's edge, and stared at the reflection of the room in the dark glass. His own face hovered there, pale eyes too sharp, jaw locked, hair scraped back from training and still damp at the nape. Behind him, his father sat at the table with the patience of a man who had coached teenagers through worse storms than this, and somehow forgotten his son had once been the worst storm of all. He notices things, Kaito said. His voice came out lower than intended. Desmond was quiet. Kaito hated that too. The silence invited more. He always did. The words escaped before he could stop them. That was his trick. What was? Making you think being seen was the same as being safe. The kitchen went very still. Kaito closed his eyes. There. Too much. Desmond's chair creaked softly. Kai. Don't call me that. His father stopped. The old nickname hung between them, bruised by association. Kaito opened his eyes and looked at their reflections instead of turning around. You told me not to chase him. Desmond's face in the window changed. When he left, Kaito continued. You told me to let him come to me. To give him dignity. I did. You told me not to make him explain something he didn't want to explain. I thought. You said if someone leaves, you let them. Desmond rose from the table then. Kaito turned. The room felt too small for both of them, though it had once held Ren and Kaito and Desmond laughing over burnt toast after an overnight tournament, all elbows and noise and too much orange juice. Desmond's voice was careful. I said you couldn't force answers from someone who wasn't offering them. I was 17. I know. No, you don't. Kaito's hand opened and closed at his side. You knew enough to know he might leave. You knew before I did. Then when he did it, when he left me a note like I was some teammate he'd forgotten to text back, you told me not to go after him. Pain crossed Desmond's face. Kaito nearly stopped. Nearly. But the hallway at the charity event had opened something, and now the air had teeth. You were my dad, Kaito said. I listened to you. I was trying to protect you. The words were soft. They still landed badly. Kaito laughed once, without humor. Effective coaching. Desmond flinched. Regret arrived immediately, sour and useless. Kaito turned back to the counter, pressing both hands flat against it. His father spoke behind him. He chose Brackenford. Kaito's throat tightened. He left without a conversation, Desmond said. Whatever else was happening, whatever reasons he had, he did that. You were wrecked, son. Kaito stared at his hands. 17-year-old hands, bigger than he knew what to do with, crumpling a note until the words broke. I remember, he said. I watched you look at that empty locker like someone had died. Kaito's eyes burned. He blinked hard. Desmond's voice thickened barely. You had a final in 6 days. Scouts coming. A whole future in front of you. And I saw you ready to run after a boy who had not trusted you with goodbye. Kaito turned. His father was standing by the table now, one hand on the back of his chair, knuckles pale around the wood. Desmond had always looked calm from a distance. Even when Kaito was young, even when Kaito's mother left for longer stretches of work abroad and the house had to reorganize itself around absence, Desmond had held steady. Measured voice. Food on the table. Boots by the door. Training schedules printed and taped to the fridge. But his eyes now were not calm. They were old with it. I made the call I knew how to make, Desmond said. I told you not to chase people who had made their choice. The sentence entered Kaito like something familiar and poisonous. He had heard it for years, in different forms. After Ren's first Brackenford goal. After the first derby. After interviews where reporters asked about bad blood and Kaito gave them the shape of an answer without the substance. Desmond never said Ren's name with hatred. That would have been easier to reject. He said it with disappointment. With protective caution. With the quiet authority of a man who knew a door should stay closed once it had saved you from a fire. Don't chase people who have made their choice. Kaito had built a decade around it. He sat back down because his legs had begun to feel strange. Desmond lowered himself into the chair opposite. For a while, the only sound was rain and the low murmur of the radio by the bread tin. Some old soul song Desmond liked, turned down enough to become texture. Kaito stared at the stew. The surface had gone dull. What if there was more to it? He asked. The question came out before he had decided to risk it. Desmond looked up. Kaito's heartbeat moved into his throat. Back then. His father did not interrupt. Kaito hated him less for that and more. What if there was something else? Kaito said. Something he didn't say. The room seemed to lean toward the answer. Desmond's eyes searched his face. Did he tell you that? No. Did someone? No. Then why ask? Because Ren ordered old memories with his eyes. Because he had kept looking at Kaito like apology was a living thing behind his teeth. Because he had said bruised, nothing serious when fine would have been easier. Because Kaito had watched a reserve forward check his shoulder wrong and felt offended on behalf of a boy who had not belonged to him in 10 years. Because the story everyone knew had started to feel too clean. Kaito picked up his spoon and set it down again. I don't know, he said. Desmond leaned back slowly. Something in his face shifted, guarded and troubled. Kaito. The correction hurt more than the nickname would have. If there was more, Desmond said. He had 10 years to say so. Kaito closed his eyes. There it was. The old plank beneath his feet. Solid. Reliable. Cruel. He left. Desmond continued, not harshly. Never harshly. He chose them. Maybe he had reasons. People usually do. But reasons don't erase what the person left behind has to survive. Kaito's hand went under the table. His fingers found each knuckle in turn. 1, 2, 3. The cracks were small, muffled against his thigh. Desmond noticed anyway. His gaze flicked down, then away. Kaito opened his eyes. You think I should keep hating him? No. Desmond's answer came quickly. No, son. Hate is too expensive to carry this long. Kaito looked at him. I think, Desmond said carefully, you need to stop standing in front of doors he closed and calling it loyalty. The sentence should have helped. It did not. Because in the hallway at Northbridge Community Stadium, for one stupid second, the door had not felt closed. It had felt stuck. Rusted, swollen from weather, but not locked. Not gone. Kaito rubbed both hands over his face. When he lowered them, Desmond was watching him with a grief he had no right to. Kaito pushed back from the table. I should go. You haven't eaten. I'm not hungry. You're always hungry. Not tonight. He carried his bowl to the sink, though he had barely touched it. Desmond did not tell him to sit down again. That was another difference between coach and father. The coach might have ordered discipline. The father knew when a man was already bleeding and would only make a mess if held in place. At the hallway, Kaito took his jacket from the peg. His hand brushed the old scuff in the skirting board. He paused. Ren had made that mark. Or Kaito had. Or both of them had, tangled and laughing, too young to understand houses kept evidence long after people stopped visiting. Behind him, Desmond said, I only ever wanted you whole. Kaito's grip tightened on his jacket. Whole. As if he had not spent 10 years mistaking sharpness for repair. He turned enough to see his father in the kitchen doorway, warm light behind him, shoulders bent slightly under the weight of his own good intentions. I know, Kaito said. And he did. That was the worst part. Outside, rain had eased into mist. The street lamps blurred at the edges. Kaito walked to his car with the currant buns still unopened on the kitchen table behind him and his father's advice sitting in his chest where Ren's note had once fit. He got in. Did not start the engine. His phone lay in the cup holder. Black screen. No messages. He picked it up, opened the search bar in his browser, and typed Ren Ashcombe Family Restaurant without knowing he was doing it until the words stared back at him. His thumb hovered. The rain dotted the windshield in tiny, trembling points. What if there was more to it? Kaito held the phone until the screen dimmed. Then he deleted the search, letter by letter. Ren had 10 years. Kaito put the phone down. Started the car. In the rearview mirror, his father's house glowed behind him, warm and steady and full of old marks neither of them knew how to sand away. Chapter 11 Ingrid's Pitch. The email arrived at 7:12 on a Tuesday morning, which Ren knew because he was already at Brackenford's training ground when his phone lit up. He was always early. The car park still held the gray, rinsed-out quiet before the staff vans began arriving in proper numbers. Dawn had not fully committed to the day. It sat low behind the training pitches, pale and watery, turning the frost along the touchline into a thin white seam. Ren sat in his parked car with the engine off, one hand around a travel mug gone lukewarm, the other resting on the gear stick though there was nowhere left to drive. His phone buzzed once against the passenger seat. Then again. Then a third time, which meant either Pri had discovered a new meme he was morally required to ignore, or someone from club media wanted something before breakfast. Ren reached across. The notification banner showed Brackenford Communications. Subject, Proposed Joint Feature, League Documentary. He did not open it immediately. Outside the windscreen, one of the ground staff crossed the far pitch dragging a line marker behind him. The wheels made a faint, squeaking rhythm over the grass. A gull landed near the penalty spot, considered the world with theatrical disappointment, and lifted off again. Ren watched until the groundsman reached the corner flag. Then he unlocked his phone. The email was too long. Anything important hidden under 3 paragraphs of pleasantries and brand language was either expensive or dangerous. Ren skimmed. League-produced documentary. Season-long feature package. Exclusive access. Rivalry of the decade. Ashcombe and Emeryson. His thumb stopped. For a moment the car was too small for him. The steering wheel sat too close to his ribs. The seat belt, unfastened, lay across his thigh like something he had forgotten how to remove. He read the line again, slower this time, as if the words might behave differently under supervision. The league would like to secure a joint sit-down interview with both captains ahead of the mid-season derby, hosted by Ingrid Solberg. Ren set the phone down on the passenger seat. Carefully. So carefully it barely made a sound. The training ground remained exactly as it had been before. Frost. Grass. Staff in waterproof jackets. A distant gate clanging once and settling. Nothing in the world had cracked open. Ren's left hand closed over the travel mug. The lid popped under his thumb, coffee slipping hot and bitter over his knuckle. He stared at the spill. For one clean second, he was back in a corridor at Northbridge Community Stadium with Kaito close enough to touch, both of them hiding behind 10 years of practiced politeness while Ingrid Solberg watched from somewhere in the building with a pen sharp enough to split bone. A joint interview. Not a handshake. Not a press conference where he could aim his answers at a room and let them scatter. Not a charity event where noise and obligation could move them apart before either of them said something dangerous. A table. 2 chairs. Cameras. Kaito beside him. Ingrid across from them, asking questions with that careful, surgical softness of hers. Ren wiped the coffee from his hand with a napkin he found crumpled in the cup holder. The paper shredded against his damp skin. His phone buzzed again. Why has Hugo just walked into the building looking like he's about to ask us to donate organs? Ren looked toward the main entrance. Hugo Bell, Brackenford's head of communications, was indeed walking across the car park with a leather folder tucked under one arm and the expression of a man carrying bad news wrapped in sponsor obligations. He wore a navy overcoat too expensive for weather this ordinary. His hair had been combed into submission with visible effort. Ren's phone buzzed again. Rin. Then, did you get the email? Then, capital letters intentional. Ren picked up the phone, typed yes, and deleted it. He opened the car door instead. Cold air slid under his coat and across the damp place on his hand. He locked the car, slung his gear bag over his shoulder, and walked toward the building. By the time he reached reception, Hugo had already spotted him. Ren, Hugo said, with the bright, doomed warmth of a man entering a room full of explosives carrying a birthday cake. Good you're here. It's 7:20. Yes. Well. Captain's habits, always appreciated. Ren looked at him. Hugo's smile twitched. Pri appeared from the corridor leading to the gym, hair scraped into a knot, training jacket half-zipped, one trainer lace undone. She took one look at Hugo, then at Ren, then clasped her hands together. Wonderful, she said. A morning ambush. Very nostalgic. My family used to do these before weddings. Hugo exhaled through his nose. It isn't an ambush. You sent the email before sunrise. The League sent the email before sunrise. And you forwarded it, which makes you an accomplice. Ren adjusted the strap of his bag against his shoulder. The pressure helped. What do they want? Hugo's eyes flicked once toward reception, where 2 academy players were pretending not to listen while tying their boots on the bench. In my office, he said. Pri pointed at her own chest. Do I get to come? No, Ren said. Yes, Pri said at the same time. Hugo looked between them and made the swift calculation of a man who had worked with footballers long enough to understand where authority ended. Fine. Briefly. His office overlooked pitch 2, which was why Hugo claimed he had chosen it, though Ren suspected he liked being able to see cameras coming before they reached him. The room smelled faintly of printer toner and the peppermint tea Hugo drank when stressed. On one wall hung framed Brackenford magazine covers, Title Wins, Comeback Stories, Ren at 22 with rain in his hair and mud up one side of his face, mouth open mid-shout after scoring against Dunmore. Someone had captioned it Ice in His Veins. Ren had always hated that one. Hugo closed the door. Pri dropped into the chair beside Ren's without waiting to be invited. Before you begin, I'd like to say I object. You don't know the proposal. I know the words League documentary and Ingrid Solberg. That's enough ingredients for poison. Hugo set his folder on the desk. It's not poison. It's a major feature. High production value, prime slot, international distribution. The League wants to build a documentary package around the history of the Derby, and naturally. No, Ren said. The word landed flat enough to make even Pri turn her head. Hugo paused with one hand still on the folder. Naturally, he continued slower. They want both captains involved. No. Pri's mouth closed. Hugo softened his voice, which made Ren's teeth touch at the back. Ren, I understand this is not your favorite kind of media obligation. Do you? I understand enough. Ren looked at the framed cover on the wall. In the photograph, his younger self had been caught in an expression people mistook for triumph. What the picture did not show was the way he had gone straight to the changing room afterward and vomited into a bin from adrenaline. What it did not show was Kaito on the opposite side of the pitch, hands on his hips, watching Brackenford players swallow Ren whole. Hugo opened the folder. The club wants you to consider it. The club can consider my no. The board is already involved. There it was. Not a request then. A soft shape around a hard thing. Ren's fingers found the seam of his tracksuit trousers. He pressed his thumb against it once. Pre leaned forward. What exactly are they asking him to do? A sit-down interview. Controlled environment. Pre-agreed topics. Pre laughed without humor. With Ingrid? Pre-agreed broad topics. Hugo corrected. Ren's thumb pressed again. Twice. The league believes, Hugo said, that both clubs have an opportunity here to own the narrative. The rivalry has grown beyond match coverage. The clips from the charity event did extraordinary numbers. The handshake from the opener is still circulating. If we don't participate, they'll make the documentary anyway using pundits, old footage, and whatever angles they can license. And if we do participate? Pri asked. Then Ren has the chance to present himself well. Ren's mouth moved before he could stop it. Beside Kaito. Hugo looked at him. Pri did not. That was worse. Pri always looked when there was something to see. Her stillness beside him felt like a hand placed gently over a wound in public. Yes, Hugo said. Beside Kaito. The office radiator clicked once, then settled into a thin hiss. Ren imagined it with appalling clarity. Kaito in a dark shirt, posture straight, hands either folded or hidden under the table. The side of his face under studio lights. The line of his jaw when Ingrid said their names together. Ren having to sit close enough to hear him breathe and not look like the sound had entered his bloodstream. Hugo was still speaking. The first filming window would be in 3 weeks. Not the main sit-down yet. Preliminary interviews, establishing footage, training ground access, a shared promotional still if both clubs approve the creative. The joint interview would be filmed later, closer to Derby week. 3 weeks. Ren breathed in. The air smelled like peppermint, toner, and frost clinging to someone's coat. Pri's knee knocked gently against his beneath the desk. Not accidental. Ren looked down at his hands. His left thumb had found the knuckles of that same hand, tapping against the first ridge. Once. Twice. He stopped before the third. What happens if I refuse? He asked. Hugo's face changed in the smallest possible way. Less media officer now. More man who knew the answer was ugly. The club would support you publicly, Hugo said. Pri made a soft, lethal sound. Privately, Hugo continued. The board would be frustrated. The league would be frustrated. Sponsors would ask questions. And Dunmore would almost certainly frame participation as confidence. Ren looked up. Hugo regretted the last sentence the instant it left him. Ren saw it in the brief pinch near his eyes. There it was. The old lever. Kaito's name attached to expectation. Refuse, and it became fear. Accept, and it became spectacle. Either way, the story found his throat. Pri sat back. That's manipulative. That's football, Hugo said quietly. Ren stood. The chair legs scraped the floor too loudly. Hugo's mouth opened, then closed. Pri rose half a second after him, not stopping him, only making sure anyone who wanted to would have to go through her first. Ren picked up his gear bag. I'll think about it, he said. Hugo nodded once, too quickly. That's all we're asking. It was not. Everyone in the room knew it. Ren left before one of them said so. In the corridor outside, the academy players had gone. The reception desk phone rang and rang until someone answered with professional brightness. From the gym came the hollow thud of a medicine ball hitting mats, followed by laughter too early and too easy for the day Ren had apparently agreed to enter. Pri walked beside him in silence until they reached the boot room. Then she shut the door behind them. The room smelled of damp leather, rubber studs, grass, and the sour ghost of 100 post-training afternoons. Shelves climbed every wall. Boots in neat rows. Spare shin pads in plastic tubs. A whiteboard with kit assignments written in black marker. Someone had drawn a tiny crown over Ren's squad number, and an arrow pointing to the words His Majesty of Repressed Bullshit. Pre's handwriting. Ren looked at it. Pre followed his gaze. Still accurate. He let the gear bag slide off his shoulder. It hit the floor harder than intended. Pre did not flinch. Talk to me. There's nothing to say. She tipped her head back and looked at the ceiling as if requesting patience from a god she did not entirely trust. One day, you'll say that and the building will simply collapse out of boredom. Ren crouched to unzip his bag. We have training. We have 37 minutes before training. I need to tape my ankle. Your ankle is fine. My ankle has requested privacy. Ren. His name in her mouth pulled something tight behind his sternum. He stopped with one hand still inside the bag. Pre lowered herself onto the bench across from him. Not too close. Pre knew about distance. She weaponized it when teasing, respected it when it mattered. You don't have to tell me what happened, she said. Not today. His fingers closed around a roll of white tape. But if sitting next to him in a room with cameras is going to make you look like that, someone needs to know before Hugo feeds you to Ingrid Solberg with a club-approved tie. Ren looked at the tape in his hand. The cardboard core showed through where the roll had worn thin. A small, ordinary exhaustion. I can do interviews, he said. I know. I've done worse. I know. I can sit in a chair. Pre's eyes moved over his face. Can you sit next to him? The boot room held its breath. Ren thought of Kaito at 17, shoulders shaking in a laugh he tried to bury in his sleeve because Coach Desmond had threatened extra laps. Kaito at 26, saying good match like a stranger? Kaito in a studio chair while Ingrid asked them to explain what the league had spent 10 years selling. Ren slid the tape into his bag. I don't know, he said. Pre's face shifted. Not victory. Not satisfaction. Something quieter. She nodded once. There we go. Across the city, Kaito received the same email on a treadmill. He had been running hard enough that sweat had darkened the collar of his training shirt, and the numbers on the machine had blurred into red smears. Distance, pace, incline. Clean measurements. Nothing mysterious about them. You asked the body for work, the body either delivered or failed. His phone lit up in the cup holder. Dunmore Media Office. Kaito let it buzz. The treadmill belt hummed under his feet. A minute later, Tomas appeared at the side of the machine with 2 towels around his neck and his curls flattened on one side from sleep. Your phone is making the noise of doom, Tomas said. Kaito increased the speed. Tomas leaned in, squinted at the screen, and immediately stopped smiling. Ah. Kaito kept running. Kaito. No. I haven't said anything. You said ah. Ah is not legally binding. Kaito stabbed the stop button. The belt slowed beneath him. His body wanted to keep going and nearly betrayed him, one hand snapping to the rail. He stepped off, chest lifting hard, sweat cooling too fast down his spine. Tomas picked up the phone and held it out. Kaito did not take it. What does it say? He asked. Tomas's eyebrows rose. You want me to read your club email? No. Then take your haunted little rectangle. Kaito took it. The email opened under his thumb. He read the first line. Then the second. Then the phrase Ashcombe and Emeryson made the gym tilt half a degree to the left. His lungs had handled 6 kilometers at pace without complaint. Now they snagged on air doing absolutely nothing. Tomas watched him with all the humor gone soft around the edges. How bad? Ingrid Solberg wants a documentary. Tomas winced. Naturally. Because she saw 2 men making eye contact and thought, finally, a structural support beam I can drill into. Kaito scrolled. The words behaved exactly as badly as he expected. Joint interview. Shared legacy. Unprecedented access. The rivalry that defined a generation. He could see the trailer already. Dark music. Slow-motion tackles. Ren's face from some match years ago, rain cutting down his cheek like grief had been given weather. Kaito's own worst expression stitched together until resentment looked cinematic. His thumb reached the bottom of the email. The Dunmore board sees this as a valuable opportunity to reinforce club identity and competitive heritage. Kaito laughed once. It came out wrong. Tomas's attention sharpened. Kai. I need to shower. Training starts in 40. I smell. You always smell. It is a locker room. We endure. Kaito turned toward the changing area. Tomas stepped in front of him. It was a brave thing, really, blocking a 6'3" striker with a towel and concern. Kaito looked down at him. Move. No. Tomas. No, because you're doing the thing where your face becomes a locked filing cabinet. I'm not doing anything. You read an email and forgot how oxygen works. Kaito's jaw set. Tomas's voice softened. They can't make you do it. Kaito looked past him, through the glass wall of the gym to the training pitches beyond. The grass outside was still wet from overnight rain. Dunmore's ground staff had laid cones in perfect diagonal lines. Order. Pattern. A world where people put things where they belong. The board can, Kaito said. They can strongly suggest. Same language, different shoes. Tomas sighed. What does your dad say? Don't stand in front of doors people closed? Kaito's eyes cut back to him. Tomas's expression changed immediately. Sorry. Too much. The apology should have softened something. Instead, Kaito saw his father's kitchen. The scuff in the skirting board. His own thumb hovering over a search bar, Ren's name beside the words family restaurant, then erasing the question before it could become disloyal to a decade of hurt. A joint interview would mean sitting close enough for Rin to hear him lie. Or worse. Close enough for Rin to hear where the lie had started to split. Kaito looked at the email again. Ingrid's name sat in the middle of the screen, crisp and harmless in black font. He imagined her asking, "When did you last speak honestly to each other?" He imagined Ren's face. Worse, he imagined Ren answering. Kaito locked the phone. "I'll do it," he said. Tomas blinked. "That is not where I thought this conversation was going. They want a rivalry. Fine. Kaito. They'll get one." Tomas studied him. Not fooled. Never fooled enough. And if Rin doesn't agree? Kaito's hand closed around the phone. There were several answers available. Easy ones. Cruel ones. Professional ones. Then he pictured Rin refusing, and the first thing that moved through him was not triumph. It was a thin, ridiculous disappointment that went straight under his ribs. Kaito hated it enough to smile. "He'll agree," he said. "How do you know?" Because Rin had always walked toward pain if people expected courage from him. Because Rin would rather bleed in the correct posture than ask anyone to move the blade. Because if Kaito was in the room, Rin would not let the world write scared beside his name. Kaito wiped his face with the towel. "Because he's Rin," he said. Tomas said nothing. The gym around them filled by degrees, boots squeaking, weights clinking, someone laughing too loudly at the espresso machine near the recovery room. Ordinary sounds. Teammates starting a day that had not altered shape for them. No one else seemed to notice the way the air around Kaito had tightened until every breath came with edges. His phone buzzed again. A calendar invite this time. Preliminary documentary briefing. Friday. 1400 hours. Kaito stared at the date until the numbers blurred. 3 days. Not the interview. Not yet. But the door had appeared. Half open. Floodlit. Crowded with cameras on the other side. He shoved the phone into his pocket and walked toward the changing room before Tomas could say his name again. In the showers, he turned the water cold enough to bite. It hit his shoulders and stole his breath clean out of him. Kaito braced both hands against the tile, head bowed, water running from his hair down his face, into his mouth, over the place in his chest where something old had begun, against all discipline, to lift its head. He cracked his first knuckle. Then his second. By the third, the sound was lost under the water. Chapter 12 Rain Delay. The rain began 20 minutes before kickoff, as if the sky had waited for both teams to finish warming up before deciding to make a point. Not a drizzle. Not the theatrical silver mist commentators love to call proper football weather. This was rain with weight. It struck the roof of Calderwick Athletics' old clubhouse hard enough to turn every conversation into a half-shout, bounced off the concrete apron in white bursts, and flattened the corner flags until they snapped and strained like trapped birds. Wren stood just inside the tunnel with his boot on the ball and watched the pitch disappear by degrees. Across the halfway line, Dunmore's players gathered near their bench in green jackets, hoods up, shoulders hunched against the downpour. Someone laughed when a sheet of water slid off the dugout roof and landed directly down Tomas Brandeau's back. Tomas folded at the waist, betrayed by architecture. Wren's mouth almost moved. He caught it before it became anything. Beside him, Pre shook rain from her sleeves with the aggression of a wet cat. This is biblical. It's rain. It is water with a grudge. The referee stood near the touchline with 2 assistants and both managers, all of them looking at the grass as though it might apologize. A ball rolled into a shallow puddle near the center circle and stopped dead. Pre pointed. See? Even the ball quit. And flexed his toes inside his boots. The leather had already darkened. His socks were wet at the ankles, cold creeping upward in thin, determined fingers. Across the pitch, Kaito stood apart from the Dunmore group, hood down despite the rain, hair tied low and soaked dark at the ends. Water ran along the line of his jaw and disappeared into the collar of his training top. He had his arms folded, face turned toward the officials, still enough that the storm seemed to move around him rather than against him. Then his gaze shifted. Found Wren. The distance between them filled with rain. Neither looked away fast enough. The referee blew his whistle and made the circular gesture no player wanted to see before a match. Delay. 30 minutes at least. Maybe more, depending on drainage. The crowd groaned under the covered stands, a great disappointed animal sound. Pre exhaled. Brilliant! Trapped indoors with Dunmore. Exactly how I like to spend an evening. Wren bent, picked up the ball, and handed it to the nearest kid assistant. Stay warm. Is that to me or the ball? Both. Touching. The teams were herded back toward the clubhouse like expensive, irritable livestock. Calderwick was a lower league ground with an old kind of charm that meant nothing worked properly, and everyone pretended that was character. The away changing rooms were too small for 20 players, so both squads ended up spilling into the shared lounge beyond the corridor, Brackenford in blue, Dunmore in green, all damp sleeves, wet hair, steam rising faintly from bodies still warm from warm-ups. The room smelled of rain-soaked wool, instant coffee, liniment, and the fried onions from a concession stand somewhere too close to the ventilation. Someone turned on a wall-mounted television with no sound. The match broadcast showed the empty pitch from above, rain blurring the camera until the floodlights bled into halos. Tomas claimed the dartboard corner with 2 Dunmore defenders and immediately began negotiating rules no one else understood. Pre took over a scratched wooden table near the window, produced a deck of cards from her kit bag, and said, "Anyone who cheats gets reported to their mother." Wren chose the far end of the room by the trophy cabinet. It was quieter there. Not quiet, exactly, but separate. The cabinet held tarnished cups from Calderwick seasons long past, silver dulled to pewter, little engraved plaques listing years before Wren was born. One shelf sagged slightly under the weight of a shield with a cracked wooden backing. He leaned against the wall and watched rain crawl down the window beside him. His body hated delays. Warmed muscles cooling. Focus stretched too thin. Hunger arriving at the wrong time. The mind, denied the simple cruelty of kickoff, started opening doors it had no business touching. The documentary briefing had happened 4 days ago. Ingrid had not attended. That had almost made it worse. Instead, both clubs' media departments had sat in a neutral conference room and discussed camera angles, talking points, legacy, tone. Kaito had been 3 chairs away across a polished table with a glass of untouched water in front of him. Ren had watched his own reflection in the tabletop rather than look directly at him. At one point, someone from the league had said, "We want this to feel intimate." Kaito's hand had disappeared under the table. Ren had counted 3 faint cracks of knuckle against silence. Now, across the lounge, Kaito was near the tea urn, listening to Tomas say something with both hands. Kaito did not laugh, but the corner of his mouth softened by a fraction. Ren looked away. The rain hammered harder. A shadow fell across the trophy cabinet glass. "You hiding?" Kaito said. "Or admiring Calderwick's proud history?" Ren's lungs did the smallest, stupidest thing. He turned his head. Kaito stood a few feet away, close enough that Ren could see raindrops caught in the fine hair near his temple. He had changed into a dry Dunmore jacket, unzipped at the throat. Beneath it, his training shirt clung damply at the collarbone. Ren looked at the trophies. "Multitasking?" A pause. Then Kaito huffed once through his nose. Not a laugh. Not quite. But near enough that Ren felt it in a place he had no name for. Kaito folded his arms and looked into the cabinet. "That one's crooked." "The big one?" "No, the shield. Bottom left." Ren glanced down. "It's been bothering me since we came in." "Of course it has." The words landed too easily. For a second, the room rearranged itself around the shape of them, not 2 captains on opposite sides of a decade, but 2 boys in an academy changing room, Kaito kicking Ren's boot bag 2 inches out of line just to watch Ren put it back. Ren's fingers curled against his palm. Kaito's face changed at the same instant, the softness shuddering. He looked back toward the room. "Tomas thinks the match gets called. Pre thinks the roof will go first." "That sounds like Pre." Ren looked at him. Kaito's jaw tightened, as if he had not meant to admit remembering anything about her. Pre had been a year ahead of them in academy circuits, already terrifying defenders and coaches with equal efficiency. Kaito used to call her the tiny general until she heard him and made him sprint laps while she timed him with visible delight. "She'd like that you remember," Ren said. Kaito's eyes cut back. "I remember things." The sentence was not sharp, exactly. Worse. It was careful. Ren nodded once. "I know." Rain pressed at the windows. Across the lounge, someone shouted triumphantly over darts. Pre accused a Brackenford defender of having the poker face of a haunted toddler. Life went on 10 feet away with grotesque confidence. Kaito rubbed his thumb over the side of his index finger. "Did you agree to it?" Ren did not pretend not to understand. "The documentary?" "Yeah. Yes." Kaito looked at the rain. Water traced crooked paths down the glass, each one catching the clubhouse light before vanishing at the sill. "They told me you had," he said. "They told me you had. Would it have changed your answer?" Ren's mouth went dry. That was too close to a different question. One with a 17-year-old version underneath it, mud on his shins, a folded note in a locker room. "Would it have changed anything if you knew what I was doing? Would you have stayed if I asked?" Ren pressed his knuckles once against his thigh. "No," he said. Kaito's face gave nothing away, but something moved in his throat. "Right. I mean," Ren stopped. Kaito looked at him then. There were moments in football when a pass opened for half a second and the whole match seemed to hold itself still, waiting to see if you were brave enough to take it. Ren had built a career on seeing those gaps before anyone else. On trusting his body when his mind could still ruin everything. This was not football. His body knew the run. His mouth did not. "I mean the club pressure was the same either way," Ren said. Kaito's eyes stayed on him for a beat longer. Then he looked back at the trophy cabinet. "Of course." Ren hated the relief that came with surviving the moment. Hated more the disappointment folded inside it. Kaito shifted his weight. "Ingrid will enjoy herself. She usually does. She asked me once whether I thought anger improved my finishing. What did you say? I said no. Ren glanced at him. Liar. Kaito's mouth moved. This time it was almost a smile. Small. Gone quickly. Devastating in its efficiency. Ren had not seen that expression aimed anywhere near him in 10 years. It opened something old and unguarded so abruptly he had to look down at the wet laces of his boots. Kaito noticed. Of course he did. You still do that, Kaito said. Ren stilled. What? Look away when you think you've given too much. The room tilted in half an inch. Ren's first instinct was denial. The second was silence. The third was the wild, useless desire to laugh because Kaito had always been able to cut him open with observation and call it conversation. You still crack your knuckles when you want to say something cruel and don't, Ren said. Kaito's fingers stopped. Then, slowly, he let his hand fall to his side. Either of them spoke. The rain filled in for them, drumming on the old roof, running in the gutters, ticking against the window frame near Ren's shoulder. Kaito looked younger in the clubhouse light. Not 17. Nothing so merciful. But less polished than he did under stadium glare. His hair had loosened from the tie, damp strands curling against his neck. There was a faint crease between his brows, the one he used to get when a coach explained a drill badly and Kaito was deciding whether correcting an adult was worth the punishment. Ren remembered pressing a thumb there once, laughing, saying, "Stop frowning. You'll get stuck." Kaito had bitten his thumb. Not hard. Enough. Ren's hand twitched at his side. Kaito saw that too. His gaze dropped to Ren's fingers, then came back up changed. Do you ever get tired? Kaito asked. Ren's pulse moved hard once. Playing? Performing. The word struck clean. Ren turned his head toward the window. Outside, the pitch lights shone on standing water. The center circle had become a pale, broken reflection of itself. Yes, he said. The answer left before he could file down its edges. Kaito went very still. Ren kept his eyes on the rain. You. A long pause. Then Kaito said, Yes. There was no forgiveness in it. No absolution. Nothing easy enough to frighten them both back into armor. Just yes. A small truce set down between them, wet and ordinary and impossible to ignore. From the far side of the room, Tomas called. Captain? Tell Pri that inventing card rules mid-game is immoral. Pri shouted back. Tell Tomas morality is for people losing less badly. Kaito did not look away from Ren. They're going to cause an international incident. Probably. You should intervene. You're captain too. Dunmore only. I don't take responsibility for Pri Fernsby. No one can. Kaito's mouth softened again. This time Ren let himself see it. The referee's whistle shrilled from the corridor before either of them could say anything else. The room snapped back into teams. Players stood, groaned, stretched, grabbed jackets. Staff voices rose over the rain. Match called. Pitch waterlogged. Rescheduled pending league confirmation. Supporters to be informed. A collective complaint rolled through the lounge. Ren pushed off the wall. Kaito did not move immediately. For 1 second, they stood facing each other beside Calderwick's crooked trophies while the rest of the world reorganized around disappointment. Then Kaito reached past him. Ren felt, before he understood, the brush of Kaito's sleeve against his arm. Kaito opened the trophy cabinet door, adjusted the crooked shield 2 careful inches to the right, and closed it again. The shield settled straight. Kaito looked at Ren. There, he said. Ren's throat tightened around nothing useful. Better, he said. Kaito nodded once and stepped back into the noise, toward Tomas, toward green jackets and waiting buses and the story that would be easier to survive if they both kept performing it. Ren stayed by the cabinet until Pri appeared at his shoulder. She looked at the straightened shield. Then at Ren's face. Interesting, she said. Don't. I said one word. You loaded it. I'm gifted. Ren watched Kaito cross the lounge. At the door, Kaito paused to let a kid assistant pass with a crate of soaked balls. He did not turn around. But his hand, hanging at his side, flexed once, as if it had almost reached for something and remembered, just in time, not to. Pri's voice softened beside him. You okay? Ren looked at the rain on the window, at the pitch no one would play tonight, at the straightened shield in its old cabinet. For once, the answer did not feel like a lie trying on clean clothes. No, he said. Pri's shoulder bumped his, gentle and deliberate. Ren breathed in. But maybe less not okay. Across the room, Kaito stepped out into the storm. Chapter 13. What Pri suspects. Pri waited until after video review to corner him. That was how Ren knew it was serious. Pri had no respect for timing when the stakes were ordinary. She would ask about muscle tightness while he was stepping into an ice bath, demand emotional disclosures over scrambled eggs in the canteen, and once, memorably, had asked their left back whether his divorce was actively tragic or mostly administrative during a rondo drill. But today she waited. She sat through Coach Martel's breakdown of the abandoned Calderwick match with one ankle hooked behind the chair leg, arms folded, face tipped toward the screen. Rain blurred every clip. The ball sticking in standing water. Their right wing losing traction. Kaito turning near the touchline, green shirt dark with rain, his body still somehow readable through weather and bad camera work. Ren kept his eyes on the screen. When the clip froze on the lounge footage the league cameras had captured through the clubhouse window, players waiting out the delay, Brackenford and Dunmore trapped together in the same room, several teammates groaned. Why are they filming everything now? Mills muttered from the row behind. Because privacy died and football sold the corpse, Pri said. A few people laughed. Ren did not. On the screen, a grainy angle caught him near the trophy cabinet. Kaito stood beside him. Not touching. Not even looking at him in that exact frame. Just close enough that anyone could make a meal out of it if they were hungry. Coach Martel clicked the remote too quickly. The image vanished. Ren's ribs loosened half an inch, then tightened again because Pri had gone quiet beside him. After review, the room emptied in the usual disorder. Chairs scraping, players complaining about lunch, someone asking whether the rescheduled fixture meant an extra recovery day or an extra tactical session and receiving 3 different lies from staff. Ren gathered his notebook, capped his pen, and stood. Pri stood with him. Walk with me, she said. No. I phrased that badly. Walk with me or I'll talk here. Ren looked at her. Pri smiled pleasantly. He walked. The corridor outside the analysis room was narrow and painted a shade of white that made everyone look underslept. Framed youth team photos lined the wall. Brackenford Academy squads from the last 20 years, arranged by season. Boys with 2 big shirts and serious faces. A few girls in the newer years, grinning like they knew history had finally remembered to open the door. Ren's old Brackenford Academy photo was halfway down. He never looked at it. Pri stopped directly in front of it. Of course she did. 17-year-old Ren stared out from the second row, left of center, shoulders drawn in beneath a blue training jacket that still had room for another version of him inside it. His hair was too long. His face too thin. His mouth held in the careful flat line of a boy trying to make gratitude look like confidence. Pri tapped the frame with one fingernail. You looked like you hadn't slept in a month. Ren kept his gaze on the end of the corridor. Most academy players look terrible. It's part of development. No. Pri studied the photo. Mills looked terrible at 17. You looked like someone had handed you a map in a language you didn't speak and then set the building on fire. Ren said nothing. A physio passed them carrying a crate of resistance bands. Pri waited until the footsteps faded. I went looking, she said. Ren's throat closed before any words reached it. Pri did not look at him. Not in a creepy way. There's a non-creepy way? Several. I'm beloved by librarians. Pri. Now she turned. There was no teasing in her face. That was the first warning. The second was that she had put both hands into the pockets of her tracksuit jacket, as if she did not trust herself not to reach for him. I was trying to understand why the documentary thing made you look like you'd swallowed glass, she said. And why every time Kaito's name comes up, you act like someone has asked you to identify a body. Ren's fingers tightened around his notebook. I found an article, she continued. Old local paper. Your dad's restaurant. Ashcombe's. Closure notice. Creditors. Some charity match your old community center organized afterward. The corridor seemed to lengthen. The photo frames on the wall turned bright at the edges, then dull. Ren could smell the analysis room behind them, stale coffee, dry erase markers, warm electronics. Could hear a shower running somewhere down the hall. Could feel the hard cardboard cover of his notebook bending under his grip. Pre's voice went softer. It was the same year you transferred. Ren looked at the academy photo because looking anywhere else would be worse. 17-year-old Ren looked back. Thin. Tired. Wearing Brackenford blue like a borrowed alibi. Say something, Pre said. He tried. His mouth made the beginning of 3 different lies and let all of them die against his teeth. Pre waited. That was the terrible thing. She did not fill the silence for him. She let it grow until it had corners. Until Ren had nowhere inside it to stand without touching the truth. My dad's place went under, he said. The words were flat. Ugly. Too small for what they carried. Pre's eyes closed once, quickly. Ren looked away from that, too. It was bad, he said. Worse than the article. They never put the worst parts in the paper. They put phrases like restructuring and difficult economic climate. They don't write about my mother cutting coupons at the kitchen table at 2 in the morning because she thought I couldn't hear her crying over them. Pre's breath caught. Ren pressed the spine of the notebook against his thigh. They don't write about bailiffs knowing your name. Or your father pretending the lights going out was a wiring fault. Or academy fees sitting on the counter beside the gas bill like one of them was going to blink first. He had not meant to say that much. The corridor held the words badly. They did not belong beside framed team photos and motivational posters about discipline. Pre took one step closer. Ren. He shook his head once. Not now. Not sympathy. Not yet. Kaito didn't know? She asked. Ren's jaw worked. There it was. The real blade. Not the money. Not the shame. The name attached to it. No. Did anyone? My parents knew we were struggling. Obviously. His laugh came out without humor. They were living it. I mean here. Football. Dunmore. Him. Ren looked at the photo again. In the picture, his hands were hidden behind his back. He remembered that day with vicious clarity. The photographer had told them to stand straight. Smile, lads. Big season ahead. Ren had clasped his hands behind him because they were shaking. Brackenford knew enough to offer the scholarship, he said. Full fees. Travel. Kit. Meals. Housing support for a while. Pre's face shifted as each word found its place. Not a transfer then. Not ambition. A lifeline. The offer came late, Ren said. Everything was already breaking. Dunmore couldn't match it. Did you ask them? The question should have been simple. Ren's thumb found the old place on his left hand, rubbing once over the knuckle ridge. No. Pre's eyebrows drew in. Not judgment. Calculation. Grief doing math. You were 17, she said. I was old enough to leave. You were a child. I was old enough to sign forms. Old enough for cameras. Old enough for people to call it a career decision when it was really just a door that opened while the house was filling with smoke. His voice had sharpened. Pre absorbed it without flinching. Did Kaito know any of this? She asked again, quieter. Ren looked at her then. The answer must have been on his face because Pre's mouth parted and stayed that way for half a second before she closed it. Oh, Ren. He hated that. The softness. The way it reached for the part of him still sitting on a rented room floor with an offer letter in one hand and his phone in the other, Kaito's name glowing on the screen while he failed to press call. Don't, he said. She nodded, but her eyes stayed bright and furious. Not at him, he realized after a moment. For him. That was worse in a different way. You never told him, Bree said. Ren looked down at the notebook. The cardboard edge had bent into a crescent under his thumb. He released it carefully, as if that could undo anything. I wrote a note. Bree stared. The shower down the hall shut off. Someone laughed in the changing room, loud and careless. A door banged, then muffled music started from a phone speaker. Bree's voice came very controlled. What kind of note? Ren swallowed. He could see the paper. Cheap lined notebook sheet torn from the back because he could not find anything cleaner. His handwriting crowded and uneven. One sentence. The worst possible sentence. The only one he had been able to survive writing. I said I was sorry, he said. That I had to. Bree put a hand over her mouth. Ren looked back at the academy photo because he deserved to look at him. At the boy who had thought silence was mercy because shame had dressed itself up as protection. He must have thought. Bree stopped. Yes. You don't know what I was going to say. Ren's mouth twitched without becoming a smile. I do. Bree dropped her hand. Ren. He thought I chose Brackenford. The rivalry. Something better. His throat tightened around the word better. Maybe I did. I don't know. It was better than quitting. Surviving is not choosing against him. Ren's eyes burned so suddenly he looked at the ceiling. The fluorescent light above them hummed with a faint, insect noise. There was a dead fly in the plastic cover, one wing stuck against the inside. Ren fixed on it like it had instructions for him. Bree's voice went careful again. Does Kaito know now? No. Ren. He doesn't. After 10 years? The ceiling blurred. Ren blinked once, hard. It's not an explanation anymore, he said. Bree's brows knit. It's an excuse with dust on it. No. She stepped fully into his space now, short and fierce and impossible. No, that's the kind of thing your brain says because your brain is a hostile workplace. It's an explanation. It won't give him 10 years back. Nothing will. The words landed between them with more kindness than comfort. Ren looked at her. Bree's eyes had gone wet. She looked offended by this, as if her own body had betrayed professional boundaries. But he's still living inside the wrong story, she said. So are you. Ren's hand opened and closed at his side. He thought of Kaito by the trophy cabinet, adjusting the crooked shield. There, he had said, like setting something right could still be that simple. Thought of the rain on the windows. Yes, Kaito had said, when Ren asked if he was tired too. A small truth set down between them. Ren had carried a larger one for so long it had fused with bone. What if he thinks I'm asking him to forgive me? Ren said. Bree's face softened in a way he could not dodge. Are you? He had no answer. Not because he did not know. Because wanting forgiveness had always felt greedy. As if losing Kaito had been the tax paid on keeping his family upright, and asking for anything now would be trying to reclaim money already spent. Bree touched his sleeve. Just 2 fingers. He could have stepped away. He did not. You can be sorry for how you left, she said, and still not be sorry you survived. The sentence moved through him with the quiet violence of a joint set back into place. Ren looked down before she could see too much. Too late, probably. Bree's fingers squeezed his sleeve once and let go. From the changing room, Coach Martel called his name. Something about press availability. Something about 10 minutes. The world, rude as ever, continuing. Ren cleared his throat. Bree wiped quickly under one eye and pointed at him. Mention this and I'll deny it. Obviously. I have a brand. A terrifying one. Exactly. He shouldered his notebook against his chest. Bree stepped aside but did not move away entirely. You don't have to tell him today. Ren nodded. But you do have to stop telling yourself there's nothing to tell. The corridor stretched ahead, bright and ordinary and impossible. Ren looked once more at the academy photo. 17-year-old him in too large blue, hands hidden, mouth flat, trying to look like leaving had not hollowed him out before anyone could call it ambition. For the first time in 10 years, Rin did not look away first. "I know," he said. The words were almost too quiet for Pri to hear. But she did. Her shoulder brushed his as they walked toward the noise. Chapter 14: The Documentary Sit Down. The studio was colder than Rin expected. Not physically, though the air conditioning had teeth. It was the light. The clean white panels on black stands, the matte gray floor, the two chairs angled toward each other with enough space between them to look intimate on camera and unnatural in real life. Someone had placed a low table off to the side with 3 water bottles, untouched glasses, and a small bowl of mince no one would eat. Ren stood beside his chair and kept his hands loose. That was the first thing they taught you, before media training acquired words like narrative discipline and message control. Hands loose. Face neutral. Shoulders open. Never look hunted, even when a camera lens turned its black eye toward you like it knew where the body was buried. Across the room, Kaito spoke quietly with Dunmore's communications officer. He wore a dark green knit polo under a tailored jacket, because someone had clearly decided captains looked more human if dressed almost but not quite like themselves. His hair was tied back at the nape. One damp strand, mist or rebellious, curved near his temple. Ren looked away before the sight could become a habit again. Pri had texted him 20 minutes earlier. "Pri, you do not owe the camera your blood." Then, because Pri could never leave a clean emotional offering alone. "Pri, but if Solberg annoys you, blink twice and I'll fake a small electrical fire." Ren had not answered. He had read the messages in the car outside the studio with his thumb resting over the screen until the words blurred. "You can be sorry for how you left, and still not be sorry you survived." The sentence had followed him here like a second pulse. A production assistant approached with a powder brush. Ren let her touch his forehead, his nose, the sharp place beneath one cheekbone. Her perfume was orange blossom and something peppery. Her hands were brisk, professional, kind in the way strangers could afford to be when they had no idea what they were sending you into. "All set," she said. "Thank you." His voice worked. "Good." Kaito took his chair first. Ren saw it out of the corner of his eye and felt his own body prepare for match movement, ridiculous and useless. Step. Angle. Counter-run. Find the space. There was no space to find. He sat. The chair was too low by half an inch, enough to make his knees feel wrong. Kaito's right knee was closer than it had any reason to be. Not touching. Never touching. But present. A fact at the edge of Ren's vision. Ingrid Solberg entered without hurry. She wore black trousers, a cream blouse, and the expression of a woman who had never once mistaken softness for mercy. Her pale hair curved neatly at her jaw. In one hand she carried a leather notebook. In the other, a pen. The pen worried Rin more. "Gentlemen," Ingrid said. Kaito nodded. "Ingrid," Rin said. "Good to see you." Her eyes moved to him, amused by the lie but willing to let it sit there. "Is it?" A camera operator laughed under his breath. Ren allowed the corner of his mouth to shift. "Professionally. Then I'll try not to ruin the experience personally." Kaito made no sound, but Ren felt the restraint beside him. The small tightening in the air. They did sound checks first. Ren counted backward from 10. Kaito repeated the sentence the producer gave him. The rivalry means different things to different people. The words came out clean, clipped, almost bored. Ingrid settled into her chair opposite them. The room quieted. Not immediately. Studios never went silent all at once. Noise peeled away in layers. The murmur near the monitors, the soft squeak of a crew member stepping back, someone's whispered countdown. Then a red light appeared on camera too, and the room became a place where every breath had evidence attached. Ingrid smiled slightly. "Ren Ashcombe. Kaito Emeryson. 2 captains, 2 clubs, one of the defining fixtures of the modern league. Thank you both for agreeing to sit down together." Ren gave the shape of a smile. "Thanks for having us," Kaito said. "Pleasure." It was not. The first questions were harmless because bait worked better when the fish believed in water. What did the Derby mean to the clubs? How had the fixture evolved over the last decade? Did either of them remember their first senior match against the other side? Wren answered in tiles. History matters to supporters. The intensity has grown with the results. You learn quickly in fixtures like these. Kaito matched him, line for line. It's a match that asks for concentration. You respect the occasion. The table matters more than the noise. Ingrid let them build their wall. She nodded. Listened. Occasionally looked down at her notes, as if checking a map she had no intention of following. Wren's shoulders began to ease despite himself. Not fully. Never that. But enough that the cold studio air no longer felt pressed directly to his lungs. Then Ingrid turned a page. You both talk about the Derby as an institution, she said. But institutions are built by people. And for many supporters, the modern Derby begins not with a fixture list, but with the two of you. Kaito's hand disappeared along the side of his chair. Wren heard nothing, but he knew where those fingers had gone. Thumb to knuckle. Pressure instead of sound. Ingrid looked between them. You came through youth football together. Same academy circuit. Same age group. Same position. For a while, people expected you to become teammates at senior level, not opponents. The studio light warmed Wren's face. His hands stayed loose on his thighs. Football changes quickly, he said. It does, Ingrid agreed. People do too. Kaito's mouth flattened. Ingrid shifted toward him. Kaito, you've often said you and Wren grew up and grew apart. Yes. Do you believe that still? Kaito looked at her for one measured second. It's what happened. Wren kept his eyes on Ingrid. Not on Kaito. Not on the tight line of Kaito's jaw. Not on the way his own chest seemed to be folding inward around a locked room. Ingrid's pen tapped once against her notebook. That phrase has always struck me as very tidy. Kaito said nothing. Wren felt the silence reaching for him. Ingrid continued. Most 17-year-old friendships don't end tidily. Especially not friendships as close as yours reportedly was. Reportedly. The word slipped under Wren's skin with a cold little hook. Kaito's head turned a fraction. Not toward Wren. Toward the nearest camera, perhaps. Toward the exit. Toward anything with a clean edge. Wren spoke before Ingrid could aim again. We were kids, he said. People put too much weight on academy stories afterward. Ingrid's gaze came to him. Were you close? The correct answer was yes, once. The safe answer was the one that would leave no fingerprints. Wren swallowed. Kaito was very still beside him. We trained together, Wren said. Ingrid waited. The answer sat there, ugly in its insufficiency. Kaito let out a breath through his nose. Almost nothing. A sound no microphone should have loved enough to catch. But Wren heard it. Ingrid did too. She turned back to Kaito. Would you describe it that way? Kaito smiled. Wren felt the wrongness of it before the expression fully arrived. It was beautiful, camera-ready, and empty enough to echo. If Wren wants to call it training together, Kaito said, I'm not going to correct him. The studio temperature seemed to drop. Wren's fingers pressed once against his thigh before he could stop them. Ingrid leaned in. What would you call it? Kaito's jaw moved. For half a second Wren saw him not here but in an academy changing room with rain striking high windows, one lace between his teeth, laughing around it because Wren had told him he was going to choke. Then Kaito blinked, and the boy vanished. A long time ago, Kaito said. Ingrid's eyes sharpened, not triumph exactly, but recognition. A door had opened. She would not be Ingrid Solberg if she did not step through. Do you remember the week Wren transferred? Wren's lungs stopped doing their work properly. The production lights hummed. Somewhere behind the cameras, a crew member shifted his weight. Leather creaked beneath Kaito's hand as his grip tightened on the chair. Ingrid's voice stayed gentle. It was the week before the Youth Cup final, wasn't it? Kaito looked at her. No rehearsed boredom now. Rin turned before he could stop himself. Kaito's face had emptied in a way Rin had only seen twice. Once after a bad collision when he had tried to stand and could not, and once the night Rin left, though Rin had not been there to see it. He had imagined it so often his mind had built the expression from guilt and absence. Now here it was. Real. Older. Worse. Ren's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Ingrid glanced down at her notebook. There's footage from that tournament in the League archive. Dunmore's academy side walking out without you, Ren. Kaito captaining for the first time. The commentators mention your transfer twice in the first 10 minutes. Kaito said very quietly. Don't. Every person in the room heard it. Ingrid did not move. I'm not asking for gossip. Yes, you are. Kaito. You're asking about a child on camera like you found something noble in the archive. The producer near the monitor lifted one hand, uncertain. Ren leaned forward. We can move on. Kaito's head turned. Their eyes met. It was not like the rain delay. There was no crooked shield. No shelter of old wood and bad weather. Only lights, cameras, and the look on Kaito's face when Ren tried, too late, to protect a wound he had helped leave open. Kaito's voice came low. Now you want to move on? Ren absorbed it without flinching because flinching would make it about him. Ingrid said softer. Kaito, do you feel Ren's transfer changed the course of your career? Kaito looked back at her. Something in his expression went still. Not calm. Decided. No, he said. We're done. The room held its breath. The producer stepped forward. We can take 5. No. Kaito stood. The microphone clipped inside his jacket pulled at the fabric before a sound tech hurried in to free it. You wanted the rivalry. There. You have it. Kaito. His communications officer said from behind the monitor, warning threaded through his name. Kaito did not look at him. He looked at Rin. For one terrible second, Ren thought he might say it here. Might ask, in front of everyone, why? Might split the decade open under studio lights and let the cameras swallow whatever came out. Instead, Kaito's mouth twisted once. You always didn't know when to leave things unsaid, he said. Then he walked off set. The sound of the studio door closing behind him was not loud. It did not need to be. Ren stayed seated. His hands were no longer loose. His fingers had curled against his thighs hard enough that his nails pressed through the fabric. Ingrid lowered her notebook. No one spoke for several seconds. The crew moved carefully, as if sudden noise might make the room worse. Kaito's empty chair sat angled beside Ren's. The dent he had left in the cushion began, slowly, to rise. Ren looked at it. He thought of a folded note. I'm sorry. I have to. 7 words small enough to fit in a locker. Large enough to ruin a life, if placed correctly. His communications officer came near his shoulder. Ren, we're going to pause. We'll handle this. Don't say anything until. Ren stood. The mic tugged at his jacket. He stopped, let the sound technician unclip it with trembling fingers, and thanked her because some habits survived even detonations. Ingrid rose too. For the first time since he had known her work, she looked less certain of the ground under her feet. Ren, she said. I didn't intend. Yes, he said. Her mouth closed. He did not know whether he meant yes, you did, or yes, you didn't, or yes, this is what happens when old things are dug up by people wearing clean shoes. Maybe all of it. He looked toward the door Kaito had gone through. Every instinct in him moved that way. Every practiced fear caught his sleeve. Pri's voice, memory sharp, cut through both. He's still living inside the wrong story. So are you. Ren's hand closed around nothing. Then he walked off set. Not quickly. Not chasing. But for once, not staying where the cameras wanted him. Chapter 15 Fallout. By noon the next day, Kaito had been clipped into 17 seconds of evidence. The video started mid-question, which made it worse. No context. No slow build. No polite answers beforehand, no cold studio air, Noren sitting beside him so still he looked carved out of regret. Just Ingrid Solberg's voice, soft as a hand on a bruise. Do you remember the week Rin transferred? Then Kaito's face. He had watched it once before turning his phone over on the kitchen counter. Once had been enough to see what everyone else had seen and what no one else could understand, the exact instant the floor disappeared beneath him. The clip cut to him standing. We're done. Then another jump, crueler because someone had captioned it in bold white letters over his own mouth. You wanted the rivalry. There. You have it. The internet loved a man bleeding if the blood came with good lighting. Kaito stood barefoot in his kitchen with coffee cooling untouched beside the sink and listened to his phone vibrate against the counter. Again. 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 The sound crawled under his skin. He had not opened the club group chat since 8:30. He had not answered his agent. He had not answered his father's 2 missed calls or the text that came after them. Dad saw the clip? Call me when you want to, not before. Kaito had stared at that one for a long time. Not before. His father had always known how to leave a door open without standing in it. Kaito should have been grateful. Instead, the message sat under his ribs with the uncomfortable weight of mercy. His phone buzzed again. This time the screen lit with Tomas's name. Kaito did not touch it. The call rang out. 3 seconds passed. It started again. Tomas, Kaito said to the empty kitchen. The name had the shape of a warning and no effect whatsoever. He picked up the phone and rejected the call. Immediately, a text arrived. Tomas rude. Then. Tomas, I have pastries and no respect for locked doors. Kaito's jaw tightened. He typed, don't come over. Deleted it. Typed, I'm fine. Deleted that too, because even his phone would know. Another buzz. Tomas, you are either at home pretending furniture can't judge you, or at the training ground doing something stupid to your hamstrings. I am checking both. Choose your adventure. Kaito turned the phone face down again. The kitchen fell quiet except for the refrigerator hum and the soft ticking of rain against the window. Outside, the sky hung low over the city, colorless and unimpressed. A bus sighed at the stop below his flat. Somewhere upstairs, a child ran hard across a floor, laughter tumbling after each footfall. Kaito gripped the counter until the edge pressed a clean line into his palms. Furniture could judge him all it liked. At least furniture did not ask questions. He lasted another 42 minutes. Then the silence became too loud, so he drove to Dunmore. The training ground should have been safer. It was built for purpose. Grass cut to regulation. Cones stacked by color. Gym equipment wiped down, reset waiting. A place where pain could be organized into sets and reps and measurable improvement. The gate guard gave him a careful look as he waved him through. Not pity. Worse. Recognition. Kaito parked in his usual spot and sat with both hands on the wheel until the leather warmed under his fingers. The clip had made the morning shows. He knew because he had made the mistake of turning on the television while pouring coffee and heard his own voice before his body could brace for it. 3 pundits at a desk. One retired center-back with hair like polished brass saying, "You don't react like that unless there's something real there." A presenter with merciless eyeliner asking whether Ashcombe's silence had provoked Emeryson. Someone else laughing about Derby Spice. Derby Spice. Kaito had set the coffee pot down so hard it cracked the mug. Now, in Dunmore's underground car park, he looked at his reflection in the windscreen. Pale eyes. Unshaved jaw. Hair scraped back badly because he had tied it without looking. A red mark on his lower lip where he had bitten it sometime between his flat and here. He looked like exactly what they were calling him. Unraveling. Kaito got out of the car. The gym was empty, because the schedule said recovery and media management, not self-destruction. Kaito ignored the schedule. He changed into training kit in the silent locker room, left his phone inside his bag, and walked out to pitch 3 with boots in one hand. Rain had softened the ground. The air smelled of wet grass, rubber, and the sharp metal scent of coming weather. Low clouds pressed over the floodlights though it was barely afternoon. Good. Let it rain again. He set a row of balls near the top of the box. Not neatly enough. He corrected them. Then corrected the correction until each ball sat an equal distance from the next. There. He started with free kicks. Left corner. Right corner. Low drive. Top bins. Over the wall he did not bother setting up. One ball after another until his thigh warmed, then burned, then stopped complaining and became a separate thing he did not have to consult. The first 5 went clean. The 6th clipped the post and came back at him. Kaito trapped it under his sole and felt a stupid flash of anger so sharp he almost laughed. At a ball. Excellent. Very dignified. He placed it again. Struck harder. Net. Again. Net. Again. Wide. The wide one did something to him. Not much. Just enough. A thin tear in the fabric. He chased the rebound to the advertising boards, rain beginning to needle across the back of his neck, and saw Wren's face on the temporary derby banner stretched along the fence. Ashcombe v. Emeryson. The photo was from last season. Wren in blue, mouth set, hazel eyes fixed past the camera like the world had disappointed him, but he was too polite to mention it. Kaito stood there with mud on his boots and rain collecting in his collar. You always did know when to leave things unsaid. He had thrown that at Wren because it was the safest blade in the room. Familiar handle. Familiar wound. He had not stayed to see if it landed. Of course it had landed. Wren had built a life around not showing blood, but Kaito knew the places to cut. Knowing them had once meant care. Now it made him efficient. His stomach turned. He kicked the next ball before setting his plant foot properly. Pain flashed up the inside of his ankle. Kaito swore and bent forward, hands on his knees, breath tearing white in the cold. Behind him, someone clapped slowly. Beautiful, Tomas called. Textbook example of how not to have a career. Kaito closed his eyes. Rain tapped against his shoulders. I said don't come. You said nothing. Very loudly. I interpreted. Kaito straightened. Tomas stood near the touchline in a black rain jacket, hood pushed back, a paper bakery bag in one hand and 2 takeaway coffees balanced precariously in the other. His curls were already damp. He looked offensively ordinary. Kaito hated how relieved he was. Go home, he said. I tried. Terrible company there. Myself, mostly. Tomas. No, I know this part. Tomas stepped onto the pitch, boots sinking slightly into the wet grass. You say my name like a storm warning? I make a joke. You glare. I pretend the glare does not wound me. We accomplish nothing and both get cold. Kaito turned away to collect another ball. Tomas's voice followed, lighter. I brought custard tarts. I'm training. You are punishing the grass. I have a match Saturday. You have recovery today. I'm recovered. You look like you slept in a dishwasher. Kaito struck the ball. It flew over the bar and hit the fence with a metallic rattle. The sound hung there. Tomas said nothing. Kaito bent to pick up another ball and found his hands had started shaking. Not badly. Not enough that anyone farther away would see. Tomas was not farther away. He set the coffees on the ground and walked closer, bakery bag still in hand. Kai. Don't. I haven't asked anything. You're breathing like a question. That is unfortunately how lungs work. Kaito huffed once, sharp and empty. Tomas's face softened, and the joke left him completely. Come inside. No. It's raining. It's football. It's avoidance in studs. Kaito turned on him. What do you want me to say? The words came out too loud. They startled a pair of pigeons from the roof of the equipment shed. The birds burst upward, gray wings beating against gray sky. Tomas stood very still. Kaito's chest moved hard. What? He said. That Ingrid Solberg asked about an old tournament, and I forgot how to be a professional for 90 seconds? Fine. There. I said it. That's not what happened. You watched a different clip? I watched your face. Kaito's mouth shut. Rain slid down the side of Tomas's jaw. He did not wipe it away. You look like someone opened a door you've had furniture shoved against for 10 years. Kaito looked toward the fence. Ren stared back from the derby banner, rain beating over his printed face. Very poetic, Kaito said. Thank you. I suffer beautifully. Tomas. I'm serious. That's worse. Tomas moved until he stood between Kaito and the banner. Shorter by several inches, goalkeeper's shoulders broad under his jacket, bakery bag crumpling slowly in one fist. You can be angry at her, Tomas said. You can be angry at the league. You can be angry at Ren. You can even be angry at me for showing up with pastries like some emotionally intrusive delivery service. I'm not angry at you. Good. I am extremely lovable. Kaito looked down. Mud clung to the seam of his boot. He had tied the laces wrong. One loop longer than the other. At 17, Ren would have noticed within seconds. Not teased him aloud if coaches were near. Just looked at the boot, then at Kaito, eyebrow lifting. Fix it, disaster. Kaito's throat moved. Tomas saw. He always saw. Say one true thing, Tomas said. Kaito laughed, once, without sound. Is this therapy now? No, therapy has chairs. This is much wetter. I don't have anything true to say. Liar. Kaito's head snapped up. Tomas did not retreat. The rain thickened, pattering against the paper bag until dark spots spread through the brown. Kaito's hand curled. First knuckle. Second. Third. He stopped before the fourth and looked at his own fingers as if they belonged to someone worse than him. One true thing, Tomas repeated softer. Kaito looked past him to the banner. Ren's printed face had gone blurry behind rainwater. The ink held its expression anyway. He didn't even call it what it was, Kaito said. Tomas waited. At the interview. Kaito's voice lowered until the rain nearly took it. Ingrid asked if we were close and he said we trained together. Tomas's expression changed. Not surprise. Something sadder than that. Kaito hated it, but not enough to stop. We trained together, he repeated. Like I was a teammate in a drill. Like I didn't know how he took his tea before he learned to like coffee. Like he didn't keep spare tape in his left boot because I always forgot mine. Like he didn't sleep on my bedroom floor 3 nights before academy trials because he said his house was too noisy, and I pretended to believe that was the only reason. His voice cracked on the last word. Barely. Enough. Tomas's hand tightened around the bakery bag. Kaito looked away, jaw clenched so hard it ached. He could have said friend. The word came out small. Too small for the pitch. Too small for 10 years. It vanished into rain almost before it existed. Tomas did not touch him. Kaito was grateful for that until he wished, suddenly and with such force it made him dizzy, that someone would. He could have said we were friends, Kaito said. Just once. On record. No explanation. No great confession. Just, he swallowed. Just that it mattered. Tomas breathed out slowly. Kaito wiped rain from his face with the heel of his hand. It did nothing. His eyes burned anyway, furious and hot against the cold. He sat there, Kaito said, and made it smaller. Maybe smaller is all he can survive in public. Kaito looked at him. Tomas held his gaze. Gentle, but not yielding. Maybe that's not enough. Both can be true. The anger rose because anger was easier than the thing underneath it. Kaito reached for it automatically and found, with some alarm, that it did not come cleanly. What am I supposed to do with that? He asked. I don't know. Very helpful. I'm a goalkeeper, not a wizard. Kaito nearly smiled. It failed halfway and hurt worse than not trying. Tomas stepped closer, close enough now that Kaito could smell coffee cooling in cardboard cups and the sugar from the ruined pastry bag. You almost said something at the interview. Kaito's stomach tightened. No. You did. I walked out. Before that. Kaito looked down at the grass. The studs of his boots had carved small wounds in the wet ground. He had almost asked, "Why did you leave me like that?" Not in those words. Never in those words. Those were too naked, too young, too much like the boy in the locker room holding a note so tightly the paper softened in his fist. But the question had been there, rising. Ren had looked at him like he could hear it. Maybe that was why Kaito had left. "I don't want answers from him," he said. Tomas was quiet. "I don't," Kaito repeated. "Okay. Don't do that." "Do what?" "Agree like you don't." Tomas's mouth curved faintly. "You make conversation very complicated." Kaito rubbed both hands over his face, then let them fall. His ankle throbbed where he had struck badly. His shirt stuck damp and cold against his back. Rain ran under his collar and down his spine. "I don't want to care," he said. "There. A true thing. Not the deepest. Not the worst. But true enough that the pitch seemed to shift under it." Tomas nodded once. "I know." "No, you don't." Kaito's voice roughened. "It's humiliating. He left once. He said nothing. He spent 10 years saying nothing. And I still—" The sentence broke. Tomas did not move. Kaito stared at the torn-up grass between his boots. He could not say miss him. He could not say love, not even near it. The words waited behind his teeth like animals that would not survive daylight. He still knew Ren's run before the pass came. He still looked for him first in every derby tunnel. He still measured rooms by where Ren was standing. He still heard "We trained together" and felt 17 years old, dismissed by the only person whose memory had been keeping him company. "I still know him," Kaito said finally. The words landed soft. Tomas's face did something Kaito did not want to look at too closely. "Yeah," Tomas said. "You do." Kaito inhaled through his nose. The rain had soaked through his socks. His toes had gone cold. The balls lay scattered across the box like evidence of a tantrum no one had the decency to call a drill. Tomas bent, picked up one of the coffees, and held it out. "It's probably awful now," he said. Kaito took it. Their fingers brushed against wet cardboard. The coffee was lukewarm and bitter. He drank anyway. Tomas lifted the bakery bag. The bottom had started to give way. "The tarts may have become soup. Tragic. National tragedy. Portugal will issue a statement." Kaito looked at the fence again. Ren's face watched from the banner, blurred but present. His phone, abandoned in the locker room, was probably full of calls and messages and carefully drafted advice from people who wanted him to become manageable again. Apologize without apologizing. Smile without softening. Step back into the story and stand still while it used him. Kaito sipped the bad coffee. For the first time since walking off set, he let himself think of Renat as the man in the chair beside him, saying too little, but as the boy on his bedroom floor who had stared at the ceiling and whispered, "Don't let me sleep through my alarm." As if Kaito ever would have. Tomas nudged his shoulder lightly. "Inside?" Kaito looked at the goalmouth, the torn grass, the scattered balls. Then at the banner. Then at his friend, soaked and patient, and holding a bag of pastry ruins like an offering. "Inside," Kaito said. Tomas did not smile too much. Kaito appreciated it. They gathered the balls in silence. At the last one, near the fence, Kaito paused. Rainwater ran along the bottom edge of the derby banner, gathering at Ren's printed chin before falling in slow drops to the mud. Kaito reached out. Not to touch Ren's face. He was not that far gone. He only pressed the loose corner of the banner back against the fastening where the wind had pulled it free. The plastic snapped flat. There. Better. He turned away before Tomas could see his face and walked back toward the building. Chapter 16, a text 10 years late. Ren wrote the message in the notes app first. Not because it was safer there. Nothing was safe inside a phone that also contained match schedules, club briefings, and 37 unread messages from people with opinions about the documentary clip. Still, the notes app felt less direct. Less like knocking. He sat at his kitchen table with the overhead light off and the under cabinet strip glowing weakly behind him, turning the sink and the clean plate on the drying rack into pale, domestic evidence. Outside the window, traffic moved in wet ribbons along the street below. Red brake lights. White headlights. The city making its ordinary promises to keep going. His thumb hovered over the screen. Can we talk? Too small. We need to talk. Too much like a summons. I owe you an explanation. His chest tightened around the word "oh." He deleted all of it. The kettle clicked off behind him and went ignored. Across the table, his phone buzzed with another notification. He did not have to look to know what it would be. Another article. Another clip. Another pundit dragging Kaito's face across a panel desk and calling it passion, pressure, rivalry. 3 bright words that together failed to mean wound. Rin turned the phone face down. The documentary fallout had lasted 2 days and felt longer than some seasons. Brackenford's media team had sent statements. Dunmore had sent statements. The League had sent something polished enough to be insulting, using words like respect, sensitivity, competitive history. Ingrid Solberg had not published a column, which worried Ren more than if she had. Silence from Ingrid felt less like retreat than a drawn breath. Pri had sat beside him through the worst of the club's internal meeting that morning, one ankle crossed over her knee, arms folded, face arranged in such perfect disgust that Hugo had stopped making eye contact with her altogether. Afterward, she had followed Ren to the car park. Not immediately. Pri rarely chased. She positioned herself in the path of denial and waited for it to arrive. He had been halfway into his car when she said, "You know what I'm going to say." Ren had gripped the open door. "No." "Yes, you do." He had looked at the black rubber seal along the window. Rainwater had gathered there in a thin, trembling line. Pri came closer, boots crunching over gravel. "He looked like someone took a knife to him on camera." Ren shut his eyes. "And you looked," she said softer, "like you were holding the handle." His hand slipped on the wet door. Now, hours later, that sentence sat across from him at the kitchen table, patient and unwelcome. Ren unlocked his phone again. Kaito's contact was still there. Of course it was. Not under Emeryson. Not Kaito Emeryson. Just Kaito, because Ren had never changed it and had never let himself decide whether that was loyalty or cowardice. The last message thread between them was almost 10 years old, buried so far down Ren had to search for it. His stomach turned before it opened. "Kaito, where are you?" "Kaito, Harrow's being weird." "Kaito, Ash." "Kaito, call me." Then nothing. No reply from Ren. Not one. The screen blurred. Ren set the phone down and pressed the heels of both hands into his eyes until colors sparked behind the lids. He was 26 years old. Captain of Brackenford. Paid to make decisions in noise, to see angles through pressure, to take penalties in stadiums where strangers screamed his name like they owned part of it. One text message had him by the throat. The kettle cooled. He stood because sitting had become impossible. Crossed to the counter. Poured hot water over a tea bag he did not want. Forgot milk. Remembered. Opened the fridge. Closed it without taking anything out. The old academy boots were still in his closet. He could feel them from 2 rooms away like a second heartbeat. Cracked leather. Red laces. Dried mud in the seam. Proof that some version of him had believed memory was something that could be stored neatly and survived at a distance. His phone remained on the table. Waiting. Ren went back and picked it up. His hand shook once. Not much. Enough. He opened the message thread. The empty text box glowed at the bottom of the screen. Ridiculous little white field. Room enough to ruin a life. Room enough, maybe, to stop ruining it in exactly the same way. He typed. "Can we talk?" Stopped. The missing question mark stared back at him. Too abrupt. Too Rin. He added. "Really talk?" His thumb hovered. "Not for the cameras." He read the 3 lines. "Can we talk? Really talk? Not for the cameras." His pulse beat once in his throat. Once. Twice. On the third, he hit send before his body could negotiate. The message turned blue. Delivered. Ren stared at it. Nothing happened. Of course nothing happened. A decade did not turn around in the time it took a phone signal to cross the city. Kaito did not materialize in the kitchen with rain in his hair and fury in his mouth. The screen did not crack. The floor did not open. His heart did not stop, though it seemed briefly interested in trying. Delivered. He set the phone down. Picked it up again. Set it down. Across town, Kaito had his phone on the arm of the sofa when Ren's message arrived. He heard the buzz over the muted football highlights he was not watching. At first, he did not look. That had become one of his new rules since the clip went viral. Do not obey the phone immediately. Do not reward the machine for making noise. Do not let the world train your nervous system like a badly raised dog. The phone buzzed once. Then lay still. Kaito kept his eyes on the television. A winger he did not care about cut inside from the left. The pundit at the bottom of the screen mouthed silently around whatever conclusion had been assigned to him. Rain moved down Kaito's window in long, crooked lines, blurring the city beyond the glass. His ankle still ached faintly from the bad strike 2 days earlier. Tomas had noticed during training. Of course he had. Tomas noticed everything except, apparently, how to leave pastry bags out of rain. He had said nothing in front of the others, only passed Kaito a recovery band afterward with a look that managed to be both smug and gentle. Say one true thing. Kaito rubbed his thumb against the side of his index finger. His phone remained silent. That made it worse. He turned his head. The screen had gone dark, notification hidden. Kaito told himself it would be his agent. Or Dunmore Media. Or his father, sending one of those articles about breathing through pressure that retired coaches pretended were casual when they were actually surveillance with better punctuation. He picked up the phone. Rin. The name sat there without surname, without context, without the decency to look less familiar. Kaito did not open it. His hand locked around the phone hard enough that the edges pressed into his palm. Ren had texted him. Not Hugo. Not the league. Not some club-approved apology. Rin. Kaito stood too quickly. The television kept flashing silently behind him as he crossed to the kitchen, then stopped because there was nowhere to go. The flat was not large enough for this. Nothing was large enough for this. He opened the message. Can we talk? Really talk. Not for the cameras. The words were so plain they almost felt cruel. Not sorry. Not explanation. Not I should have said friend. Just a door. Kaito read it again. The refrigerator hummed. The radiator clicked. Outside, a siren rose and fell somewhere several streets away, briefly coloring the wet night blue against the window. His thumb moved to the reply field. No. He typed it. Looked at it. Deleted it. Then. About what? Deleted. Then. Now you want to talk? Deleted so hard his thumb slipped. Kaito set the phone on the counter and backed away as if it had heated. His pulse had gone strange. Not fast exactly. Uneven. Like it kept changing its mind about which version of him was required. The angry one knew what to do. The angry one had survived 10 years on scorelines and clean finishes and the gorgeous simplicity of making Ren watch him win. The angry one could leave the message unanswered and let Ren learn, finally, what silence did when it had time to sharpen. But the boy under the anger had lifted his head. That boy remembered a bedroom floor and Ren whispering, "Don't let me sleep through my alarm." That boy remembered saving half his chips without asking because Ren always claimed he was not hungry, and then ate them with the seriousness of a thief committing a sacred act. That boy remembered a note small enough to fit in his palm and large enough to hollow him out. Kaito pressed both hands flat on the counter. "You don't know him," he said. The kitchen did not argue. It did not need to. The phone screen dimmed, then went black. Kaito looked at the clock on the microwave. 8:14. He would not answer before 8:30. That became the new rule. At 8:19, he checked the message again. At 8:27, he put the phone in the bedroom and walked back to the sofa. At 8:31, he retrieved it. Tomas called at 8:36. Kaito stared at the incoming name. For once, he answered. "I'm alive," he said. "Terrible greeting," Tomas replied. "Very ominous. 1 star. I'm busy." There was a brief pause. "Doing what?" Kaito looked at Ren's message again. Nothing in him moved cleanly. "Kai. He texted me." The line went quiet. Not dead. Tomas was there. Kaito could hear the distant clink of cutlery, a television in the background, someone laughing in Portuguese. Then Tomas said, much more carefully, "Run? No, the Pope. Good. Humor. We cling to signs of life." Kaito closed his eyes. "What did he say?" Tomas asked. Kaito read the message aloud. The words changed in his mouth. Became heavier. More real. Tomas did not joke this time. "That sounds like something," he said. "It sounds like 3 sentences. 3 more than last time." Kaito's eyes opened. The cruelty in the observation was accidental. The truth in it was not. Tomas exhaled softly. "Sorry." "No." Kaito leaned against the counter, phone warm against his ear. "You're right. I hate when that happens. It makes me insufferable." Kaito almost smiled. "Almost. I don't know what he wants," he said. "Yes, you do." Kaito's throat tightened. On the muted television, the highlights package changed to a replay from the documentary set. His own face appeared for half a second before the channel cut to commercial. Even silent, he knew the shape of the words. "We're done." He turned away. "What if he does it again?" Kaito said. "Leaves?" "No." Kaito swallowed. "Makes it smaller." Tomas was quiet. Kaito hated how much that silence understood. Then Tomas said, "Then you leave." Kaito's fingers curled against the phone. "But you'll know," Tomas said. "That is different from guessing forever." Kaito looked at the message again. "Can we talk? Really talk? Not for the cameras." He had spent 10 years calling silence proof. Maybe it had only ever been silence. The thought was too large to hold. It moved through him slowly, rearranging furniture in rooms he had nailed shut. "What do I say?" Kaito asked. Tomas made a soft sound. "You're asking me? I regret it already." No. This is historic. Let me enjoy power." "Tomas." "Okay." A pause. "Say something that opens the door but keeps your foot behind it." Kaito looked at the empty reply field. His thumb hovered. Not yes. Not come over. Not I've been waiting for this since I was 17, and I hate you for making me wait, and hate myself more for still being here. Something smaller. Something survivable. The microwave clock changed to 9:14. A full hour. Kaito typed one word. When? No punctuation. No softness he could not defend. No cruelty he would have to live with. He sent it before bravery could sour into performance. The message delivered. Kaito stood in the kitchen with Tomas breathing quietly through the phone and watched the blue light fade from the screen. Across the city, Ren's phone buzzed on the kitchen table. He had not moved far. Only to the sink, where he had washed the same mug twice and left it unrinsed under running water until the basin nearly overflowed. The buzz cut through the room. Ren shut off the tap. Water dripped from his fingers onto the counter. He picked up the phone. Kaito, when? Ren read it once. Then again. No forgiveness in it. No promise. Just the door, not closed. His breath left him so carefully it did not quite become a sound. For the first time all evening, the kitchen seemed big enough to stand in. He typed back before he lost his nerve. Tomorrow. Neutral place. You choose. The reply came faster this time. Kaito, Old Northbridge Car Park. 8. Ren looked at the words. Northbridge. The charity match ground. Halfway between them. Neutral, technically. Haunted, definitely. His thumb moved. Ren, I'll be there. Kaito did not answer. He did not need to. Ren set the phone down and stood over it, both hands braced on the table. His body felt the way it did in the tunnel before a final. Too awake, too cold, everything narrowed to the first step he could not take back once taken. Tomorrow. Kaito. Really talk. At last, fear arrived with a second thing beside it. Not confidence. Nothing as simple as that. Hope, maybe. Small and unsteady and furious at being alive. Ren pressed his left knuckles against his thigh. Once. Twice. This time, he let the third happen. Then he turned off the kitchen light and stood for a while in the dark, listening to the city and the old story shifting its weight. Chapter 17 Half-Truths. Ren arrived at 7:31. He told himself this was restraint. Old Northbridge's East Car Park was mostly empty, a wide spread of cracked asphalt silvered by weak security lights and last night's rain. The charity match banners were gone from the fences, but their plastic ties remained, clipped short and white against the dark metal like tiny bones. Beyond the stadium wall, floodlights slept in their towers. The pitch inside held its silence. Ren parked 3 spaces from the far end because the habit was older than reason. Good sideline to the entrance. Easy exit. No chance of being blocked in by someone else's poor planning. Then he sat in the car for 29 minutes and learned there were still ways to be 17. His hands rested on the steering wheel at 10 and 2. He had not driven like that since his first driving test. His phone lay face down in the cup holder. He had checked the time 7 times in the last 10 minutes and regretted each one. At 7:57, a black Dunmore-issued car rolled through the open gate. Ren's body knew before the headlights swept over him. Kaito parked 2 rows away, not beside him. The engine cut. For a moment, either door opened. Rainwater dripped steadily from the stadium gutter somewhere beyond the fence. A train moved in the distance, low and metallic, taking strangers somewhere with less history. Ren got out first. Cold air slid beneath his jacket and found the damp at the back of his neck. He shut the door softly. Too softly. As if noise might startle the truth back into hiding. Kaito stepped out of his car. He wore a dark coat over training gear, hair tied low, face unreadable in the security light. The faint bruise of sleeplessness under his eyes made him look less like the captain people filmed and more like someone who had been asked to carry a room without being told what was inside it. They stood with 2 rows of empty parking spaces between them. No cameras. No teammates. No Ingrid. No crowd to mistake silence for tension and sell it back to them. Kaito put his hands into his coat pockets. You said neutral. This is neutral. This place has terrible memories. Ren looked toward the stadium wall. Most neutral places do. Kaito's mouth shifted like the answer had almost surprised him into something softer. It did not last. He walked closer, stopping under the broken light nearest the ticket office. It flickered once over his hair, turning the damp strands briefly gold, then gray. Ren stayed where he was. Kaito looked at him for a long moment. You wanted to talk? Yes. So talk. Ren had rehearsed in the car. Not lines exactly. Lines would be too clean. But order. Cause and effect. Father's restaurant. Closure. Scholarship. No choice. He had arranged the story like gear after a match, each piece placed where his hands could find it. Now Kaito stood in front of him, and every prepared sentence seemed to belong to someone braver or worse. Ren pressed his thumb into the seam of his coat pocket. My dad's restaurant was failing, he said. The words left the air changed. Kaito did not move. Ren looked at the wet asphalt between them. The security light made a pale reflection in a pothole near Kaito's boot. The water trembled whenever the wind touched it. That year, Ren continued, before I transferred. It wasn't sudden, exactly, but it felt sudden because no one told me until there wasn't much left to hide. Bills. Loans. Creditors. All of it. Kaito's face had gone very still. Not hard. Still. Ren kept going because if he stopped, he would never begin again. The academy fees were due. Travel. Kit. Everything. My parents were trying to keep me there, but they couldn't. Dunmore couldn't cover enough. Brackenford offered a full scholarship. Fees, travel, meals, some housing help. His jaw tightened. It was the only way I could keep playing at that level. Kaito blinked once. Slowly. Ren's hands wanted something to do. To fold, to grip, to tap. He forced them to hang at his sides. It wasn't about a better club, Ren said. It wasn't about choosing Brackenford over Dunmore. Or over you. Kaito's breath left him in a small white cloud. The night took it apart. For several seconds, the only sound was the distant road beyond the stadium and the gutter dripping somewhere behind them. Then Kaito said, Money! Ren nodded. A muscle moved in Kaito's jaw. It was money. Yes. Kaito looked away. The profile he gave Ren was the one every broadcaster loved, straight nose, sharp cheekbone, mouth controlled into nothing useful. But his hand had come out of his pocket. His fingers hung at his side, opening and closing once, as if they had reached for a shape that was not there anymore. Ren watched the movement, and remembered Kaito at 17 with a lace between his teeth, laughing around it. Kaito turned back. You left because your family couldn't afford Dunmore. Ren swallowed. Yes. And Brackenford could? Yes. The answer struck Kaito visibly this time. Not a flinch. He was too proud for that. But his shoulders changed, dropping half an inch under a weight Ren had not realized he had been holding up for both of them. Kaito laughed once. It came out scraped raw. All this time, he said. Ren said nothing. What did you think I thought? Ren met his eyes. That was the mistake, maybe. Or the first honest thing. I knew what you thought. Kaito's face sharpened. You knew. Yes. You knew I thought you'd chosen them. Ren's throat worked. You knew I thought you walked out because something better came along. Ren's voice came quieter. Yes. Kaito stepped back as if distance might make the answer less unbearable. His heel struck the edge of a puddle, water breaking around his boot. And you let me? Ren absorbed that without moving. There were sentences a person earned by causing them. Kaito's eyes had gone bright in the security light. Not tears, or not only that. Fury made its own shine. You let me say it, Kaito said. For 10 years. In interviews. In corridors. To your face. I didn't know how to. Don't. The word cut through the car park. Ren's mouth closed. Kaito looked toward the stadium gate, then back, like his body wanted to leave but his heart had not finished speaking. Why didn't you tell me? He asked. There it was. The question that had waited behind every headline, every handshake, every clipped answer, every match where they had run at each other like winning might translate grief into language. Ren had thought he could answer it. He had thought money would be hard but clear. A shape Kaito could hold. A door that opened into reason. But behind the money stood the worst things. His mother at the kitchen table with no lipstick left. His father staring at a ledger like numbers had become weather. Ren lying awake in a temporary room that smelled of old carpet, terrified Kaito would hear poverty in his voice if he called. The way shame had sat on his tongue and made every true sentence taste like begging. He could not give Kaito all of that. Not here. Not under this light. Not while Kaito was looking at him like the old story had just collapsed, and he was standing in the dust waiting for Ren to hand him a map. I was 17, Ren said. Kaito stared at him. Ren hated himself before Kaito even spoke. We were both 17, Kaito said. I know. No. Kaito's voice roughened. No, you don't get to say that like it answers anything. Ren looked down. His reflection broke in the puddle between them, dark coat, pale face, a man cut into pieces by shallow water. Kaito came closer. Not threatening. Worse. Intent. Did you think I wouldn't understand money? Ren's head lifted. No. Did you think I'd tell people? No. Did you think I'd ask you to stay? Ren's hands curled. Kaito saw it. The question changed in his face before Ren could answer, something old and young moving behind his eyes. I would have, Kaito said. Ren felt that one under the ribs. I know. Kaito recoiled without moving. You know. Ren shut his eyes for half a second. When he opened them, Kaito was still there. Of course he was. That had always been the cruelty and the grace of him. Kaito stayed until the thing finished hurting, then decided what to do with the remains. I couldn't stay, Ren said. I'm not saying you could. I couldn't ask you to watch me leave. Kaito's laugh came out almost soundless. So you made sure I had to do it alone. The car park blurred at the edges. Ren forced himself to breathe. In. Cold air. Out. Nothing useful. I thought if I explained, it would sound like an excuse, Ren said. An excuse for what? For leaving. You did leave. Yes. So? Ren looked at him. Kaito's face was open now in a way it had not been since they were children, not soft but unguarded around the wound. The anger had not gone. It had moved aside enough for something more dangerous. So, Kaito said slower, you thought I was angry because you left? Ren could not answer. Kaito's mouth parted. The realization reached him visibly, traveling through his face with terrible precision. Oh, he said. Ren wished, suddenly and violently, for cameras. For noise. For any audience that would let them perform instead of stand here where truth had no place to hide. Kaito looked at him like he was seeing 10 years from a different angle and hating the view. I was angry because you didn't trust me, he said. Ren's throat closed. Kaito's voice dropped. I was angry because I woke up one day and the person who knew every ugly, stupid, important thing about me had vanished and left me a note with 7 words on it. Not because you found a scholarship. Not because your family needed you. He swallowed. Because you looked at me and decided I got the note version of you. Ren's fingers found his left thigh. Once. Twice. He stopped before the third. Kaito saw that too, and the sight did something to his mouth. Broke it briefly, before he fixed it again. You still do it, Kaito said. Ren's hand fell. Decide what I get. I'm trying not to. Are you? The question was not loud. It did not need to be. Ren stood under the security light with the partial truth cooling between them and felt the rest of it press against the back of his teeth. My mother. I was ashamed. I thought if you knew how bad it was, you'd look at me differently. I thought needing help made me smaller. I thought love was one more thing I couldn't afford. None of it came. Kaito waited. The waiting hurt worse than accusation. Ren shook his head once. I don't know how to do this. Kaito's eyes closed. Not long. Long enough for Ren to see the sentence land where the old one had lived. I'm sorry. I have to. Still not enough. Kaito opened his eyes and looked toward the dark stadium. What do you want from me? He asked. Ren's answer came too fast inside him. Everything. The word frightened him so badly he locked it down before it reached his mouth. I wanted you to know it wasn't because I stopped caring, he said. Kaito's jaw tightened. And? He asked. Ren looked at him. Kaito gave a small, bitter tilt of his head. There's an and? I can hear it. Ren had forgotten that. Or pretended to. The way Kaito could hear the missing half of a sentence, and stand there until Ren either filled it or hated him for noticing. Ren's chest ached. And I'm sorry for the way I left, he said. Kaito absorbed it. The apology stood in the cold like a match lit in wind. Fragile. Real. Not enough to warm either of them. Okay, Kaito said. Ren flinched despite himself. Kaito saw that too. His face changed, but he did not take it back. Okay, he repeated, quieter. I believe you. About the money. Relief moved through Rin so sharply it almost dropped him. Then Kaito said, "I don't think I believe that's all." The relief stopped. Kaito stepped back, putting the first real distance between them since the conversation began. His expression had gone careful again, but not empty. That was worse. Empty had been armor. Careful was pain with manners. Ren's mouth opened. Kaito shook his head. "Not tonight," he said. Ren closed his mouth. The car park seemed larger than before. Colder. The security light buzzed overhead. Somewhere beyond the wall, water slipped from a gutter and struck concrete in steady drops. Kaito turned toward his car. Ren's body moved half a step before fear caught up. Kai. The old name crossed the space between them and struck them both. Kaito stopped. His shoulders went still. Ren had not said that name aloud in 10 years. Not to him. Not where he could hear it. Kaito did not turn around. Ren stood with his hand half lifted and no right to finish the motion. "Thank you for coming," he said. A terrible thing to say. A polite thing. A coward's offering dressed as gratitude. Kaito's head dipped once. Then he walked to his car. Ren watched him go because some punishments deserved attention. The engine started. Headlights cut across the wet asphalt, turning the puddles briefly white. Kaito reversed carefully, too carefully, then drove toward the gate without looking back. At the exit, his brake lights flared. For 1 second, Ren thought he might stop. He did not. The car disappeared onto the road. Ren stayed in the car park until the cold got through his coat and settled into bone. Only then did he take out his phone. Pri had texted once. Pri breathing check. Ren stared at the message. His thumb hovered over the keyboard. He typed "I told him." Then, after a moment, added some of it. The reply came almost immediately. Pri oh Rin. He put the phone away before he had to read anything else. Across the city, Kaito drove without music. At the first red light, he realized his hands were shaking on the wheel. He stared at them. Money. Not ambition. Not betrayal. Money. The old story shifted under him, not gone, not solved, but cracked wide enough for other things to breathe through. Ren had not stopped caring. Ren had still left. Ren had told the truth. Ren had held something back. The light turned green. Someone honked behind him. Kaito drove. At home, he sat in the car outside his building with the engine off and the keys still in his hand. Rain began again, soft at first, then harder, beating on the windshield until the city broke into pieces beyond the glass. His phone buzzed. Tomas alive? Kaito looked at the message for a long time. Then he typed back. Yes. A second later, because Tomas would know better anyway, he added. No. Tomas replied. Door unlocked? Kaito leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes. He thought of Rin saying Kai. The name had opened a room in him he had not entered in years. He was not ready to stand inside it. But the door was open now. That was the problem. That was the mercy. Kaito typed. Yeah. Then he sat there in the dark, listening to the rain strike the roof, waiting for a friend to arrive and for the old story to finish falling apart. Chapter 18 Desmond's Confession. Kaito did not sleep so much as lie down and lose several hours to the dark. By morning, the room had acquired the sour, overwarm smell of a bad night, stale air, damp clothes left too long on the chair, the cold remains of tea in the mug on his bedside table. Rain tapped lightly against the window, gentler than it had been in the car park, which felt insulting. Weather should have the decency to match the damage. His phone lay face down beside the mug. He had not checked whether Ren had messaged again. He knew Ren had not. That was the problem with learning the shape of someone's silence. Even before proof arrived, the body recognized the absence and organized itself around it. Money. Kaito stared at the ceiling. The word had spent the night moving through him with no respect for furniture. It had opened cupboards, knocked over chairs, taken old memories down from shelves and held them under a harsher light. Ren not eating lunch unless Kaito bought too much and complained he needed help finishing it. Ren's trainers held together with cleanly tied laces and one peeling sole. Ren saying his house was noisy, then sleeping on Kaito's bedroom floor with the kind of stillness that did not belong to ordinary tiredness. Kaito had known and not known. That might have been the worst part. At 8:03, Tomas texted. Tomas, today's plan: hydrate, stretch, do not become a Gothic statue. Kaito read it from the lock screen and let the phone go dark. At 8:17, his father called. Kaito watched the name pulse on the screen. Dad. It rang until voicemail. The silence afterward lasted only 12 seconds before a message appeared. Dad, come by before training if you can. I made too much porridge. Kaito almost laughed. Desmond never made too much of anything by accident. He had spent decades measuring players' exhaustion from the way they tied their boots. He knew exactly how much porridge one man needed and how much excuse another man required. Kaito sat up. His ankle protested. His back followed. His whole body felt like it had played 90 minutes against a team made entirely of unresolved questions. He showered, dressed, tied his hair badly, untied it, then tied it again with more force than necessary. In the mirror, his face gave nothing away except what sleep had failed to repair. By 8:42, he was outside Desmond's house. The red brick terrace looked the same as it had last week, last year, 10 years ago. Rain darkened the front steps. The upstairs bathroom window, always slightly swollen in wet weather, sat open by an inch as if the house itself were breathing through a blocked nose. Warm light glowed behind the kitchen curtain. Kaito sat in the car with the engine off. His father had told him not to chase people who had made their choice. Not cruelly. Never cruelly. That was what made it harder to hate. At 17, those words had sounded like rescue. Like discipline. Like a hand gripping the back of his shirt before he ran into traffic. Ren had left. Ren had transferred. Ren had not answered his phone. Ren had left a note with 7 words and disappeared into Brackenford blue. Don't chase someone who's already gone, son. Kaito had built a decade around the sentence. Now the sentence had cracks. He got out of the car before he could drive away. Desmond opened the door before Kaito knocked. Morning, he said. Kaito looked at him. Desmond Emeryson had the calm, steady face of a man who had spent most of his life not panicking because young people were already doing enough of that for everyone. His beard had gone grayer at the jaw since Kaito was a teenager. He wore an old Dunmore Academy sweatshirt, sleeves pushed to the elbow, and held a wooden spoon in one hand. The smell of cinnamon and oats drifted from the kitchen. Kaito's throat tightened stupidly. Morning, he said. Desmond stepped aside. No questions in the hallway. That was one of his gifts. The house wrapped around Kaito with familiar cruelties, polish on old wood, rain-damp coats, the faint spice of nutmeg from breakfast. A framed photo of Kaito at 15 still hung crooked near the stairs, him grinning in an academy kit with one arm slung around Ren's shoulders. Kaito had stopped looking at that photo years ago. Today, it caught him by the collar. Ren in the picture had his head ducked, not quite smiling, but close. Kaito's arm looked too possessive. His own younger face looked unbearably pleased with itself, as if joy were a thing no one could misplace once found. Desmond followed his gaze. For a second, either of them moved. Then Desmond said, Porridge catch if we stand here looking tragic. Kaito huffed through his nose. Almost a laugh. Not enough. In the kitchen, Desmond set 2 bowls on the table. Porridge with brown sugar melting at the center, sliced banana arranged with unnecessary care, cinnamon dusted over the top. Kaito sat in his old chair beneath the shelf of mismatched mugs and wrapped both hands around the bowl because it was warm and because otherwise his fingers would find his knuckles. Desmond took the chair opposite. He did not pick up his spoon. Kaito looked down at breakfast. I spoke to Rin. Desmond's face stilled. Not surprise. That landed in Kaito's stomach with a cold, small weight. You knew I might, Kaito said. I hoped you would. Kaito looked up. His father held his gaze. No flinch. No easy correction. That, too, was Desmond. If the ball came at his chest, he trapped it clean. He told me why he left, Kaito said. Desmond's fingers tightened once around his spoon. Kaito saw it. Money had altered the old story. His father's hand tightened around it like he knew the shape already. Kaito's voice went quiet. Did you know? No. The answer came quickly. Firmly. Then Desmond exhaled. I knew his family was struggling, he said. Not the details. Not enough. Kaito's spoon sank slowly into the porridge. He did not lift it. You never said? No. Why? Desmond looked toward the window above the sink. Rain traced thin lines down the glass, splitting the garden into blurred strips of fence, grass, gray sky. Because it wasn't my story to tell, he said. Kaito's mouth hardened. Convenient. His father's eyes came back to him. There. A flicker. Pain, accepted rather than dodged. Yes, Desmond said. Maybe it was. The admission took some of Kaito's next breath with it. He had come prepared for defense. For coach voice. For the gentle, maddening firmness of a man certain he had done his best and therefore unwilling to inspect the damage. He had not prepared for yes. Desmond set his spoon down. When Ren left, he said, you were 17 and furious in a way I recognized. Not because I'd seen it in you before. Because I'd seen it in players. Boys who got cut. Boys whose parents stopped paying. Boys whose bodies betrayed them. Boys who found out, all at once, that wanting something didn't make it stay. Kaito swallowed. You wanted to go after him, Desmond said. Kaito remembered. The academy car park. His phone in his hand. Ren's number called so many times the screen had begun to smear under his thumb. Desmond standing by the driver's side, face tired, voice careful. Leave it tonight. He didn't answer, Kaito said. No. I wanted to go to his house. I know. You stopped me. Desmond's throat moved. Yes. The kitchen clock ticked above the back door. Kaito leaned back in his chair. The wooden legs creaked under him. You told me not to chase someone who'd made their choice. I did. He hadn't made the choice I thought he had. Desmond closed his eyes. Only for a moment. When he opened them, the coach was gone. Or not gone, exactly. Lowered. Behind him sat a father who had made a decision in a hallway 10 years ago and been living beside it ever since. I didn't know that, Desmond said. But you didn't ask. No. Kaito's fingers curled against his knee beneath the table. First knuckle. Second. He stopped. Desmond watched the movement. His face altered again, grief doing its careful arithmetic. I saw what losing him did to you, he said. Kaito's laugh came sharp. Did you? Yes. Desmond's voice stayed measured, but roughened at the edges. You think fathers don't see because we don't always name it. I saw you stop playing music in the shower. I saw you come home from training and sit in the car for 20 minutes before coming inside. I saw you keep your phone on the table every night like it might apologize if you watched it hard enough. Kaito looked away. The banana slices in his bowl had begun to sink under the heat. I also saw, Desmond continued, how much power Ren had over you. Kaito's head came up. There it was. Not the whole truth, maybe, but the part his father had least wanted to say. Desmond did not look away. You were happier with him than I'd ever seen you, he said. And when he left, you fell apart in a way I couldn't fix. I hated that. Not him. Not exactly. His hand opened on the table, palm against the wood. I hated that someone else could turn the lights off in my son and I couldn't reach the switch. The words entered the room and changed its temperature. Kaito sat very still. Desmond's voice lowered. So when he didn't answer, when he left that note, when all the evidence we had said he'd moved on without giving you the courtesy of a goodbye, I told myself steering you away was protection. Kaito's throat hurt. And it was, Desmond said. Some of it. His father's eyes shone now, though his voice did not break. But some of it was pride. Mine. Fear, too. I didn't like seeing you need someone that much. You were so young. He was so young. I thought if I could get you through those first few weeks without chasing him, you'd heal clean. Kaito stared at him. Heal clean. The phrase was so absurd, so tender, so brutally wrong that for a second Kaito could not breathe around it. Desmond seemed to hear it too. His mouth pulled tight. I was wrong, he said. No dressing around it. No caveat. No because. Kaito looked down before his face could do something childish. Desmond's chair scraped softly. He did not come closer. He only stood, as if the apology required him not to hide behind the table. I'm sorry, Kaito. Kaito's hand flattened against his thigh. I'm sorry I gave your hurt a direction before we knew what had happened. I'm sorry I made restraint sound like dignity when maybe what you needed was permission to ask the ugly question. I'm sorry I let my fear of seeing you hurt again help build the wall you've been living behind. The kitchen blurred. Kaito blinked hard, furious at his eyes, his father, Ren, the porridge, the rain, the 17-year-old boy still standing in an academy car park with a phone in his hand and no adult brave enough to say, go on, then. Ask him. Even if it hurts. He still didn't tell me, Kaito said. No. He still left the note. Yes. He still let me believe it. Yes. Desmond's answer held steady each time, neither excusing nor worsening. Just making room. Kaito's voice dropped. So what am I supposed to do with all of this? His father looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, I don't know. Kaito laughed, wet and bitter. Everyone's very comfortable not knowing lately. Desmond's mouth curved, faint and sad. Age teaches honesty eventually. Not usefulness. Despite everything, a cracked sound left Kaito that might once have grown into a laugh. It died quickly. Desmond sat again, slower this time. What I can tell you, he said, is that you don't know the boy I was protecting. You're not 17 now. Neither is Ren. You get to ask whatever you need to ask. And if the answer hurts, it hurts. But at least it will be yours. Yours. Not his father's advice. Not Ren's note. Not Ingrid's questions. Not the League's hunger for rivalry. Kaito stared at the old photo in the hallway, visible through the open kitchen door. His younger arm around Ren. Ren leaning in by a fraction so small Kaito might have invented it if not for the evidence on the wall. He called me Kai, Kaito said. The confession slipped out before he could stop it. Desmond's face softened. Kaito looked at him sharply. Don't. I didn't say anything. You looked. I'm your father. Looking comes with the position. Kaito rubbed both hands over his face. When he dropped them, Desmond was still there. Still sorry. Still his father. Not villain, not savior. Just a man who had loved him and, in loving him, helped aim his grief in the wrong direction. That clarity did not comfort. It did, however, remove one more excuse. Kaito pushed the porridge around with his spoon. I'm angry at you, he said. Desmond nodded. You should be. I don't know how much. That's all right. It isn't. No, Desmond said quietly. But it's allowed. Kaito looked at him then. The rain softened against the windows. The kitchen clock ticked. The porridge cooled between them. Breakfast turned into evidence that care could arrive late and still be real. Kaito picked up his spoon. Not because he was hungry. Because Desmond had made too much porridge on purpose, and some offerings deserved not to be left untouched. He took one bite. Brown sugar, cinnamon, banana gone too soft at the edges. Home. It almost undid him. Desmond looked down at his own bowl and cleared his throat once. Kaito let him have the mercy of pretending not to notice. After breakfast, at the door, Desmond rested one hand on Kaito's shoulder. Not gripping. Not stopping. Just there. If you speak to him again, Desmond said, Don't ask the version of him you've been fighting all these years. Ask the one who showed up last night. Kaito looked at the rain-dark street. His chest hurt in too many directions to sort. What if that version still won't tell me everything? Desmond's hand squeezed once. Then you decide what that costs. Kaito nodded. Outside, the morning smelled of wet brick and diesel and the small winter flowers someone had planted in a pot beside Desmond's step. Kaito walked to his car with his keys cold in his hand. At the curb, he stopped and looked back. His father stood in the doorway, older than Kaito wanted him to be, steadier than Kaito knew what to do with. Kaito lifted one hand. Desmond lifted the wooden spoon in return, absurd and solemn. This time, Kaito did laugh. Barely. But enough that the sound startled him. He got into the car and sat for a moment before starting the engine. The old story had not forgiven anyone. It had not vanished. But it no longer had his father's voice. That mattered. Kaito pulled away from the curb and drove toward training, carrying the question Desmond had given back to him. Not why did you leave? Not anymore. Why didn't you trust me with all of it? And underneath that, quieter, more dangerous. Will you now? Chapter 19 The Fight. Ren knew Kaito was coming because the academy kids went quiet first. The training ground had its own weather, separate from whatever moved over the rest of the city. Inside Brackenford's indoor facility, rain tapped high against the curved roof while floodlights turned the artificial turf a bright, depthless green. Cones sat in neat grids. Balls waited in mesh bags. The air smelled of rubber pellets, damp boots, and the metallic heat of the radiators fighting a losing war against January. Ren had stayed late to work with 3 under-16s on first-touch drills. He told himself it was because Mills had asked him to look in on them. He told himself the extra hour was useful. He told himself anything but the truth, which was that his flat had become a room with Kaito's absence standing in every doorway. Open your hips before the pass comes, he said, feeding the ball into a narrow channel. Don't wait for it to arrive and then decide who you are. The smallest academy player, Ilias, trapped the ball cleanly and sent it back with the outside of his boot. Ren nodded. Better. Ilias grinned like Ren had handed him a medal. Then the grin faded. The boy looked past Ren toward the entrance. One by one, the others did too. Ren's body understood before his mind turned. Kaito stood just inside the facility doors. No Dunmore jacket. No media officer. No Tomas. Only a black coat over dark training gear, hair tied back too tightly, rain beating along his shoulders. His face had the polished stillness he wore for cameras, except no camera had ever made him look like this. The wrong kind of quiet. Ren straightened. The ball rolled gently against the side of his boot and stopped there. Kaito's eyes flicked over the academy boys, then back to Ren. You busy? His voice carried across the turf. Flat. Controlled. Every adult in the building would have recognized the danger in that control. The academy kids only felt it. Their shoulders drew in. Their attention darted between the two captains with the helpless, thrilled terror of young players watching something they knew they were not meant to see. Ren picked up the ball. Go shower, he told them. But now. They went. Not running. They were too proud for that. But quickly enough that the door to the changing corridor swung shut behind them with a soft thud. Ren waited until the echo faded. Then he looked at Kaito. You shouldn't be here. Kaito's mouth moved. Not a smile. An injury shaped like one. That's familiar. Ren felt the words enter cleanly. He did not move. Kaito walked farther in, boots quiet on the turf. He stopped at the edge of the cone grid Ren had set for the boys, looked down, and nudged one orange cone half an inch out of line with the toe of his shoe. Ren's fingers twitched. Kaito saw. Of course he saw. That still bothers you, Kaito said. Ren's throat tightened. What do you want? Kaito looked at him then. The rain on the roof thickened, a sudden hard rush that swallowed whatever small noises remained in the facility. No teammates. No crowd. No studio lights. No neutral car park where both of them could pretend leaving was still an option held politely in reserve. This was Brackenford. Wren's ground. Wren's colors on the banners hanging above the far wall. Wren's name printed on a poster beside the entrance, arms spread after a goal, blue shirt bright as accusation. Kaito had walked into enemy territory alone. That told Wren more than his face did. I spoke to my dad, Kaito said. Wren said nothing. He apologized. The sentence landed in a place Wren had not known to brace. Kaito looked away for half a second, toward the empty goal at the far end. Turns out everyone's sorry now. Very fashionable. Kaito's eyes snapped back. The name had done it again. Found a match in dry grass. No, he said. Wren closed his mouth. Kaito came closer. Not much. Enough that Wren could see the strain near his eyes. Enough to see he had not slept properly. Enough to see that whatever had brought him here was not one emotion but several, all fighting for the same lungs. No, Kaito repeated, quieter. You don't get to use that voice and make this softer. Wren looked down. The cone Kaito had moved sat crooked in the grid. One bright wrong point in a field of careful order. Your father didn't know everything, Wren said. I know. He couldn't have told you what he didn't know. That's not why I'm here. Wren's pulse moved once, heavy. Kaito took another step. I'm here because I spent 2 days thinking about what you said. Money. Scholarship. Family. I believe you. Relief came reflexively, humiliatingly. Wren hated that Kaito saw it. Kaito's jaw tightened. And then I spent those same 2 days thinking about everything you didn't say. The facility seemed to contract around them. Wren's hands went still at his sides. Kaito laughed once under his breath. There. That face. What face? The one where the door closes. Wren looked at him. Kaito pointed, not quite at Wren's chest, not quite away from it. You do it before you even know you're doing it. Someone gets too close, and suddenly you're somewhere behind glass making decisions for everyone. Wren's voice came low. That isn't fair. Kaito's eyes flashed. Isn't it? No. Then tell me I'm wrong. The words stayed in the air. Wren could feel the truth behind his teeth. The rest of it. His mother crying at the kitchen table. The shame. The hunger he had hidden. The terrible, childish belief that if Kaito saw how little Wren had, he might understand Wren differently. Worse, gently. He had told himself there would be another moment. A better place. A way to say it without making his family's ruin into something Kaito had to stand inside. But Kaito was here now. Wet from rain. Pale with fury. Asking for the ugly question out loud. And Wren's mouth would not open around it. Kaito stared at him. Something in his face changed. Not surprise. Confirmation. That's what I thought. Wren took one step forward. It isn't that simple. It never is with you. Kaito. No, don't. His voice cracked around the edge, not from weakness. From pressure. Don't say my name like you're asking me to wait while you decide which version of the truth I've earned. Wren flinched. Kaito saw it, and pressed both hands into his hair, fingers scraping back the damp strands until the tie loosened at his nape. For 1 second he looked painfully young. Then his hands dropped. Do you know what my father said? Kaito asked. Wren shook his head once. He said if I talked to you again, I should ask the version of you who showed up in that car park. Not the one I've been fighting for 10 years. Wren's chest hurt. I tried, Kaito said. I came here trying. I know. You don't know. Kaito's voice rose. You keep saying that. I know. I know. You knew what I thought. You knew I'd ask you to stay. You knew your silence hurt me. You knew and knew and knew, and somehow none of that knowing ever became telling. The last word struck the roof and came back larger. Wren's hand moved toward his thigh. Once. Twice. Kaito's eyes dropped to it. The third tap did not come. Kaito's face went raw. That, he said, Rin froze. That stupid ritual. You still do it. You kept that. You kept my drink order. You kept the boots, didn't you? Ren's breath caught. Kaito went very still. He had not meant to say it, maybe. Or he had meant it too much. Ren's silence answered. Kaito laughed again, but this one had no air in it. Of course you did. Ren looked away. The turf under his feet blurred, green and black pellets and a ball mark where Ilias had dragged his studs earlier. You kept all of it, Kaito said, quieter now, worse now. The easy parts. The private parts. The pieces that didn't ask anything back. But when I was standing there, 17 and stupid and ready to forgive things I didn't even understand yet, you gave me 7 words. Ren's throat worked. Kaito stepped into his line of sight. Look at me. Ren did. Kaito's eyes shone under the white lights, pale and furious and alive with a hurt Ren had helped teach him to carry. You said in the car park it wasn't because you stopped caring, Kaito said. Fine. Then what was it? Shame? Pride? Did you think I'd pity you? Did you think I'd tell my dad? Did you think I'd look at your family and see something less than mine? Ren closed his eyes. There it was. The thing named by the person he had tried to hide it from. Kaito inhaled sharply. Oh, he said. Ren opened his eyes. Kaito looked as if the last piece had slid into place and cut him on the way down. His mouth parted. Then closed. His shoulders drew back, not in defense but impact. It was that. Ren could not speak. It was that, Kaito repeated, voice rough. Ren whispered. I was ashamed. The admission was so quiet the rain nearly swallowed it. But Kaito heard. His face changed so quickly Ren could not follow it all. Anger, yes. Grief. A flash of something like tenderness that died because there was nowhere safe for it to land. And you still didn't tell me, Kaito said. Ren's hands curled. I just did. Kaito recoiled. Too late, Ren heard himself. Too defensive. Too small. Too much like asking for credit for a truth dragged from him rather than given. Kaito's voice dropped dangerously. No. You let me pull it out of you one piece at a time like shrapnel. Kaito. You don't get to keep deciding how much of this I'm allowed to know. The shout cracked through the facility. Somewhere down the corridor, a door opened. Either of them turned. Kaito stood breathing hard, fists closed at his sides, every line of him shaking with the force of staying where he was instead of breaking something. Ren had seen Kaito angry on the pitch. Anger there was clean, a sprint, a shoulder, a shot hit hard enough to bruise the net. This was not clean. This had roots. Ren felt it come toward him, and did not defend against it because he had no defense worth offering. You decided I got the note, Kaito said, voice ragged now. Then you decided I got silence. Then you decided I got the rivalry because at least we were both good at that. Then, 10 years later, you decided I got money but not shame. Not the real wound. Not the part where you looked at me and thought I'd make you smaller. I never thought you would. But you feared it enough to leave me outside. The words struck harder because they were not shouted. Ren's eyes burned. Kaito shook his head, almost to himself. I loved you. The past tense entered the room like a body being set down. Ren stopped breathing. Kaito looked as if he had not meant to say it. Or as if he had finally run out of ways not to. His face closed immediately. But the words were already there. Not I missed you. Not you mattered. I loved you. Ren's entire life narrowed to the space between what Kaito had said and what Ren could not afford, or did not know how, to answer without turning it into a plea. Kaito waited. 1 second. 2. Ren's mouth opened. His fear reached him first. Kaito, he said. Just that. Kaito's expression emptied. It was worse than anger. It was the absence after a door shut softly. Right, he said. Ren stepped forward. No. Wait. Kaito stepped back. The movement was small. Final. No, Kaito said. I'm done standing in front of you while you decide whether I'm safe enough for the next sentence. Ren's hand lifted. Kaito looked at it, and Ren let it fall. The door at the changing corridor opened wider. Coach Martell stood there, face carefully blank in the way adults looked when they had heard too much and would pretend otherwise until asked. Run? He called, not loudly. Ren did not look away from Kaito. Kaito's eyes moved once over Ren's face. There was something in them now that Ren could not bear because it was not hatred. Hatred would have been easier. This was grief losing patience. You should go back to your kids, Kaito said. Then he turned. Kaito stopped near the cone he had moved. For one terrible second, Ren thought he might turn around. He did not. Don't call me that, Kaito said. The words were quiet. They cut more cleanly than the shout. He walked out. Rain rushed in when the facility door opened, cold and bright under the outside lights. Then the door closed, and the indoor pitch returned to its artificial hum. Ren stood alone in the cone grid. The crooked cone remained where Kaito had nudged it. Coach Martell said his name again. Ren bent, picked up the cone, and set it straight. His hand shook so badly he knocked it over. It rolled once across the turf and stopped against his boot. From the changing corridor, Ilias's voice whispered something quickly cut off by another boy. Ren stared at the cone. The truth, he had thought, would be a locked room. He had been wrong. It was a field after a match, torn in 100 places. Every step revealed another stud mark. Every repair showed where the damage had been. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out because not taking it out would make the sound a living thing. Pri, where are you? Ren looked at the message until the letters separated and became shapes without meaning. He typed with numb fingers. Indoor pitch. Then, after a long moment, I ruined it. The reply came quickly. Pri, stay there. Ren lowered the phone. On the far wall, his own poster watched him from under Brackenford lights, arms spread after a goal, mouth open in borrowed triumph. He looked like a man winning. Ren turned away from it. Outside, somewhere beyond the doors, Kaito was leaving again. This time, Ren had told more truth. This time, it had not been enough. Ren pressed his left knuckles against his thigh. Once. Twice. The third would not come. Chapter 20 Alone in the story. Kaito ran until the numbers on the treadmill stopped meaning anything. Distance became red light. Pace became noise. Heart rate climbed and climbed on the little screen like it was trying to get somewhere ahead of him. He had arrived before sunrise, before the gym lights warmed fully, before the first academy coaches shuffled through reception with travel mugs and winter shoulders. The Dunmore training ground still wore its night face, all glass reflection and sleeping pitches, the corridor lights clicking awake only when he passed beneath them. He told himself he was being professional. Saturday's match mattered. Every match mattered. The body needed work. The mind needed discipline. Pain, when chosen correctly, had always been easier to respect than feeling. The treadmill belt hummed beneath his feet. Faster. His breath came hard now, scraping the back of his throat. Sweat ran from his hairline, down his temple, into the collar of his training shirt. His ankle complained where he had struck badly days ago, a small flare with each footfall. He ignored it until ignoring became part of the exercise. You kept the easy parts. The words returned with each strike of his shoes. You kept the boots, didn't you? Left foot. Right foot. I loved you. Left foot. Right foot. Don't call me that. His hand stabbed the speed button again. The machine answered. Across the gym, someone swore. Kaito did not look over. The room had filled while he ran. Weights clanked. Trainers murmured. A physio laughed too brightly at something near the resistance bands. Ordinary morning sound gathered around him and slid away, unable to stick. Then Tomas appeared directly in front of the treadmill and pulled the emergency cord. The belt stopped so abruptly Kaito lurched forward, one hand snapping to the rail. What the hell? Tomas held up the red clip between two fingers. Yes. That is exactly the question. Kaito breathed hard through his nose. Sweat dripped from his jaw onto the machine. Move. No. I'm training. You are auditioning to become a cautionary poster. Kaito stepped off the treadmill. The floor shifted under him in one slow, humiliating wave. He caught it before anyone else saw. Tomas saw. Of course Tomas saw. His face lost the joke. Sit down. I'm fine. You are not. And because I am tired of pretending your hamstring and emotional damage are separate departments, we are going to the physio. Kaito reached for his towel. Tomas blocked him with his body, shorter and stubborn enough to be furniture. Kai. The name landed too gently. Kaito looked away first. Ren had said it under white lights in Brackenford's indoor facility, and Kaito had told him not to. He had meant it. He thought he had meant it. Now the name in Tomas's voice opened the same room with different hands. I said sit, Tomas said. Kaito sat. Not because he agreed. Because his legs did. On the other side of the city, Ren did not go to training. He texted Coach Martel at 5:48. Ren not fit. Sorry. The reply came 12 minutes later. Martel, physio wants you in by 10. Ren stared at the message from his bed. The curtains were still drawn. A thin line of winter light cut beneath them and stopped at the edge of the rug. His phone screen made his hand look bloodless. Somewhere below, a delivery van reversed with 3 polite beeps. The city entered mourning without him. He typed. Can't. Deleted it. Typed. Migraine. Deleted that too. Then he set the phone face down on his chest and listened to his own breathing. A captain did not disappear. A captain did not leave younger players waiting, coaches guessing, teammates inventing reasons because the real one would embarrass everyone by being too soft to strap. A captain certainly did not lie under a duvet at 9 in the morning with one arm over his eyes, thinking about a cone rolling across indoor turf. I loved you. Past tense. Ren had not known a tense could bruise. He should have answered. He should have stepped into that moment with both hands open and let whatever happen happen. He should have said it back, not because it would fix anything but because truth deserved truth, and Kaito had given him one with blood still on it. Instead he had said Kaito's name like a locked door. At 10:07, his phone buzzed again. Physio says you are absent. I am choosing to interpret this as temporary stupidity rather than permanent collapse. Ren did not answer. At 10:11. Ren. At 10:19. I know where you live and I have no respect for athlete privacy. He turned the phone off. The silence after it went black was immediate and enormous. By noon, he was sitting on the bedroom floor with his back against the wardrobe and the old academy boots in his lap. He did not remember taking them out. The cracked leather lay across his thighs, red laces faded at the tips. They looked more fragile each time he touched them, as if memory had started eating the stitching from the inside. He thought of throwing them away. The thought came so cleanly it frightened him. Not because he could not do it. Because some part of him wanted to. He could put them in a bin bag with the old match programs, the academy photos, the hidden things. He could strip the closet down to current boots, current shirts, current obligations. Captain? Striker. Brackenford No. 9. A man made entirely of what remained useful. His phone was off. No one could reach him. The flat held its breath. Ren stood with the boots in one hand and walked to the kitchen. The bin sat under the sink. He opened the cupboard. The smell of washing tablets and black bin liner rose up, sharp and domestic. He held the boots over the open bin. His hand would not let go. The left boot knocked gently against his wrist. Kaito had tied that lace once. Not this exact day. Not this exact knot. But the memory arrived whole. Kaito crouched on wet grass at 14, muttering "Hold still, you menace," while Ren stood frozen with embarrassment, and something warmer as Kaito's fingers tugged the lace snug. Ren had pretended to complain. Kaito had pretended not to blush. Ren shut the cupboard. The sound cracked through the kitchen. He stood there with the boots hanging from one hand and understood, with a coldness that moved all the way through him, that he could not keep playing like this. Not football. Not the rivalry. Not the man who survived everything by arranging the wreckage neatly. His mother called at 1:02. The phone was still off. At 1:17, someone knocked. Wren did not move. Another knock. Then his mother's voice through the door, muffled but unmistakable. "Renee Ashcombe, I know you are in there because your car is outside and because Priyanka Fernsby has sent me a message with far too many capital letters." Wren closed his eyes. Traitor. Savior. Menace. "Open the door," Delphine called. "I have soup and concern. One of these travels poorly." Wren looked down at the boots in his hand. Then he opened the door. His mother stood in the hallway wearing a camel coat, a blue scarf wrapped twice around her neck, and the expression of a woman prepared to forgive many things after entering but nothing before. She held a canvas shopping bag against one hip. Her lipstick was perfect. Her eyes found his face and lost their sharpness at once. "Oh, my love!" Wren looked away. That was all it took. She stepped inside, set the bag on the floor, and wrapped both arms around him. Wren stood rigid for half a second, boots trapped awkwardly between them. Then something in him folded. He bent into his mother's shoulder like he had not done since he was a child, with a split lip and grass stains on both knees. Her coat smelled of cold air, lavender hand cream, and the faint trace of thyme from whatever soup she had brought. One of her hands came up to the back of his head. "My boy," she whispered. The words broke the last useful thing in him. He did not sob loudly. Wren had never known how to make a dramatic sound when a quiet one would do more damage. His breath hitched once, then again, until his ribs hurt with the effort of holding what would not be held. Delphine guided him to the sofa. The boots stayed in his hand until she gently took them and placed them on the coffee table. Her fingers lingered on the red laces. "I remember these," she said softly. Wren wiped his face with the heel of his hand. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "All of it." She turned toward him. The flat was too bright now. She had opened the curtains without him noticing. Afternoon light lay over the floorboards, the coffee table, the old boots between them like evidence presented in court. Wren stared at them. "I didn't just leave Dunmore because of the scholarship," he said. Delphine went still. He could feel her attention gather, careful and complete. "I mean, I did. That's why I left." His mouth twisted around the inadequacy of it. "But I left Kaito too." Her breath changed. Wren kept his eyes on the boots. "He was my best friend," he said. "No. That's too small." "He was." The sentence failed. Delphine's hand moved onto his knee. Warm. Steady. "He was mine," Wren said. His throat closed around the rest. His mother's fingers tightened. "I didn't tell him about the restaurant," Wren said. "About the money. About how bad it was. I didn't tell him because I was ashamed, and because I thought if he knew, he'd look at me differently. Or worse, he wouldn't, and then I'd have to survive being loved while I had nothing to give back." Delphine made a small sound. Wren could not look at her yet. "I left him a note," he said. 7 words. "I'm sorry. I have to." Then I let him hate me for 10 years because that felt easier than telling him I was scared. Because if he hated me, he didn't have to know about you crying over coupons at the kitchen table, or Dad pretending the electricity was a wiring fault, or me thinking that if I could just become good enough at football, none of it would have happened for nothing. His mother's hand flew to her mouth. Wren looked up then. Delphine's face had gone pale under the careful rouge. Her eyes were wet and enormous with a grief he had spent a decade trying to keep from ever reaching her. "Oh, Renee. I'm sorry," he said again, because the words were useless, and still the only ones nearby. "No." She gripped his face between both hands, not gently. Fiercely. Her palms were warm against his cheeks. "No. You do not apologize to me for being a child in a fire." His breath stopped. She shook her head, tears slipping down her face now, lipstick trembling at the edge of her mouth. You were 17. 17. We were the parents. We were supposed to carry the fear where you could not see it. You were trying. And you were a boy. Her voice broke. My beautiful boy. Ren shut his eyes. Her thumbs moved once over his cheekbones, wiping tears he had not felt fall. I thought if you knew what it cost, he said, you'd blame yourself. Delphine gave a laugh that was almost a sob. Of course I blame myself. I am your mother. I can blame myself for weather. Mum. But listen to me. She leaned closer until he had no choice but to open his eyes. My guilt is mine. You do not protect me from it by hurting alone. That is not love, Renee. That is loneliness wearing a good coat. The sentence struck him clean through. He stared at her. Delphine's face crumpled and steadied again by force. You saved what you could at 17. I hate that you had to. I hate every bill on that table. I hate that restaurant for taking pieces of you we did not know were being spent. But I do not hate you for surviving. Ren's mouth shook. She pulled him against her again. This time he went. The room blurred into coat wool, lavender, the shape of his mother's shoulder beneath his cheek. She held him like she could have held the boy too, if he had only let her know where to put her arms. I loved him, Ren said into her coat. Delphine's hand moved once over his hair. I know. The answer undid him more than any question could have. She did not sound surprised. Only sorrowful. Only certain. Outside, traffic passed in wet hushes along the street. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. The world continued, but farther away now, as if the flat had finally made room for grief without asking it to perform. After a long while, Delphine reached for the old boots. She set them carefully in Ren's lap. Do not throw away the proof that you loved someone, she said. Not because it hurts. Ren ran his thumb over the cracked leather. The red lace lay across his palm like a thread leading backward. Or forward. His phone, when he turned it on later, filled with notifications. Coach Martel. Hugo. Unknown calls. The club. The world asking him to return to the man it knew what to do with. One message sat near the top. Your mum is bringing soup. You're welcome, and I'm not sorry. Ren stared at it until his mouth almost remembered a smile. Delphine reheated soup in his kitchen and complained about the state of his bread. Ren sat at the table with the academy boots beside him and felt hollowed out in a way that was not empty. Something had left. Not guilt. Not all of it. But the part that had believed silence was kindness. Across the city, Kaito stood in an ice bath up to his waist, hands braced on the metal sides, jaw clenched against the cold while Tomas watched from the doorway. You are forbidden from running tomorrow, Tomas said. Kaito's teeth chattered once. You don't outrank me. No, but I have recruited the physio and your father. Between us, we form a deeply annoying government. Kaito closed his eyes. The cold bit deep, bright, and honest. He thought of Ren standing in Brackenford blue, unable to answer I loved you. He thought of Ren whispering I was ashamed. He thought of the way shame had looked on him, not pride, not manipulation, but a boy's hand still clenched around a door he had never learned how to open. Kaito's fingers tightened against the bath. He was still angry. Good. Anger had shape. But under it, unwelcome and impossible now to drown in training, was the question his father had returned to him. Will you now? Kaito opened his eyes. Tomas was still watching him, pretending not to worry by doing it badly. What? Kaito said. Nothing. Your nothing is staring. My nothing has excellent eyesight. Kaito looked down at the water trembling against his skin. He had told Ren not to call him Kai. The memory turned in him, sharp-edged. He did not know whether he regretted it. That was not the same as not caring. Outside the recovery room, Dunmore moved around him, boots in corridors, laughter through walls, a club continuing as if personal history did not have weather systems of its own. Kaito tipped his head back against the edge of the bath. For the first time since the fight, he let himself stop moving. The ache found him immediately. He stayed anyway. Chapter 21 Derby Week. The fixture update arrived while Ren was teaching Ilias how not to apologize before shooting. The academy pitch had thawed badly overnight, frost giving way to mud in the corners and a slick shine along the 6-yard box. Breath smoked from the boys in pale bursts. Someone had spilled a crate of bibs beside the touchline, yellow fabric bright against the wet grass, and Coach Martel was using the kind of whistle that sounded less like instruction and more like a personal complaint. Ilias stood over the ball with his shoulders up around his ears. Again, Ren said. The boy glanced at the keeper, then at Ren. I dragged the last one. You did. Sorry. Ren bent, picked a blade of grass from the ball, and set it back under Ilias's boot. Don't apologize to the shot before you take it. Ilias frowned. What? It hears you. 2 of the other academy players laughed. Ilias tried not to smile and failed, his mouth twitching around nerves he was too young to hide well. Ren stepped back. Head over it. Pick your corner. Commit. Ilias ran up. This time, the strike stayed low and mean, skidding off the wet turf toward the far post. The keeper got fingers to it, not enough. The ball kissed the inside netting with a soft snap. The boy spun toward Ren, face opening. Ren nodded once, because anything more would embarrass them both. Better. His phone buzzed in the pocket of his coat. He almost ignored it. Training ground messages could wait. Media schedules, recovery reminders, the endless machinery of being useful. But then Pri's phone went off too, a sharp double vibration from where she stood near the cones with her arms folded and a wool hat pulled low over her ears. Across the pitch, Martel checked his screen. Then the club media officer, standing by the gate, swore under his breath. The air changed. Ren knew that change. It was the split second before a tackle arrived late. The crowd drawing in one collective breath. A goalkeeper stepping the wrong way. Pri looked at him. Not joking now. Ren took the phone out. Brackenford FC internal, league fixture confirmation. Rescheduled Derby v Dunmore United. Saturday, February 17th. 17:30 kickoff. Broadcast package confirmed. Mandatory captain media obligations to follow. The word sat in his palm, black and ordinary. His thumb moved up the screen. Down again. Saturday, February 17th. For a moment, the pitch tilted so slightly no one else would see it. Mud. Boys. Cones. A ball rolling back from the net. Pri's eyes on his face. Ren did the math badly at first, because some part of him refused the answer. February had always been a month with teeth. Cold mornings, dark bus windows, Kaito's red laces in his boots, a folded note pressed so hard the paper softened at the creases. 10 years. Not roughly. Not close enough for commentators to call poetic if they ever knew. Exactly. His hand closed around the phone until the edges bit into his palm. Ren, Pri said. Ilias was still watching him, grin fading. The other boys had gone quiet by degrees, sensitive to adult silence in the way young players always were. They knew when something had entered the pitch that had nothing to do with football. Ren put the phone back in his pocket. Run it again, he said. Pri's mouth tightened. Ilias blinked. The finishing drill? What else would I mean? The boy scrambled to fetch another ball. Pri crossed the grass toward him, boots sinking a little with each step. She stopped close enough that her shoulder almost brushed his sleeve. Her voice stayed low. You saw the date. Ren watched Ilias place the ball too carefully on the penalty spot. Yes. That's the day? Yes. Pri exhaled through her nose. The sound did not pretend to be anything but what it was. Of course it is. Ren's jaw moved once. It's not fate, he said. No. It's worse. It's scheduling. That should have drawn something from him. A huff. A look. One small human noise to prove the ground had not opened beneath his boots. Nothing came. Across the box, Ilias ran up and sliced the ball wide. Again, Ren called. The boy nodded too quickly. Pre touched Ren's elbow, brief enough that no camera, no coach, no frightened under-16 could make a story of it. You don't have to decide everything standing on a wet pitch with children pretending not to stare at you. Ren looked at the goal. The net still trembled from the missed shot, rain beating along the white cord until it sagged with weight. I already decided, he said. Pre went still beside him. Ren did not look at her. He could not. If he did, he might see in her face what his mother had given him at the kitchen table, love with no exit route. The kind that made silence look ridiculous and cruel. His left hand found his thigh. Once. Twice. The third tap landed harder than he meant it to. I'm done letting the dates speak for me, he said. Pre was quiet for long enough that Ilias retrieved the ball, set it again, and looked back for permission. Ren lifted 2 fingers. The boy ran. This time, the shot flew clean. At Dunmore, the fixture update came up on the gym television before Kaito saw it on his phone. He was on the floor with a resistance band looped around his thighs, working through the physio-approved exercises Tomas had called deeply unglamorous captain activities, and then photographed for blackmail. The gym smelled of rubber mats, stale coffee, and the citrus disinfectant the cleaning staff used with violent optimism. Outside the glass, the training pitches lay gray beneath low cloud. The television above the dumbbell rack had been muted, but the sports channel loved a graphic. Blue on one side. Green on the other. Ashcombe v. Emeryson. The rivalry returns. Kaito's knee stopped mid-repetition. A date flashed underneath. Saturday, February 17th. The band snapped loose against his leg. Tomas, on the bench press behind him, lifted his head. You all right? Kaito did not answer. The presenter's mouth moved silently around excitement. Footage played beneath her, Ren scoring into the bottom corner last season, Kaito wheeling away after a header, the old handshake from the opener slowed down until even strangers could pretend to understand it. Then came the league's new promo image. Ren in Brackenford blue, chin level, eyes cut sideways. Kaito in Dunmore green, shoulders squared toward him. Between them, a split of light. 10 years of bad blood, the caption read. Kaito tasted metal. Not blood. Not really. He had bitten the inside of his cheek without noticing. Kai! Tomas almost never used it. That was what made Kaito turn. His friend had set the bar back on its hooks and sat upright, hands still chalked, hair damp from his earlier run. The joke had left his face. It had done that often lately, disappearing without ceremony whenever Kaito got too close to breaking something inside himself. Kaito picked up the resistance band and folded it once. Then again. It's the date, he said. Tomas looked at the television. For 1 second, his face stayed blank. Then understanding moved through it, quiet and careful. Ah. Kaito laughed once. It came out wrong. That's all? What would you like? I can insult the league. I have range. Kaito looked back at the screen. The promo looped again. Ren's face. His own. A graphic flame running between them like the editors were children who had been given expensive software, and no sense of shame. 10 years of bad blood. A decade ago, Kaito had stood beneath the third hook in a changing room that smelled of wet socks and orange squash, holding a note that contained 7 words and ruined every language he trusted. I'm sorry. I have to. For years, the date had lived in him without a calendar. He knew it in weather. In the particular bite of February air. In the way rain sounded against high windows. In the ache that came some mornings before memory had time to put its shoes on. Now the league had put it on a poster. Kaito's right hand flexed. First knuckle. Second. He stopped before the third, because Tomas was watching. You don't have to do anything today, Tomas said. Kaito's mouth flattened. Everyone keeps telling me that. Maybe because you keep looking like a man about to sprint into traffic. I'm not. Good. Very inconvenient for the team sheet. Kaito dropped the band onto the mat and stood. His knee twinged faintly. The overtraining had left small warnings everywhere: ankle, hamstring, the deep tired place beneath his ribs. His body was a stadium after extra time, lights still on, seats empty, all the damage clearer without noise to hide it. He reached for his towel. On the television, Ren held out his hand in slow motion. Kaito watched his own hand take it. He remembered the warmth. He remembered Ren in the car park saying, "I was ashamed." He remembered Ren saying, "I loved you," as if the words had been dragged out of a room with no windows. And he remembered himself leaving. Again. Tomas came to stand beside him. Not too close. Just enough. "The media office will be after you," Tomas said. "Captain spots. Derby week features. Possibly dramatic lighting. Can't wait. They'll ask the same questions." Kaito rubbed the towel over the back of his neck. The skin there felt too hot despite the cold gym air. "They always do. And you'll say?" Kaito looked at Ren's face on the screen. There were older answers available. Easy ones. Rehearsed ones. "We grew up, we grew apart. People like stories. I'm focused on the match." He knew the rhythm of them so well he could have spoken them half asleep, bleeding, underwater. He had survived inside those answers. Survived was not the same as lived. "I don't know," he said. Tomas did not hide his surprise quickly enough. Kaito almost smiled at that. Almost. The television cut to an ad. Color and noise without meaning. The gym returned around him, weights clanking, a physio laughing in the corridor, boots squeaking on polished floor. Ordinary things refusing to pause for anniversaries. Kaito folded the towel over one shoulder. "I'll know by Saturday," he said. Tomas's gaze stayed on him. "That sounds ominous." "It's football. Everything sounds ominous if the music is loud enough." "There he is," Tomas murmured, but his eyes remained serious. Kaito walked toward the doors. At the threshold, he stopped. Through the glass, the main pitch spread under the low winter sky, white lines sharp against dark grass. On Saturday, there would be cameras. Noise. Ren across from him in blue. Another tunnel. Another handshake, maybe? Another chance to say nothing and let the world fill in the blanks. His hand tightened on the doorframe. No. Not this time. He had spent 10 years making Ren's silence answer for both of them. He had used it like proof. Like shield. Like blade. But Ren had spoken now. Not all of it. Enough to make Kaito understand that the rest would not arrive by punishment. He stepped outside. Cold air hit his face and entered his lungs cleanly, almost painfully. At Brackenford, Ren stayed late after training. By 6, the academy boys had gone home. The senior squad had cleared out too, their laughter fading down corridors, boots bundled into bags, weekend plans tossed back and forth like harmless balls. The floodlights over the indoor pitch hummed in the empty facility. Rain moved softly against the roof. Ren stood alone in the cone grid where Kaito had confronted him days ago. He had fixed the crooked cone then. He had tried. Now he nudged one out of line with the side of his boot. Just slightly. Enough to notice. His phone sat in his hand. No message drafted. No notes app. No rehearsal hidden where it could be deleted and rewritten until it became safe enough to be useless. Kaito's contact remained on the screen. Ren looked at it until the letters blurred. Kai. He had not changed it after Kaito told him not to call him that. He probably should have. A decent man would have. A man who knew how to honor boundaries without turning them into relics would have changed it to Kaito, or Emeryson, or deleted the number entirely and let club media handle the future like professionals. Ren did none of those things. He locked the phone and put it away. Not because he had chosen silence. Because this could not be done in a message. The date sat in him with the weight of a match ball before kickoff, ordinary, round, waiting to be struck. Saturday. 10 years. Kaito. The tunnel. Ren looked up at the pitch lights. His reflection ghosted faintly in the dark glass beyond them, a man in Brackenford blue standing where a boy once learned how much a life could cost. He pressed his knuckles to his thigh. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then he left the cone crooked and walked out. Chapter 22 The Tunnel. The stadium began waking before the sun went down. Wren heard it from the Brackenford changing room, not as noise yet, but as pressure. A low vibration in the walls. Doors opening and closing along corridors. The hollow roll of equipment cases over concrete. Somewhere beyond the locked inner halls, supporters were already gathering behind barriers, singing the first rough versions of songs that would be polished into cruelty by kickoff. February had put its hands around the stadium and squeezed. Cold gathered in every seam. It crept beneath the doors, came off the tile floors, lived in the metal hooks where shirts hung ready under each player's name. Wren's kit waited in its place, Brackenford blue folded with ceremonial precision, shirt, shorts, socks, captain's armband laid across the top like a verdict. Ashcombe 9. He looked at the letters until they stopped being his. Pre sat 3 places down, 1 boot on, 1 boot in her hand, laces dangling. She had been watching him through the noise of everyone else pretending this was ordinary. It was not ordinary. The derby never was, but today had weight in it. Even the younger players felt it, though they did not know the shape. They laughed too loudly. Taped their wrists too carefully. Checked their phones and put them down and checked again. The manager had already given the first half of his speech and would give the second closer to warm-ups, after the analysts finished pinning final instructions on the board. Wren had heard none of it. His body sat on the bench. His mind stood in a different corridor 10 years back, paper folded in a shaking hand. Pre leaned toward him. "You're going to do it," she said. Wren's fingers tightened around the edge of the bench. It was not a question. Pre had never wasted time pretending not to know him. "Yes." Her mouth shifted, not quite a smile. "Before warm-ups?" "Yes." "Good." He turned his head. "That's it. What else do you want? A blessing? A fog machine? Me to tackle security?" Despite everything, something nearly moved in his chest. "You'd enjoy that." "Deeply." Her face sobered. "Wren." He looked at her. Pre's boot rested in her lap, forgotten. Around them, teammates moved through their routines. Tape ripped. Someone cursed at a shin pad. The goalkeeper coach shouted through the open door that media had better stop blocking the service hallway unless they wanted a cone somewhere personal. Pre lowered her voice. "Don't make it neat." Wren swallowed. "It isn't," she said. "So don't hand it to him like it is." He nodded once. His phone buzzed in the pocket of his tracksuit top. For one split second, every nerve in him lit. Not Kaito. "Mom, I love you. Play well. And whatever else today is, breathe first." Wren closed his eyes. The message blurred anyway. He had told her what today was. Not all the details. Not every corner of the wound. But enough that she had gone quiet on the phone for so long he had thought the call had dropped. Then she had said, "Oh, my darling boy." Not "poor thing." Not "why didn't you tell me." Not even "I'm sorry," though sorry had trembled in the silence around her. "My darling boy." Wren slid the phone back into his pocket and stood. The room did not stop, but Pre did. So did Mills, halfway through adjusting his socks. So did Ellis near the tactics board. One by one, the closest players looked up, responding to something in Wren's movement that footballers recognize before thought. A captain deciding. Wren took his boots from beneath the bench. Not today's match boots. The old ones? Black leather softened and cracked with age. Red laces threaded through them, faded where fingers had worried them too often. They were not wearable anymore, not properly, and he had no intention of stepping onto a televised pitch in a relic from another life. He had brought them anyway. Pre's eyes went to the boots. She did not make a joke. Wren carried them by the heels and walked out. The corridor outside the changing room smelled of disinfectant, wet concrete, and broadcast coffee. A cable runner nearly collided with him, apology already forming, then saw his face and moved aside without speaking. Down the hall, a production assistant pressed a headset to one ear, murmuring into a mouthpiece. Somewhere close, the league's pre-match package thundered from a monitor. 2 captains. 10 years. 1 rivalry. Wren kept walking. He knew the stadium's inner passages better than he knew some rooms in his flat. Home tunnel to pitch. Mixed zone. Media suite. Medical rooms. The neutral passage that connected the 2 locker room wings and was used mostly by staff who needed to get somewhere quickly and players who needed a minute away from being seen. Half-lit. Narrow. Built for passing through. Not for staying. Kaito was already there. Of course he was. He stood near the bend where the Dunmore corridor met the neutral one shoulder against the wall, green training top zipped to his throat, hair tied low at the nape. His match boots were on, laces clean and white. Captain's armband not yet on his sleeve. Without it, he looked less like a headline and more like a man who had arrived too early to his own reckoning. His eyes dropped first to Wren's hands. The boots. Something crossed his face so quickly Wren almost missed it. Almost. Kaito pushed away from the wall. No. Wren stopped. The word had not been loud. It did not need to be. It landed between them with 10 years behind it. Kaito. No. Kaito's jaw flexed. You don't get to bring those here like evidence. Wren looked down at the boots. The red laces lay across his knuckles, limp and old and impossible. They are evidence, he said. His voice scraped on the first word but held. Just not against you. Kaito's eyes flashed. I don't have time for riddles. Then I'll stop speaking in them. That stilled him. The tunnel hummed around them. Not quiet. Stadium quiet was never silence. It was machinery and distant voices and the blood noise of thousands gathering beyond walls. But the space between them narrowed until Wren could hear Kaito breathe. Wren set the boots on the floor. Carefully. He had cleaned them last night. Not to make them new. Nothing could do that. But the old mud had loosened from the seams under warm water and the soft brush, and he had sat at his kitchen table until midnight with the laces undone and his mother's message unanswered beside him. His hands were empty now. Good. He needed them empty. I didn't leave because Brackenford was better, Wren said. Kaito's mouth tightened. I know that part. No. You know the part one was brave enough to say when you dragged it out of me. Kaito flinched. Wren made himself continue before shame turned clever and found another locked door. My dad's restaurant had already failed before I told anyone it was struggling. We were behind on rent. Behind on everything. Mum was pretending the final notice letters were menus when I came into the kitchen because she didn't want me to see her hands shaking. Kaito did not move. Wren's throat closed around the image so hard he had to pause. The kitchen 10 years ago rose whole, the cracked tile by the back door, the radio playing too softly, his mother's apron still smelling of onions and garlic though there had been no customers left to cook for. She sold her rings, Wren said. Not the wedding one. The others. A bracelet my grandmother left her. Dad's watch. She told me she was clearing clutter. She put the money in an envelope and pretended it was from an insurance thing that didn't exist. Kaito's face had begun to change. Not much. Kaito Emeryson had built his adult life out of not giving cameras anything useful. But there were no cameras here, and some defenses only worked when the lie beneath them stayed intact. I knew, Wren said. I knew, and I still let her lie to me because if I made her say it, then she would have had to watch me understand. Kaito's hand lifted toward his own ribs, then stopped halfway and fell. Wren looked at that aborted movement, and nearly lost the thread. My academy fees were covered, but not everything. Travel. Boots. Kit. Physio extras. Food when I was training late. All the stupid little costs that aren't little when there's nothing left. His mouth twisted. Dunmore couldn't offer more. They tried. Coach Desmond tried. I know he did. My dad never told me that. He probably thought it wasn't his to tell. Kaito's eyes cut away. Pain moved through his face then, sharper, older. Desmond's name had become part of the wound too. Wren hated that, and had no right to hate it. Brackenford came with everything, Wren said. Full scholarship. Transport. Meal plan. Equipment stipend. A small family hardship grant if I signed before the transfer window closed. Kaito looked back at him. There it was. Not the fact. He had heard the fact before. Money. Transfer. Scholarship. Survival. But not the size of it. Not the exact ugliness. Not the envelope. Not the rings. Wren pressed his thumb into his palm. I told myself I would explain after the Youth Cup final. Then I told myself I'd explain after I signed. Then I told myself I would come to your house, and we'd sit on the wall by the drive, and I'd say all of it. Every terrible little piece. Kaito's voice came rough. Why didn't you? Wren's chest lifted once. I was ashamed. The words were not new. This time, he did not leave them alone. I was ashamed that my family had failed at something everyone could see. Ashamed that your dad was still a coach, and your house had cereal in 3 different boxes, and your mom asked if I wanted seconds like food was easy. Ashamed that I loved being there because it meant not being home. His voice cracked, small and humiliating. He let it. And then I was ashamed of that too. Kaito shut his eyes. Wren watched him absorb it. The pale sweep of his lashes. The muscle jumping in his jaw. His hands at his sides, fingers half-curled and helpless, not fists now. Not weapons. Just hands that did not know what to hold. I thought if I told you, Wren said, you'd look at me differently. Kaito's eyes opened. I wouldn't have. I know that now. No. Kaito stepped forward once. The word came out broken at the edges. No, Wren. You don't get to say that like it's settled. I wouldn't have. I know. You were my. Kaito stopped. The tunnel seemed to lean in. Wren's ribs tightened around the absence of the word. Best friend. First love. The person he had taught his body to find in every room, and then punished himself for wanting. Kaito looked away, breathing hard through his nose. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. You left me with nothing. Wren nodded. The movement hurt. Good. I did. You let me think I was easy to leave. Wren's eyes burned. I did. You let everyone else tell me what I meant to you because you wouldn't. I did. The third admission stripped something from Kaito's face. Anger had nowhere to push when Wren refused to defend himself against the truth. It flickered, searched for a wall, found none. Kaito dragged a hand over his mouth. God, he said, but there was no prayer in it. Wren bent and picked up the old boots. Kaito's eyes followed the movement. I kept them, Wren said. Everywhere I went. Every flat. Every season. I hid them because I couldn't stand anyone asking. The laces were yours. Kaito stared. A tiny, disbelieving sound left him. I know. Of course he knew. Kaito had tied them. Kaito had made a joke about speed and red laces and then blushed when Coach Desmond called it a proposal. Wren had carried that moment like contraband for half his life. I left the note because I couldn't say goodbye and still go, Wren said. That isn't an excuse. It's worse than one. I made you pay for my courage running out. Kaito's throat worked. I hated you for that, he whispered. I know. No, you don't. His eyes shone now, furious with it. I hated you because it was easier than missing you. I hated you because every time I scored I thought, good, see, I don't need him. And then I'd look for you anyway. In crowds. In footage. In every stupid tunnel we passed through for 10 years. Wren could not move. The old boots hung from his hand. Kaito laughed once, wrecked and airless. Do you know what the worst part was? Wren shook his head. I thought if I beat you badly enough, I'd finally stop wanting you to turn around. Wren closed his eyes. Kaito's words entered him without permission, found all the places that had been built for them years ago, and sat down like they had always owned the room. When Ren opened his eyes, Kaito was looking at him the way he had in the documentary room after Ingrid's questions, the way he had in the car park, the way he had before every almost. Only now there was nowhere for the look to go except straight through. "I loved you," Ren said. Kaito's face tightened. Ren stepped into the flinch before fear could turn him polite. "I loved you then. I love you now. I'm not saying that so you'll forgive me. I'm saying it because last time you said it, I stood there and let you think your love had gone unanswered." His breath came uneven. "It hadn't. It never did. I was just so busy trying not to drown that I pushed away the only person who would have jumped in." For a while, Kaito said nothing. Down the hall, someone shouted his name. "Emeryson? Captain? 5 to warm-ups." Kaito did not answer. Ren's heart knocked once, hard enough to hurt. The match was still waiting. The world was still gathering outside with cameras and songs and graphics already printed. Their teams needed them. Their bodies were expected on the pitch, not standing in a half-lit corridor holding 10 years by the throat. Kaito looked toward the Dunmore corridor. Then back. "I don't know what to do with this before a match," he said. Ren let out something that almost broke into a laugh and did not. "No. I'm angry. I know. I'm not only angry." Ren's fingers tightened around the boots. Kaito looked at them again, then at Ren. Carefully, as if crossing a frozen pond, he reached out. Not for Ren. For one red lace. His fingers touched the faded fabric. Just that. Thumb and forefinger, a small pinch of old color between them. Ren stopped breathing. Kaito held it for 1 second. 2. Then he let go. "Don't disappear after," Kaito said. Ren's lungs opened too fast. "I won't. If we lose, don't disappear." "I won't. If we win." "I won't." Kaito's mouth trembled, barely. He hated it. Ren could see him hate it. "If I need to walk away for 10 minutes because I can't stand looking at you and wanting to." He stopped, jaw clenched. "Don't decide that means forever." Ren's eyes stung. "All right." Kaito looked at him for another long second, and something old moved between them. Not repaired. Not erased. But breathing. Then Kaito stepped back. The distance returned. Not as a wall this time. As space before kickoff. "Put those somewhere safe," Kaito said. Ren looked down at the boots. They were never unsafe. Kaito's eyes flicked up. A ghost of a smile touched his mouth. It vanished almost before it arrived, but Ren saw it. That was enough to ruin him for several seconds. From the Brackenford end, Pre's voice cut down the corridor. "Ashcombe! Unless you're eloping, we need our striker." Kaito closed his eyes briefly. Ren almost smiled. "Almost. I have to go," Ren said. "I know." For once, the words did not sound like abandonment. Ren stepped backward because if he turned too soon, it would feel like running. Kaito watched him, pale eyes bright under the tunnel lights, shoulders squared, face unguarded in a way no camera had ever caught. At the bend, Ren stopped. "Kaito!" Kaito's head lifted. Ren held the boots against his chest. "I'm still going to try to beat you." Kaito's breath left him in something dangerously close to laughter. Then his face changed. Not soft. Not safe. Alive. "Good," he said. "I'd hate you if you didn't." Ren nodded. Then he turned and walked back toward the roar. Chapter 23 90 minutes. The roar met Ren before the grass did. It rolled down the tunnel in waves, thick enough to press against his teeth. Brackenford Park had learned a new pitch for this derby, something higher and hungrier than noise. Every song seemed sharpened by the date no one in the stands understood. Every camera seemed to know exactly where to look without knowing why. Ren stood at the head of the line with his boots planted on the tunnel floor. Today's boots. White and blue. Clean enough to lie. The old academy pair were safe in his locker, wrapped in a towel beneath his folded tracksuit, red laces tucked inside where no one would see them unless they already knew to look. He had almost left them in the tunnel after Kaito touched the lace. For one reckless second, the idea of abandoning them there had felt like surrendering a weapon. Then he had understood. They had never been a weapon. Behind him, Pri bounced once on her toes. "You breathing?" she asked. Ren did it because she had asked. In through his nose. Out through his mouth. "Technically. Low standard, but we'll build." The line across from them shifted. Dunmore green. Ren did not look for Kaito immediately. That had been the old choreography. Pretend not to search, search anyway, be caught, turn away first or second and call it winning. 10 years of playing a match before the ball moved. Today Ren looked. Kaito was already looking back. The sight hit without drama. No stadium fade. No miraculous quiet. Just Kaito in green, captain's armband tight around his sleeve now, hair tied low, pale eyes carrying something that had not been there in any derby before. Not softness. Not forgiveness. Presence. He was entirely there. Not behind anger. Not behind the story. Not performing an absence so convincing half the country had called it rivalry. Ren's fingers twitched at his side. Kaito's gaze dropped, just for a breath, to Ren's left hand. Once, twice, 3 times. Ren did not tap. Not yet. The officials began to move. The anthem rose overhead, brass and drums flattened through speakers, swallowed by the crowd trying to outsing itself. Mascots clutched players' hands with solemn terror. Fire jets burst along the touchline, brief orange heat against February air. Smoke dragged low over the grass before the wind broke it apart. The handshake line formed. Ren moved through referees, Dunmore defenders, midfielders whose names his body knew by pressing angles and late tackles. Hands came and went. Damp palms? Cold fingers. Brief nods. Then Kaito stood in front of him. They did not have a second too long this time. They took 3. Kaito's hand closed around his. Warm. Hard. Alive. The cameras lunged closer. Ren could feel them like weather. Kaito's thumb pressed once against the base of Ren's. Not a caress. Not a plea. Something stranger. A mark on the map. Still here. Ren's mouth moved before he could think better of it. Good match. Kaito's eyes flickered. For years, the words had been nothing between them. Today, they carried too much weight to lift. Good match, Kaito said. He let go first. Ren let him. At the center circle, the coin flashed and fell. Dunmore won the toss. Kaito chose ends without looking away from the referee. Professional. Correct. The world, denied scandal for 30 seconds, prepared to invent it elsewhere. Pri came close as they jogged into position. Was that a handshake or a vow renewal? Ren looked at the ball on the spot. Focus on your mark. My mark is less interesting. Pri. There he is, she said, but gently this time. The whistle blew. Football took him by the throat. The first 10 minutes came fast and ugly. Dunmore pressed high, their front line snapping at Brackenford's defenders before the ball could settle. Kaito moved like the rain had taught him something private, all long stride and controlled violence, cutting off passing lanes, forcing hurry clearances, arriving half a step before anyone's comfort. Ren barely saw him as a person at first. That was the mercy of the game. Bodies became information. Weight distribution. Shoulder angle. A defender opening his hips too early. A midfielder glancing left before passing right. The pitch offered a language that did not care what had been said in the tunnel. Ren dropped deep to receive. A Dunmore midfielder closed him down from behind. Ren felt the approach more than heard it, took one touch with the outside of his boot, and slipped the ball through the narrow channel to Pri. She carried it across halfway, head up, braids snapping against her collar. Kaito tracked back. Ren ran. For one clean second, the old academy cage flashed over the stadium, Kaito at 16, shouting "Move, Ash," as if Ren did not already know where the space would open. Ren curved his run between center back and full back. Pri saw it. Of course she did. The pass came early, skidding over wet grass. Ren reached it at the edge of the box and shot first time. The keeper dropped. Gloves met ball with a flat slap, pushing it wide. The home crowd rose and broke apart in groans. Ren's momentum carried him over the byline. He slowed near the advertising boards, breath sharp in his throat. Kaito was beside him. Not touching. Close enough that Ren could hear him breathing. You rushed it, Kaito said. Ren looked at him. Kaito's face gave nothing to the cameras. His eyes did not. Ren's chest loosened around something dangerous and bright. You left the lane open, he said. I wanted to see if you'd take it. Generous. Educational. The corner flag snapped in the wind between them. Then Kaito turned and jogged back into the box. Ren followed, smiling without meaning to. The first goal came in the 24th minute. Dunmore built from the right, patient enough to make Brackenford's midfield shift one step too far. Tomas played a disguised pass through the inside channel, clever and cruel, cutting 3 blue shirts out of the conversation. Kaito received with his back to goal. Ren saw the danger before the center-back did. His body moved. Kaito rolled his shoulder, shielding the ball with the kind of strength that had always looked effortless until you were the one trying to move him. Ren closed from behind, not tackling yet, waiting for the touch. Kaito knew. The knowledge ran through his body. A small adjustment of his left foot. A half-turn. A feint Ren had seen in childhood before Kaito had grown into legs long enough to make it lethal. Ren bit. Not much. Enough. Kaito spun away, took 2 strides into space, and struck across goal. The ball flew low, kissing the inside of the far post before it hit net. For half a second, the away end became the loudest place on earth. Green shirts swallowed Kaito near the corner flag. Tomas got there first, both hands on Kaito's shoulders, shouting into his face. Kaito laughed once, breathless, head tipped back toward the freezing sky. Ren stood near the penalty spot with his hands on his hips. The old wound would have known what to do with this. It would have taken the goal personally. Turned it into evidence. Added it to the ledger. Kaito scored because Ren failed. Ren failed because he had spoken. Speaking had made him weak. Wanting had made him late. Ren spat grass from his tongue and looked at the goal again. Beautiful finish. Annoying finish. Kaito's finish. Pri jogged past him. Please tell me you're not admiring it. I'm cataloging. Catalog faster. We're losing. Ren nodded. At the restart, he tapped his left knuckles against his thigh. Once. Twice. 3 times. Across the pitch, Kaito saw. His smile vanished. Good. Brackenford's answer came just before halftime. Not through patience. Through hunger. Mills won the ball with a tackle that made the crowd suck air through its teeth, clean despite Dunmore's furious appeal. Pri collected the loose touch and drove forward, dragging 2 defenders with her. Ren stayed wide for 3 strides, then cut inward behind the line. The pass should not have found him. It did because Pri was ridiculous and because football, occasionally, rewarded people who had suffered enough to deserve one decent bounce. The ball came through a defender's legs. Ren took it in stride. Kaito was there. Of course he was. He arrived from Ren's left, long legs eating grass, shoulder low. For 10 years, that presence had made Ren's body split in 2, the footballer calculating contact, the boy remembering a hand around his wrist. Today, there was no split. Kaito came hard. Ren leaned into him. Their shoulders met with a crack of force that shot down Ren's ribs and into his hip. The crowd detonated. Kaito's breath punched out beside him, warm against the cold air. Neither fell. Neither yielded. Ren kept the ball by a finger's width. Kaito's boot stabbed in. Ren touched it past him. One more stride. The goalkeeper came out. Ren opened his body as if shooting far post and slid the ball near post. The net accepted it with a sound so small it almost disappeared beneath the stadium splitting open. Ren did not celebrate at first. He stood in the box, chest heaving, ears full of Brackenford thunder. Pre hit him from behind hard enough to jolt him forward. Mills arrived yelling. Blue shirts closed around him, hands slapping his shoulders, head back. Over the crush, Ren looked for Kaito. Kaito stood just outside the 6-yard box, hands on his knees, breathing hard. Their eyes met. Kaito shook his head once. Not anger. Disgusted admiration. Ren smiled then, wide enough to feel unfamiliar on his own face. Kaito looked away, but not before Ren saw the corner of his mouth betray him. At halftime, the changing room shook with instructions. The manager's voice cut through steam and sweat and adrenaline, board marker squeaking as he drew arrows no one would remember exactly but everyone needed to see. Pre sat beside Ren, towel over her shoulders, cheeks flushed. You two are doing a lot, she said under the manager's speech. Ren drank water. It's a derby. It's a ballet with grudges. It's football. It is absolutely not just football, but I respect your commitment to being wrong. Ren set the bottle down. His shoulder ached where Kaito had hit him. His chest still held the imprint of the collision, not pain exactly, more like proof of contact. Across the corridor somewhere, Kaito would be sitting under Dunmore lights, hearing his own manager break the half into tactics, drinking water from a paper cup or not drinking it at all, jaw set around whatever had survived the first 45 minutes. Ren hoped his shoulder hurt too. Not cruelly. Fairly. The second half opened cleaner. Both teams settled into the truth of the match. No one was going to break easily. The tackles sharpened but did not turn cheap. Shirts were pulled, apologies withheld, hands offered only when necessary. The referee's whistle grew hoarse with use. At 61 minutes, Kaito nearly scored again. A cross came from the left, curling between defenders. Kaito rose above everyone, ridiculous in the air, neck snapping forward. The header drove toward the top corner. Ren, tracking back on instinct more than assignment, cleared it off the line with his thigh. The ball caromed out. Kaito landed beside him. For 1 second, they stared at each other from a distance of less than a foot. Ren's thigh burned. Kaito's eyes were bright. You're defending now? Kaito said. You looked lonely. Kaito's laugh came out before he could stop it. Not loud. Not long. Enough. Ren felt it pass through him more cleanly than any confession had. The sound belonged nowhere near the roar, the cameras, the scoreline, and yet there it was, alive between them on a torn-up patch of 6-yard box. Then Tomas shouted, Kai, stop flirting with the opposition and press. Kaito's head snapped toward him. I am pressing. Pre, jogging back into shape, called, Badly. The referee looked pained. The crowd, catching tone if not words, surged with fresh delight. By the 75th minute, legs began to tell the truth. Ren's calves tightened. His lungs turned rough. Every sprint asked for interest on old debts. Kaito moved with the same punished grace across from him, shoulders rising harder now, a smear of mud across one cheekbone, hair loosening from its tie until damp blonde strands stuck to his temple. The match opened up. Chance after chance came half-made and half-ruined. Brackenford hit the side netting. Dunmore clipped the bar. Pre took a shot from distance that forced a save ugly enough to be beautiful. Tomas punched away a corner, and then bowed at the home end when they booed him. At 89 minutes, Ren had the chance to win it. The ball broke from midfield, loose and spinning. He read it first. Kaito read him. They sprinted from opposite angles toward the same space, the world narrowing to grass, breath, and the white roll of the ball. Ren reached it half a step ahead and pushed it forward. Kaito matched him stride for stride. Shoulder to shoulder again. Harder this time. Ren's vision sparked at the edges. Kaito's arm pressed against his, all heat through soaked fabric. The penalty area approached, white line rushing underfoot. The goalkeeper set himself. The crowd rose before the shot existed. Ren could shoot. He could cut across Kaito and draw the foul. He could try to win the match and let the commentators call it destiny. Kaito's boot came in, perfect timing. Ren touched the ball away from him, not toward goal but wide, buying half a yard. Kaito recovered faster than anyone else would have. Ren shaped to strike. Kaito threw himself into the block. The shot left Ren's foot clean. Kaito's body met it cleaner. The ball smashed off his thigh and spun out for a corner. Both of them went down. For a second, Ren lay on his back in the grass and stared at the black winter sky above the lights. His chest heaved. Mud soaked cold through his shirt. The stadium roared anger, relief, disappointment, all of it braided together. Beside him, Kaito laughed. This time, he did not hide it. Ren turned his head. Kaito lay on the grass a few feet away, one arm over his stomach, hair half free, teeth flashing in a face made young by exhaustion. Not 17. Never 17 again. But open in a way Ren had not seen since then. Ren started laughing too. It hurt his ribs. Good. The referee jogged over, deeply unimpressed. Up. Both of you. Kaito rolled to his side and pushed himself to his knees. Ren did the same. For one suspended breath, Kaito held out a hand. The stadium seemed to inhale. Ren looked at it. Then took it. Kaito hauled him up with more force than necessary. Ren landed too close, boots sliding slightly in the chewed grass. Their hands remained locked for the smallest dangerous fraction. Cameras flashed from the sideline. Kaito's fingers tightened once. Then he let go. The corner came to nothing. Stoppage time bled out in frantic clearances and desperate runs, bodies throwing themselves into the path of every possibility. When the final whistle blew, the scoreboards held steady. Brackenford 1-1 Dunmore. Around Ren, the stadium reacted like no one had agreed what emotion to have. The home men groaned first, then applauded despite itself. The away fans sang over them. Players bent double, hands on knees, shirts clinging, socks muddied, faces emptied by effort. A draw. Not victory. Not defeat. A fair fight. Ren stood near halfway and let the sound move around him. Across the pitch, Kaito did the same. For once, neither of them looked away. Commentators would call it frustrating. They would say both captains had chances, both teams deserved something, either had found the final edge. Ingrid would write about restraint, or unresolved fire, or whatever headlines sold best by morning. The league would cut their handshake, their collision, Kaito's laugh if the microphones had caught it, Ren taking his hand if the cameras had been hungry enough. Let them. Ren's body hurt everywhere. His heart did not feel clean. Nothing so simple. It felt bruised and stretched and newly used, like a muscle after the first honest work in years. Kaito began walking toward him. Slowly. Not across the whole pitch. Not yet. Teammates intercepted him, staff, the obligations of the whistle. Tomas clapped both hands on his shoulders and said something that made Kaito shove him weakly. Pri appeared beside Ren and handed him a bottle without looking away from the Dunmore side. Well, she said. Ren drank. The water tasted like plastic and salt. That was subtle. He wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist. Was it? No. Ren looked at Kaito again. Kaito had stopped near the touchline, listening to his manager with one ear and looking at Ren with everything else. Pri's shoulder bumped his. Go to the tunnel after media tries to eat you, she said. Ren's throat tightened. He nodded. The pitch beneath his boots was ruined in 100 places. Stud marks, torn grass, muddy seams. Evidence of impact everywhere. For the first time all season, Ren looked at the damage and saw something other than proof of harm. He saw where they had played. Chapter 24 Derby Redemption. Ren escaped the first camera by accident, and the second on purpose. The final whistle still lived in his ears. Even inside the concrete throat of the stadium, away from the pitch, the crowd noise followed him in broken pieces, a Dunmore chant fading under Brackenford applause, the metallic clatter of barriers, the faraway thunder of thousands deciding whether a draw had satisfied or offended them. His shirt clung cold to his back. Mud had dried along his shin in rough flakes. Grass clippings stuck to the sweat on his forearms. His left thigh ached where he had cleared Kaito's header off the line, and his ribs held the tender memory of that last shoulder-to-shoulder run as if Kaito had left fingerprints beneath the skin. A league coordinator with a headset appeared near the mixed zone entrance, one hand raised. "Ren, just 2 minutes for broadcast." Pri stepped smoothly between them with a towel around her neck and murder in her eyes. "He needs medical." The coordinator looked alarmed. "Is he injured?" Pri glanced back at Ren. "Emotionally?" "Catastrophically." Pri. "What?" "You do." The coordinator blinked, not trained for this category of problem. Ren almost smiled. His mouth got halfway there and stopped because the tunnel entrance was ahead of him, half-lit and narrow, and his body knew it before his mind did. The same place. Hours ago, he had stood there holding old boots like proof of a life he had buried badly. Kaito had touched one red lace and said, "Don't disappear after." Ren had promised. He had spent 90 minutes keeping it. Pri followed his gaze. The humor left her face without leaving her entirely. It softened into something fiercer than teasing. "You all right?" she asked. He looked at the tunnel. There were easier answers. Cleaner ones. All the old tiles he had laid for years so no one could trip over him. "Fine." "Good." "Tired." Instead, Ren breathed in through his nose. The air smelled of wet grass, camera batteries warming under lights, and the sharp lemon cleaner someone had used too recently on the concrete floor. "No," he said. Pri nodded. Then he looked at her. "But I'm not leaving." Her eyes shone for half a second before she rolled them hard enough to save them both. "Revolutionary," she said. "Man discovers standing still." He gave her the smile this time. A small one. Real enough that her mouth trembled around its own. Behind them, Mills called her name. Someone needed their vice captain. Someone always did. Pri squeezed the back of Ren's neck once, quick and rough. "Go on, then." Ren looked toward the tunnel again. "Thank you," he said. She made a disgusted sound. "Don't get sentimental while covered in mud. It's unbecoming." He walked before she could make it worse. The tunnel swallowed the stadium by degrees. Not all at once. Nothing important ever happened all at once. First the pitch lights fell away behind him, then the reporters shouted questions blurred into the wall noise, then the smell changed from open winter grass to concrete and sweat and old electricity. His studs clicked with each step. Water dripped somewhere overhead and steady, in different taps. Halfway down, he stopped. Kaito was not there. Ren stood in the place where green corridor met blue corridor, and let absence arrive without turning it into punishment. Kaito had said 10 minutes. Maybe he needed them. Maybe he needed 20. Maybe he had been dragged into broadcast obligations, or a manager's debrief, or his own changing room full of green shirts and questions Tomas could not joke loudly enough to bury. Ren leaned one shoulder against the wall. Cold seeped through his shirt instantly. He looked down at his hands. They were filthy. Mud beneath the nails, a scrape across one knuckle, the skin at the base of his thumb rubbed red from tape. A footballer's hands were supposed to be secondary things, useful for balance and protest and lifting trophies in the unlikely event the gods were bored. Ren had spent half his life pretending his hands did not remember anything. They remembered. A boy's wrist caught in a changing room. Red laces tightened over black leather. A note folded too small. Kaito's palm in the handshake line, hot and calloused and furious with history. Ren flexed his fingers. From the Dunmore corridor, footsteps approached. Not hurried. Not hesitant either. Kaito came into view still in full kit, shirt soaked dark at the chest, green socks muddied nearly black around the ankles. His hair had escaped its tie completely on one side, damp strands hanging along his cheek. There was a bruise starting high on one thigh where Ren's late shot had caught him through the block. Ren's body found the mark before his manners could stop it. Kaito saw him looking. "You nearly took my leg off. You blocked my winner. It was a good shot. It was a better block." Kaito stopped a few feet away. That old distance. Not far. Not close. The exact measurement of 10 years spent surviving proximity. For once, neither of them rushed to fill it. Kaito's face looked younger with exhaustion stripped across it and older with everything else. His eyes were rimmed red, whether from exertion or anger or the strange violence of relief, Rin did not know. He did not need to know immediately. That was new. The not needing to steal certainty from every flicker of Kaito's face. You waited, Kaito said. Ren's throat tightened. Yes. The word moved through Kaito visibly. Not dramatic. Nothing so cheap. Just a small loosening at his shoulders, as if some muscle had been braced for a blow it did not receive. A burst of laughter came from the Dunmore end of the corridor. Tomas appeared at the bend with a towel over his head and a paper cup in hand. He stopped when he saw them. His eyes moved from Kaito to Rin to the charged empty space between their bodies. Oh, he said. Kaito closed his eyes briefly. Tomas. I am leaving. You came this way. And now I am leaving differently. Tomas pointed the cup at Rin. Nice goal, by the way. Hated it. Rin nodded. Nice save. Thank you. I remain underappreciated. Kaito made a sound that might have been a laugh if he had more air for it. Tomas's expression changed when he heard it. Warmth flickered there, quick and unguarded. He looked at Kaito as if watching something unclench after years. Then he lifted both hands. I saw nothing. I know nothing. I am but a handsome ghost. He vanished back around the corner. Silence returned, gentler for having been interrupted. Kaito stared after him. He's impossible. He cares about you. I know. Kaito's mouth twisted. Annoying habit. Ren looked at him. The tunnel lights hummed overhead. Somewhere in the stadium, a door slammed hard enough to send a shiver through the pipes. The world had not stopped for them. It had never stopped. That had been part of the problem, maybe. At 17, everything had kept moving: transfer deadlines, bills, buses, youth cup finals, academy schedules. The world had asked two boys to survive adult consequences, and then blamed them for the shape of the scars. Kaito turned back. I went to the changing room, he said. Sat down. Took my boots off. Put them back on. Ren's mouth moved before thought. Why? Because I thought if I came here in socks, Pri would make a comment, and I'd have to respect her forever. A laugh escaped Ren, soft and startled. Kaito watched it as if it mattered. Then his own mouth eased, not into a smile exactly, but into the possibility of one. It changed his whole face. Ren had forgotten, or convinced himself he had forgotten, how dangerous that was. Kaito looked down at Ren's hand. The air shifted. Ren did not move. He had reached first in the handshake line. He had reached first in the tunnel before kickoff with old boots and the truth held out like a wound. He had reached across 10 years as badly and as late as he knew how. Now he stood still. Kaito's fingers flexed at his side. First knuckle. Second. He stopped before the third. Ren saw it. Kaito saw him see it. A faint color rose along Kaito's cheekbones. Not embarrassment, not exactly. Exposure. When we were kids, Kaito said, voice rougher now, you used to grab my hand crossing the road. Ren remembered so sharply it felt like impact. Academy bags bouncing against their backs. Rainwater shining on pavement. Kaito pretending he did not need guiding because he was already taller, already fast enough to outrun consequences. Ren catching his hand anyway, tugging him back from the curb while a delivery van hissed past through a puddle. You never looked, Ren said. You always looked too much. Ren's chest folded around the old rhythm of them. Someone had to. Kaito swallowed. His hand lifted. Stopped. Ren did not breathe. Then Kaito closed the last few inches and slid his fingers into Ren's. No ceremony. No speech. Just skin against skin, mud drying between their knuckles, palms fitting with the awkward familiarity of something remembered by the body before the mind could make it graceful. Ren's knees nearly gave. He did not squeeze too hard. He wanted to. God, he wanted to. Some desperate part of him wanted to lock down, to prove through pressure that Kaito was there and real and not already turning away. But Kaito had asked him not to decide 10 minutes meant forever. So Ren held him carefully. Kaito looked at their hands. A tremor moved through his fingers once. Ren covered it with his thumb. Kaito's eyes closed. There it was. Not forgiveness like a curtain falling. Not love as a clean room they could step into without tracking mud across the floor. It was smaller and larger than that. A hand. A breath. A man staying. Ren's voice came low. Kai. Kaito's fingers tightened. The old name did not break anything this time. It opened. Kaito looked up. His eyes were wet, and he did not turn away quickly enough to hide it. Maybe he chose not to. I'm still angry, he said. Ren nodded. I know. I'm going to be angry tomorrow. I know. And next week. Ren's mouth curved faintly. I assumed. Kaito huffed something fragile and almost amused. Don't be reasonable. It makes me want to kick you. You did that for 90 minutes. Not enough, apparently. Their joined hands swung slightly between them, almost by accident. Ren looked at that small movement and thought of all the years he had measured himself by what he could endure alone. Pressure. Headlines. His mother's careful smile. Kaito's name chanted like a weapon from stands where no one knew the first thing about him. This was not alone. It was not simple either. The tunnel led both ways. Blue behind him. Green behind Kaito. Teams, contracts, fixtures, cameras, careers neither of them would abandon to make a romance easier to summarize. There would be away matches and derby weeks and questions. Ingrid Solberg would make a meal of whatever happened next. Their club's media departments would age 15 years by morning. Kaito glanced toward the far exit, where the corridor opened toward the players' car park and the line of cameras still hungry beyond it. They're out there, he said. Yes. They're going to photograph this. Yes. Headline by midnight. Probably sooner. Kaito's thumb shifted against Ren's hand. Do you care? Ren looked toward the exit. For 10 years he had cared too much. About stories. About proof. About what explanation would sound like in someone else's mouth. About whether survival looked selfish from the wrong angle. He had let strangers name the shape of his silence because it had seemed easier than letting one person see the shame underneath. Outside, cameras waited to misunderstand him. Inside, Kaito held his hand. No, Ren said. Kaito studied his face, as if searching for the hidden hinge where the old Ren might fold shut. He did not find it. His own face changed then. Something moved through it Ren could not name without cheapening it. Relief had become too small a word. Peace sounded too clean. It was a tired, bruised, weary thing, but alive. Kaito stepped closer. Not enough to kiss him. Enough that their shoulders touched. The contact went through Ren slowly, warmth through wet fabric, the kind of ordinary nearness he had grieved for so long that having it back felt almost unbearable. After, Kaito said, we talk properly. Ren nodded. No cameras. Yes. No managing the truth into pieces. Ren looked at him. No. No disappearing because you think I need space and then deciding space means I'm better off without you. Ren's throat tightened. No. Kaito's gaze held his. And I'll try not to turn every silence into proof. The honesty of it hit harder than any tackle. Ren lifted their joined hands slightly and pressed his thumb once against Kaito's knuckle. That sounds fair. It sounds difficult. That too. Kaito's mouth softened. For one suspended second, Ren thought Kaito might lean in. His body went utterly still with wanting. But Kaito only touched his forehead briefly to Ren's temple, a contact so quick anyone watching from a distance might miss it, and so intimate Ren felt it behind his ribs. Then Kaito drew back. Come on, he said. Ren looked at the exit. The noise beyond it rose as someone spotted movement near the doors. Shouts. Camera calls. Their names tumbling over each other. Ashcombe. Emeryson. Ren's left hand was occupied. He could not tap his knuckles against his thigh. He did not need to. Together they walked. The stadium light found them first, harsh and white after the tunnel's dimness. Cameras lifted in a wave. Someone shouted a question that broke apart under the next. A flash went off. Then another. Security shifted, startled, unsure whether this required intervention or strategy. Ren kept his eyes forward. Kaito's hand stayed in his. Past the cameras, past the waiting headlines, past the version of them the world had built because either of them had known how to say otherwise. At the barrier, a child in a Brackenford scarf stared at their joined hands with round eyes. Beside him, an older Dunmore supporter stopped mid-chant, mouth open, green and white flag drooping from one hand. Then, from somewhere behind the cameras, Tomas whooped. Pri's voice cut across the car park immediately after. Subtle! Kaito laughed. Not hidden. Not swallowed. Not weaponized into something else. The sound went up into the cold February air and stayed there. Ren looked at him. Kaito was smiling now, small and exhausted and real, his face turned toward the night like he had finally stepped out of a room with no windows. Ren held his hand. The cameras kept flashing. Let them. For once, the story could start without Ren's permission and still not belong to anyone else. Kaito's thumb brushed his. Still here. Ren answered by holding on. They walked out of the stadium together.